1. Prologue, Hard Contact, Earth. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial purpose. It is not for sale or rent. Prologue Part 1, Hard Contact, Earth. If equals. Part 1, if. Long ago, in a time before myth and legend, an alliance of 4 great races existed. It began with the Nox, immortal, kindest, and fairest of all. Next came the Furlings, noble and honorable warriors all. The Altera came next, proud, relentless, dauntless, yet kind to their friends. And finally, the Asgard, a curious species of peerless scientists and explorers from another galaxy. They joined together for the betterment of all, kindling the light of knowledge and guaranteeing safety for everyone they encountered. They brought a golden age that we may never see again. Then darkness rose from Altera's ancient past. They were the Ori, the Altera's twisted brethren, led by ascended beings believing themselves gods. They fed on worship like vampires, draining the very essence of those worshipping them. Their countless thralls were bound by the sweet lies and promises of origin. They were ready and willing to die for their false gods. The Alliance fought with all they had. Yet the darkness met them blow for blow, bringing endless suffering to all it touched, determined to dominate and devour all life. The Furlings fell first, their domains laid to waste by the eternal war. The Nox fell next, and how terrible their fall was. The war twisted and broke them, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters who fought to the bitter end. Only the shattered remains of those who were the light of the galaxy managed to find themselves again in their darkest hour. The Nox remnant retreated to their home world and concealed it behind a veil of shadows, doing their best to heal their souls. Yet some still resisted. One last alliance between the Altera and the Asgard met the twisted hordes of the Ori, sacrificing everything they were, their principles, and their very souls to vanquish the enemy. They fought across 3 galaxies and in the heavens themselves, rending them asunder. Self-proclaimed gods bled and died when faced with ascended Altera. The heavens burned, torn asunder by the Altera in their desperation to end the war. The Ori fell, yet not before they brought their enemies to their knees. The Altera were a tiny, pale shadow of themselves, ravaged by plagues released by the enemy with their dying breath. The Asgard suffered catastrophic damage in the last days of the war, leaving their scattered remains to rebuild their civilization from the ruins. The Altera fled the Milky Way so the ravaged galaxy could heal, but not before seeding the seeds of their kind's second evolution. Eons passed. The war in heaven became a myth that faded into legend and was eventually forgotten. Younger races rose in a galaxy that had finally healed. First were the Forerunners, seeded by an ancient species known as the Precursors. Perhaps they were remnants of the Great Alliance or one of their forgotten acquaintances. It could be Jur species grew in the aftermath of the war in heaven. Only dead gods know the truth for sure. Legend has it that the Juveline Forerunners turned on their creators in their hubris and jealousy, wiping them out and claiming a mantle of responsibility for the galaxy. In the aftermath of that ancient conflict, the Forerunner Ecumene reformed and attempted to live up to said mantle. Second to rise was appropriately humanity's second evolution, the heirs of the Altera, ancient humanity. They rapidly advanced through reverse engineering and utilizing Altera and precursor artifacts. The ancients met an alien species they eventually allied with, the Santuum, rising to prominence as a rival galactic power to the Ecumene. At this point, the Forerunners' sins came back to damn the galaxy, or so the tale goes. Or was it perhaps a last rogue weapon unleashed by the Ori eons ago at the end of the war in heaven? No one alive, flesh and blood, or machine intelligence knows the truth. The shaping sickness fell upon ancient humanity, igniting a war that brought the Alliance low. Despite all odds, the ancients and their allies prevailed, though the price of victory was terrible. Yet the worst was yet to come. In the last days of the war, a human fleet tracked fleeing infected ships to a Forerunner colony. There was no time for proper negotiations or explanations. The threat of the shaping sickness was that great, and the ancients were traumatized by the conflict. They saw no other option but to burn the disease in its infancy before it consumed yet another world. The last remnants of the flood in human space fled towards the Ecumene, ensuring that even in defeat, they would bring humanity down with them. This sparked yet another war, and the ancients lacked the resources and industry to win it just after defeating the shaping sickness. It was a long and bloody conflict that saw the Forerunners triumphant. They had upheld the mantle of responsibility and were not the sole custodians of the whole galaxy. And their vanquished foes? The ancients were defeated and condemned, for the price they extracted in defeat broke something within the warrior servants that fought them. The Forerunners broke and devolved their foes, confining them on their homeworld as a primitive species, forced to claw its way forward once again. Little did the Forerunners know that their victory and security were fleeting. The shaping sickness returned from the abyss between the galaxies and found the bearers of the mantle lacking. For all their might, vast industry, and advanced technologies, the Forerunners lacked the weapons and knowledge used by the ancients to triumph. Those tools of war were now gone, and the people who made them were no more. The same was true for the knowledge to develop such weapons. Slowly and implacably, the shaping sickness ground down the Forerunner armadas and consumed system after system, becoming more powerful with each victory. In desperation, not so different from that of the Altera, the Forerunners constructed 7 great rings, forging their very spirits and determination within those constructs. At the end of the last age, the Forerunners sacrificed all they were or might become to uphold the mantle. The rings ignited, their merciless light bathing the whole galaxy in death. The age of the Forerunners was over. The shaping sickness was vanquished a second time at an even more terrible price. Yet even in death, the Forerunners upheld the mantle of responsibility. Their constructs breathed life back into the galaxy, giving a second chance to countless species, one of them being their old enemy, the Ancients. Incomplete translation of second verse, Book of Remembrance, declared high heresy by the prophets. == 11 February 2525. Ford Storage Complex, Arizona, United Republic of North America, Earth, Sol System, UNSC space. It was still relatively cool and pleasant in Arizona in early February, for a desert anyway. For Kenny Clark, these were some of the best days in the year, not too hot during the day and pleasantly cool during most of the night. That was important for someone working as private security in the desert. Most of the year, it was a deadly oven outside during the day and freezing at night. Despite many air-conditioned places to take shelter, it was an unpleasant location to guard. Kenny often wondered what possessed the UEG or the Republic's government to build a large storage facility in the desert. Then, he had to remind himself that his job was usually easy because of the location. Clark and his colleagues had to deal with only 3 intruders since he began working at this place, and all of them were kids who came here on a dare. All other alerts turned out to be odd desert critters looking for shade, pining overly sensitive sensors. A few were cute. They even had a tiny, fluffy fox as a mascot. The same couldn't be said about the damn snakes, scruffy coyotes, and the scorpions. Oh God, those critters, he hated them with a passion. At least his protective clothes made him virtually immune to those things, which made working here bearable. The pay was excellent because most people wanted to be stationed closer to civilization or in places with better climates. Kenny had more excitement on the job in the last few days than in the past few years combined. Instead of a bunch of dumb programs and a few others spread all over the place, they had a bunch of historians squatting on the property, all working for the UEG. Their leader was a blonde professor, one Sarah Gardner, who was excited by pocketing her nose in ancient containers that might have been here before the Republic became a thing centuries ago. Kenny had to concede that some dusty things in storage might have been here or forgotten in another facility before that, long enough to be considered history. The best thing was that the historians came with their own good coffee and were willing to share as long as Kenny, and his buddies were willing to act as guides through the labyrinth-like storage facility. Early that morning, Clark was sipping a steaming cup of tea and watching how the scientists were losing their minds in excitement. That was prime entertainment he didn't have to pay for, so it was all good. Besides, Kenny was curious to determine what they found this time. A few days ago, they stumbled into a container containing an ancient tank from before the UEG was ever a thing. That got them a visit from the military, who picked it up and brought it to the nearest depot for examination and refurbishment. Kenny heard it was some kind of Abrams going straight into a museum. They might even get mentioned in the news, which might not be good. The last thing anyone needed was for curious fools to stumble all over the desert and need rescuing afterward. Kenny took another sip of his coffee and hummed at the bittersweet taste. Meanwhile, Gardner's people were swarming around a tall, thin metal crate, carefully working to open it safely. Arizona did have its share of earthquakes, so when the ground began to lightly shake, Kenny wasn't particularly worried. They were in a well-built warehouse that would likely survive intact, with much harder tremors than he could feel below his feet. While most historians scampered like headless chickens, Clark kept sipping coffee and enjoying the show. That happy state of affairs continued until he heard something breaking into the crate everyone was fascinated by. This was a spot of utterly shit luck, Kenny decided. He had no idea how right he was. A moment later, a blast of energy, like rippling, boiling water, exploded from the crate, annihilating a large part of its front. Kenny stared at the spectacle before warily looking at the cup in his hand, as if it had transformed into a giant scorpion. Did one of those jokers spike his drink with something? The security guard looked up at the crate to see a circular hole in it, illuminated by what looked like the surface of a lake rippling from light wind. He was still gaping like a fish out of water when a small golden drone flew out of the water and began buzzing around the warehouse. Everyone had long forgotten the tremors and was staring at the unfolding history. Kenny's mind rebooted, and he thought he might better call the security center when two spheres flew out of the rippling surface and bounced off the concrete floor. Afterward, only light and pain existed before the world went mercifully dark. If 11 February 2525 UNSC Vigilant, Halcyon-class cruiser high orbit above Earth's Sol system, UNSC space. People said that Colonel Jack O'Neill, the commander of the 2nd Shock Trooper Battalion, 11th Marine Infantry Division, had a knack for being at the right time and place, or at the wrong time and place, as the case might be. Jack would firmly state that it was the second if someone ever managed to get an honest confession out of him. He always seemed to end into troublesome situations, usually not out of his doing. That was partly why his record against the insurrectionists was stellar, and why he was contemplating early retirement. It was one thing to be fortunate enough to be on the correct ship when the terrorist bastards decided to make trouble groundside, so you could jump down from orbit like an avenging angel to put an end to their madness. It was pretty different from being at ground zero of a surprising attack and mass uprising that ended with all units decimated before the dust settled. Jack got a locker full of medals and lost many good friends, not a good bargain, in his considerate opinion. At least during his current deployment, he was back home, overseeing training exercises for a reconstituted and mostly green unit. The odds of a meaningful enemy presence in the system were virtually zero. Instead, Jack had to worry about young, dumb, gung-ho kids bouncing off the walls in anticipation of their first orbital drop as part of the unit. It was excellent that they would be doing it as an exercise on Earth, of all places. From what Jack got from the grapevine, this was partly some PR stunt, so there would be more cameras and sensors than usual watching the exercise. Sergeant Anderson, you're my senior NCO. Congratulations, you are on babysitting duty today. I do not want any avoidable fuck-ups. Triple-check everyone's gear and that they know how to use the damn things, then recheck it. I'll be joining you shortly with Major Kowalski. Yes, sir. I'll also have experienced people looking after the green LTs. Anderson saluted and left Jack's ready room. Good man. Charlie nodded without looking up from a data pad he was engrossed in reading from. Are we done with all the paperwork, including the actual paperwork? Jack glared at his desk with disgust. The UEG in general, and the UNSC in particular, might have gone primarily electronic regarding record-keeping and the bane of his existence. Yet, there was still a concerning amount of memos and reports that, by regulations, had to have a physical backup. Some days, Jack was convinced the Navy's ships were built so large to have space for all the paperwork people had to do daily. Mine is done unless more have spawned from the ether. Yours, on the other hand? Charlie raised his head and gave Jack a knowing look. Mine grows exponentially and even faster the moment I look away. O'Neill didn't whine. He didn't do whining, especially over paperwork. Whoever thought it was a good idea for us to get promoted so much? One more and we'll be a permanent desk fixture. A bit more for me, Jack. You, on the other hand. Has command decided to drag you kicking and screaming to get you your first star? You're a genuine hero of the UEG, after all. Charlie, do you want me to drop you in the desert without the courtesy of a drop pod? You know you're making it mightily tempting, Jack warned half-heartedly. Besides, that way I won't be getting a star, much less get bolted to a desk permanently. Weren't we supposed to be jumping at hills? Kowalski perked up at that. Such deployments, alongside drops at ice shelves, were the most dangerous as far as the terrain was concerned. Dropping at small islands you could feasibly miss was a close third. Someone in command apparently has 2 brain cells left to rub together and decided not to throw such a green unit on the deep end with all the cameras that will be watching us, Jack explained. We'll be dropping at a desert in North America, Arizona. We'll get a final briefing from command soon. An alarm blared, followed by a terse announcement. Set tactical condition 3 throughout the ship. I say again, set condition 3 throughout the ship. Colonel O'Neill, report to briefing room Alpha. This is not a drill. Jack and Charles jumped from their seats and raced out of the door. Get everyone ready for combat deployment. I'll join you as soon as I know what just happened, the colonel ordered. If equals. Part 2. If. 11 February 2525. Ford Storage Complex, Arizona, United Republic of North America, Earth, Sol System, UNSC Space. Braddock of Chulak walked on the sand of the First World and looked at the heavens for guidance. The advanced Goa'uld magic in his helmet automatically brought what he was looking at closer, allowing the Prime to see glittering metal shapes in orbit. The Tory had advanced in their long isolation, yet it might all be for naught. Braddock knew his duty to Apophis and, more importantly, Ra himself. He was to secure as much information as possible and bring back as many prisoners and technology for study. After that, one of the Goa'uld would decide the fate of this world. With the Great War ongoing, they would likely send a great bomb to lay waste to the planet. Yet another world and countless innocents were about to die. Braddock looked away from the sky and focused on the distant, glimmering city. Massive roads stretched from the settlement, illuminated by countless machines racing in both directions. The Prime's eyes focused on a few distinct ones with blinking red and blue lights on top of them. More local guards would be coming to investigate after the advance Jaffa party dealt with the first to respond, just 2 humans in a sleek wheeled machine. They were now dead, of course, with their equipment and bodies sent through the Chapai. It was painfully clear that these people were unaware of the Chapai and the galaxy at large. Braddock saw a recording of the surprise of those near the portal when it activated. Despite that, their world was surprisingly advanced. Neither the First World nor the Tory deserved to die without even knowing why. Braddock's fist closed hard around his staff weapon, so hard he heard metal grinding against metal. The Prime looked around. They were in some kind of old storage facility, which was a boon. There were many things to recover for study, giving him a good reason to linger around. That bought him time to decide what to do and, more importantly, how to do it. Braddock was an old man. Because of the Great War, any dreams he once had about Jaffa Rebellion were now dead. Who would dare upend the cart when the Covenant menace was out to kill them all? All he could do for years now was spread the truth of the false gods as he knew it, and hope that one of his students would live to act upon it in the distant future. At least, this state of affairs made things simpler for Braddock. He was going to die relatively soon anyway. He might be able to carry one more Primta to maturation before his body was too old, and the next parasite rejected him, condemning him to inglorious death. More likely, he would die fighting the Covenant. The Prime looked at the objects in orbit, barely visible even with the aid of his helmet. Or he could die trying to buy more time for the whole world and its people. There would be honor in such an end. If. 11 February 2525 UNSC Vigilant. Halcyon-class cruiser high orbit above Earth Sol System, UNSC Space. Considering the size of many UNSC ships, running to meet people face-to-face during an emergency was often impractical. Getting up to speed in one of the many briefing rooms spread throughout the vessel was much more convenient. All the screens inside were already lit up, showing images of distinguished persons like Captain Hood, the Vigilant's dumb AI Copernicus, Colonel Conrad Schmidt, the co of the regular Marines stationed on board, and a General Jack wasn't familiar with. Another screen came online, showing the bust of a middle-aged, stern woman in an ONI uniform. Colonel O'Neill, we've got a situation in Arizona, Hood began, not bothering with introductions or pleasantries. That was never a good sign. 2 hours ago, sensors all over the hemisphere lit up with a massive power spike centered on the Ford storage facility in the Arizona desert near New Phoenix, the ONI woman explained. Local law enforcement lost contact with a patrol dispatched to check on a report about intrudes in the facility. They dispatched more local police units and a SWAT team before we could figure out there was an issue and react. she made a gesture. Shaky helmet camera footage replaced her on the monitor. Jack could see 4 standard police cars used by law enforcement all over the North American Republic, and a black up-armored van, SWAT's vehicle of choice under most circumstances. Contact. Freeze. People shouted. The camera angle swung, capturing tall figures in decidedly odd-looking dark metal armor. They were armed with unwieldy-looking staffs. The bulbous heads at the end of those strange weapons glowed, and yellow bolts of what had to be plasma shot at the camera. The image shook as the SWAT member went to the ground. Smart cookie, that one. The cops returned fire with submachine guns, and Jack could see their bullets glance off the enemy's armor. More armored figures emerged from the shadows of nearby buildings, and within moments, the firefight was over. Images captured from other cameras came to life one after another, showing plasma bolts picking up fully armored SWAT members and throwing them away while burning through them. The police cars and the armored van proved little protection. A few shots were enough to melt through walls and doors, with only the engines holding a bit better. Despite the one-sided slaughter, Jack had to scoff at the attackers' arrogance. Were they that confident in their armor to show themselves in the open like that? Or was that a requirement because, for all their power and unlikely accuracy, their weapons were unwieldy like hell? We have unknown hostiles holding a facility near a major population center on Earth. They obviously have advanced weapons and armor, the general ground out, clearly disliking the situation and all the implications Jack didn't have time to consider. We're mobilizing military units all across the North American Republic. The nearest bases have had dismal reaction times so far. Colonel O'Neill, you are positioned to deploy before any ground-based units can get there. Your task is simple: drop at the facility and contain the enemy. Colonel Schmidt's Marines will deploy in a blocking position between New Phoenix and the enemy's position before advancing to assist you. Air support will be on station and at your disposal by the time you hit the ground. Ground-based quick reaction forces are currently 2 hours out, the general spat. Earth might have been at peace for a long time, but that kind of reaction time wasn't ideal, especially when they were talking about quick reaction forces. It might have been acceptable before the insurrection became a thing, but not nowadays. Now, mobilizing regular forces at peacetime deployment was another matter altogether. However, that wasn't what the general was salty about. We'll be going loaded for bear then, Jack concluded. Rules of engagement. We would like prisoners fit for interrogation. However, considering what we've seen, it is understandable if you cannot get us any alive, the O&I woman elaborated. Use of heavy weaponry is authorized. Neutralize the threat and call in airstrikes if you can't feasibly take them out conventionally. If needed, fall back and link up with the regular Marines and their vehicle support. A mechanized unit will be in the area in 2 hours. A Scorpion tank platoon with IFV support will be flying in within 3 hours, not accounting for Colonel Schmidt's force, the general informed Jack after glancing at something off-screen. That said, there were supposed to be civilians on site, looking over items of historical significance stashed in the facility and forgotten. If at all possible, and if they're still alive, you are to attempt to extract them. You should receive a list of the civilians and local security on site before you drop off. Godspeed, Colonel. == Part 3 == 11 February 2525 UNSC Vigilant. Halcyon-class cruiser high orbit above Earth's All system, UNSC space. After a brief detour to don his armor and pick up his gear, Jack stalked into the drop bay. He paused to take stock of his busy troops. Everyone was checking equipment or busy loading heavy ordnance into drop pods. He was glad that his warning to Charlie and Sergeant Anderson had everyone swapping their standard weapons for the heaviest-hitting guns they had on hand. After what he saw during the hasty briefing, Jack knew that most of the silent and covert options they had were out, and they would be dropping right on top of the enemy, so stealth was a moot point today. "Listen up, apes," O'Neill bellowed, going with the classics. Really, you couldn't go wrong with quoting Starship Troopers when your job description had jumping at the enemy from orbit as a significant feature. This is not a drill or me being a mean old bastard to our newbies. Jack was glad to see that while everyone was listening to him, they kept checking and loading gear. They were good men, even if the kids looked too eager to get into action. "We are going in with limited intelligence. Copernicus is uploading area data to our gear as we speak. Our target is an extensive storage site in the Arizona desert. Unknown hostiles with advanced weapons and armor have taken over the facility. They've cut to pieces the response of local law enforcement, including a competent SWAT team. We are looking at the opposition that somehow got their hands on honest-to-God plasma guns. We can't rely on cover to keep us intact, and our armor is unlikely to hold up to a direct hit from what little I've seen. We are going in fast and hard, use concealment and don't stop moving. Focus your fire on the enemy until they go down for good and watch your fire. There were civies on site. Their status is unknown. If practical, we're to secure and extract them. Company and platoon leaders, gather with me. The rest of you, make sure everything is squared and ready for a drop. Lieutenant and captains barked orders before quickly gathering around Jack, with Charlie falling beside him. O'Neill noted the disbelief on the faces of some helljumpers who didn't have their helmets on yet. In others, it was evident in their bearing. He couldn't really blame them. Who the hell had plasma guns, and why were those things designed in such an impractical manner? Jack had trouble believing what he saw, too. For the veterans among us, this is on brand. The situation is all fucked up, and we are jumping down to unfuck it. For our new friends, let this be a learning opportunity. We are helljumpers. We are the first to enter the fire, which often meant limited or wrong intelligence. While speaking, Jack input the necessary commands into the holographic projector in the center of the bay. It came to life, showing a live satellite image of their target. Major Ferretti, your company will drop behind these dunes here. Jack pointed at the only natural cover around the complex. We're dropping pods with additional heavy weapons and medical supplies in the area. You'll secure us an exit route and use the dunes ridge to provide fire support. Get a triage area set up ASAP. Aye, sir, Louis nodded without showing a trace of his usual upbeat and happy personality. He knew how wrong this op might be if the enemy had even more nasty surprises. Because why wouldn't they? Captain Mason, your company is dropping near the entrance. I want the compound's security post secured and access to all sensors. Even with constant orbital surveillance, tracking all enemies and avoiding traps in that maze down there will be a pain. Jur, you combat engineers on the job. I want information on enemy movements and any still alive civies ASAP. You'll leave a platoon to hold the fort and begin clearing the front of the facility. Captain Mbudu, your unit will drop to the west here and set up behind this row of warehouses, using them as concealment before pushing deeper. Equals if equals. There was no adrenaline rush like an orbital drop over an enemy position. The feeling was addicting, though going for it in the first place required a particular brand of functional crazy. After all, most people didn't want to even think of jumping from perfectly functional planes, much less warships in orbit. Others did it merely for the thrill and fun. Jack was somewhere in between. Every time he settled into his drop pod, his hands shook with anticipation, fear, and spiking adrenaline. Part of the thrill for him was going on with it despite the fear he felt, or perhaps because of it. Colonel, all units are green and ready to deploy. Charlie's armored bust appeared on one of the screens in Jack's command pod, while Captain Hood's was to the left. ODSD, you are green for a drop, Captain Hood's voice echoed within Jack's pod. Hydraulics hissed, and pumps drew all the oxygen from the drop bay. Clamps rotated the pods with dampened metallic clangs, carefully aiming them at the target. Armored panels slid open, revealing Earth in all her glory. The sun illuminated half the world in blue and gold, while spiderwebs of light shone from the line between day and night. Jack couldn't hear the pods of his battalion launch. However, he could feel the rumble of each reverberate through the launch bay and the clamps holding his pod in place. Protocol dictated that the command personnel would jump in the middle of the pack, mitigating the odds of enemy fire singling and taking out the unit's leaders. A brief sense of shock and acceleration washed over Jack, and his pod hurled away, joining hundreds of others in a metal rain. Just like that, Jack's arms ceased shaking, and he felt a jolt of adrenaline surging through his system. The sensation of free fall was incredible and liberating. They hit the atmosphere almost immediately. Friction heated up and shook the pod, though internal guidance systems kept it on track. Paint would soon begin to peel off, creating metallic flakes to help confuse radars. Dummy pods released decoys and acted as bait due to their better sensor profiles. While Jack didn't expect anti-air fire in any meaningful amount, he was glad that no one even thought about skimming on support during the drop to save a few bucks. O'Neill's command pod had additional neat features, allowing him to watch the drop zones of his whole unit while in the air. He was glad that there were no nasty surprises in that regard. Soon after they tore through high cloud cover approaching their target, the drop pods separated in clearly noticeable clusters before decelerating with a nasty kick. Everyone was about to reach their designated zones, so no fuck-ups in that regard, Jack noted with relief. There was, in fact, anti-air fire and more plasma shit, too, though it was light and not remarkably accurate. Jack designated the AA positions for particular attention. He did note that they were not in sight before his Helljumpers headed for their pods just a few minutes ago. That was all the Colonel could do before his pod entered the final descent phase, and he braced for impact. Retro thrusters kicked into full power, shaking O'Neill like a rat caught by a dog. This finally bled enough velocity to make the hard landing survivable and leave Jack intact if shaken to the marrow of his bones. Explosive charges blew out the front panel of his pod. Mechanisms slammed into place, cutting off the restraints holding Jack in place, finally setting him free. He jumped out of the pod and, in a long-practiced motion, picked up his rifle from its place across his chest and aimed, seeking targets. His HUD illuminated friendly silhouettes nearby, the rest of his command unit, and its attached security detail. Jack could hear odd snapping noises almost drowned by short bursts and the loud crack of snipers. Explosions shook the compound, indicating that his ODST was already heavily engaged. "Sergeant Anderson, push forward to give us breathing space. We're setting up CP in the shadows of those warehouses before us," Jack ordered and jogged behind his troops. His job wasn't to shoot the enemy beyond securing an LZ and space to work. Well, that or when things went to hell, he had no more reserves. He had a battalion to command, and to do that effectively, he needed to know precisely what they dropped into ASAP. To do so, Jack trusted his staff and security detail to keep him intact and focused on the flow of information through the battalion's tactical net. If equals. Part 4. If 11 February 2525. Ford Storage Complex, Arizona, United Republic of North America, Earth, Sol System, UNSC Space. Encountering and crushing what appeared to be proper local warriors was disheartening. With showing like that, Braddock wasn't sure there was anything he could do about the First World and the Tory. The humans' armor was worthless, and their weapons could not hurt Jaffa in the new warplates created by Ra's scholars. Still, this engagement was a reason enough to remain and gather more information without fearing an overwhelming enemy response. If such came, all the better. If not, the Braddock had more time to decide if dying here might achieve anything, or if he should call the raid off and let the Tory to their fate. Bemtok set up the heavy staff weapons on buildings, giving you good fire lines. Braddock paused his musings when Jaffa with heavier weapons arrived. The storage place was a good enough defensive position to allow them to fortify their positions while scouring it for anything of interest. More importantly, what they've recovered until now would ensure no one would question Braddock's decisions as the prime in charge of the raid for the time being. Shouting encouragements, Jaffa picked up the heavy weapons they had just brought in and went out to deploy them. Braddock looked at them and sighed in the safety of his helmet. Why couldn't the humans have left the Chapai buried or figured out what it was, thus defending it properly? Checking up on the First World was supposed to be a mere formality to confirm that the Chapai here was still buried. Braddock walked out of the building, making a show of encouraging his Jaffa to work faster and better while giving encouragement where appropriate. He used this as one last opportunity to find something. Anything that would prove to risk it all here might be more than an empty gesture from a tired old warrior. He looked at the blue sky, now well lit by a rising sun. Deep down, Braddock wanted to see a sign to guide him. The Prime saw one, all right. Many signs, in fact, burning through the atmosphere in a painfully familiar way. Did the Covenant find this world? Why would they be dropping their demons here if they did, instead of burning it all from orbit? "Jaffa, prepare to fight. Demons are coming for us," Braddock shouted and pointed at the sky. Gasps and curses told the Prime that everyone who heard him was looking up and seeing what he was seeing. "Order the Chapai shut down so we can dial out and retreat. There is no honor in fighting a pointless battle," Braddock ordered. His eyes focused on the descending pods. His helmet did what it was meant to do and gave him a likely estimate of the time before they landed. Those things were closer than they appeared to be, and coming in damn fast. "Brace, the demons come," Braddock roared. While a few Jaffa ran towards the Chapai, the rest sought cover. Braddock did the same. He was responsible for this raid and would be the last Jaffa to leave First World. If he died here, then so be it. The pod screamed through the sky and slammed into the ground, shaking it. Jaffa, who were too far out scouting the facility, couldn't get back fast enough. "Those aren't demons," one of Braddock's seconds exclaimed through the magics linking their helmets, allowing them to speak over distance. Braddock could hear exchanges of fire, and those weren't typical Covenant weapons. The loud crack of primitive projectile weapons, similar to what the local warriors had echoed all over the place, was answered by staff blasts. Surprise slowed down Braddock's reactions. He looked up at the last pods slamming into the ground while a handful of staff cannons tried to shoot them down. Then the Prime looked at the heavens and the traces of orbital facilities he glimpsed before the sun rose, hiding the stars from sight. Braddock was suddenly sure that these weren't Covenant demons but Tory, who operated similarly. If that was so, then he had his answer. "Speak to me, Second. What are we fighting?" Braddock demanded. "They appear to be armored humans." Explosions drowned whatever else the Second tried to say. A symbol blinked before Braddock's eyes, indicating that the Jaffa he was speaking with was wounded or dead. Either way, they were incapable of talking anymore. The Prime smiled grimly. He had his answer. Now he had to figure out how to contact the Tory and ensure the Goa'uld couldn't send a bomb through the Chapai. If. The area is secure. We are setting up a triage center and unpacking heavy weapons. The ETA for heavy weapons teams is 2 mics. Louis reported some good news. The rest of Jack's people were faring somewhat worse, undoubtedly due to encountering resistance. "Enemy infantry at the security center. We are moving into flank and breach. I can't guarantee that we will be able to use the sensor net in a timely fashion, sir," Mason reported over the nearly deafening volume of gunfire. That could have been better. However, by all accounts, the enemy's armor was damn tough, taking many repeated hits in the same area for Jack's troopers to have a prayer of breaching it. At least the snipers had it easier, though they were using anti-material rifles with ammo meant to gut lightly armored vehicles. Those things had more in common with autocannons than infantry-portable weapons. A flash of light chased the shadows all over Jack's position, followed a moment later by the sound of a thunderous explosion. "Scratch 1 heavy weapons position. Command, be advised our missiles can lock on those things. Relay that to all units. AT teams and snipers focus on the enemy's heavy weapon emplacements," Jack ordered, and continued to follow the flow of battle and look for opportunities or traps. If. Captain Mason cursed when he saw one of his soldiers literally fly away from the door of the security center. Despite suppressive fire, smoke, and flash bangs, the enemy dug in there seemed undeterred and unaffected by anything used to distract them. A second Marine fell with their head missing, taken out clearly by a plasma blast as they moved to shoot through the window. Shotgun-toting helljumpers blasted at the enemy next, followed by 2 fire teams. 2 more Marines died in the resulting exchange of fire before the shooting at the security center finally ceased. "Area secure," Mason's senior sergeant barked. "Those bastards take a lot of killing, sir. I recommend we take them at range, using heavy firepower when applicable." "Secure the enemy and our dead, and get engineers in there," Mason ordered. "Captain, we've got eyes on 3 tangos. They're pulling a fighting retreat. There is no trace of other hostiles in the area," the co of Mason's 2nd platoon informed him. "Shadow them, but don't get too close. See if you can hammer them with indirect fire or bait them into a sniper kill zone," Mason suggested to the Green Lieutenant. When he got a confirmation that the area was reasonably secure, the captain jogged towards the security center. The place would make for a good command post, and if the engineers got it operational, would offer a wealth of actionable intelligence. If. Part 5. If. 11 February 2525. Ford Storage Complex, Arizona, United Republic of North America, Earth, Sol System, UNSC Space. Despite first impressions, the Tory were effective warriors. Braddock didn't know if they had encountered the Covenant and been inspired by their demons' insane tactics, or came to the same idea by themselves. The old warrior wasn't sure which option would be more impressive and disturbing. He led a small raid to gather information, not forces meant to take on demons and survive, much less triumph. While by all accounts, the Tory weren't as deadly due to their inferior weapons and armor, they could kill Jaffa in short order. Only a few of Braddock's warriors were left holding the building with the Chapai, and he doubted many more could make it and retreat. The Tory converged on their position and were guaranteed to storm it soon. Braddock knew he was out of time. Wasn't that a grimly amusing idea for an old warrior contemplating his coming end? Jaffa, go home. I will hold them until the last of us is either back or dead before following you. Braddock made his choice, and it felt right. It was sad how easy it had been to think of simply leaving and condemning yet another world and people. When did honor become so easy to dismiss? The Prime wondered. How many massacres ago did he begin to pay lip service in exchange for survival under the Goa'uld? Jaffa saluted Braddock and ran through the Chapai. He calmly walked to the rippling gateway and put his staff weapon down, half vanishing into the water-like surface, while the rest rested on the floor. He turned around and pondered how to communicate to the Tory that they had to block the Chapai before the Goa'uld decided to send a bomb through. It was clear that the people of the First World weren't speaking Goa'uld anymore, and in hindsight, that wasn't surprising. They have been isolated for so long that this world, and its people were little more than a legend, if not a myth, told around fires late at night. Braddock looked around, keeping an eye on various containers that were already here or his people brought from nearby warehouses. A few of those stacked into the Chapai's ring should be enough to prevent it from activating. Braddock saw a Jaffa run into the building as if demons were on his heels. That wasn't so far removed from the truth. Figures in dark armor followed him, firing with loud cracks. The warrior stumbled, picked himself up, and tried to sprint towards the Chapai. The Jaffa looked at Braddock for salvation, which the Prime simply couldn't give him. More shots rang, and the warrior stumbled again, falling to the ground. This time, he didn't get up. Such a pointless, stupid waste, Braddock grumbled, voicing his feelings at the senseless death. He raised his hands and waited. Tory warriors approached warily, pointing weapons of various sizes and making at the Prime. They shouted instructions at him, but Braddock had no way of understanding. He slowly and deliberately pointed at the Chapai with his left hand. He began gesturing, hoping he wouldn't get shot for his trouble. More Tory poured into the building. They spread through it, and while many kept their weapons pointed at him, others covered the fallen Jaffa and began a competent sweep for other threats. Braddock ignored them and kept gesturing at those focused on him, hoping beyond hope that they would figure out his intention. Equals if equals. Command, Colonel O'Neill, we have most of the facility secured. My people have located the source of the power spikes, and I am moving in to investigate. You should be seeing the same camera feeds I am looking at. Jack spoke to Captain Hood and everyone else, listening while jogging towards the warehouse with an honest-to-God portal. Did he awake into a science fiction novel this morning without noticing? We are seeing it, Colonel, Hood's steady voice sounded in Jack's helmet. Copernicus concurs that this is almost certainly the source of the detected power spikes. ONI is also happy that your people have managed to secure a prisoner. By all accounts, the prisoner remained behind willingly when he could have left before we breached the building. The portal is still active, Captain. You can see it as well as I can. I don't like what our new friend is trying to imply with their gestures. Me neither. Everyone looking at the feed agrees that they're trying to warn us about further attack or a bomb coming through. Hood didn't sound happy at that. In the former case, reinforcements are on the way, and we can provide orbital fire if you can't contain whatever comes. If it is a big enough bomb, we are right at ground zero, and a strategic weapon can at least gut New Phoenix, Jack concluded. We need a way to block that portal for now. O'Neill raced into the warehouse and was glad that his people hadn't shot their willing prisoner for no good reason. ODSD surrounded the armored stranger, watching him make the same gestures again and again, pointing emphatically at the glowing portal and some of the crates nearby. Others had secured the gear of a dead enemy and were carrying the body outside to join the other enemy casualties. Captain Mbudu was on the side, directing his unit to set up defensive positions. A heavy weapons team from Charlie's unit came running, hauling a heavy machine gun and grenade launcher with a lot of ammo. Good work, Captain. I'll take it from here. Anderson with me. The rest of you folks keep your distance and don't shoot our new friend unless he actually attacks us, Jack ordered. He gave his rifle to one of his Marines and unsealed his helmet before attaching it to his belt. O'Neill smiled disarmingly and raised his hands to hopefully show he wasn't up to no good before strolling towards the stranger. Hello there, Jack pointed at the portal. At least the thing looked damn cool. Danger, yes. He asked before gesturing back at their guest. Big boom, Jack mimicked an explosion. The stranger looked at him and nodded, or at least O'Neill thought it was a nod. It was hard to say with that serpent-shaped helmet. The stranger raised one hand in what appeared to be a forestalling gesture before slowly pressing a spot near his helmet with a finger. The cobra-like helmet flowed away really coolly, revealing a man old enough to be Jack's grandfather. The stranger had short, graying hair and quite an impressive, well-maintained beard. "Big boom," the prisoner repeated as if unsure of how to pronounce the words. He slowly mirrored Jack's gesture before pointing at the portal and making a gesture that might be interpreted as something coming out of it. Jack was happy that a trigger-happy greenhorn didn't shoot their new buddy here. Sadly, it was clear that unless he was facing it very convincingly, said buddy didn't speak a lick of English or any language anyone in the battalion could speak or even understand. What the man spouted while gesturing sounded like damn gibberish. Jack put his helmet back to use its comms. "Captain, does Copernicus or anyone listening know what language we are dealing with here? I don't think that look of frustration and incomprehension he's showing us when we try to talk to him is faked," O'Neill inquired. "We have multiple AIs analyzing the conversation, Colonel." That was the voice of the ONI woman who had yet to introduce herself. "We concur. Your prisoner appears to be both frustrated and genuine in his incomprehension, which is odd, to say the least." "As odd as plasma guns or that portal behind him," Jack quipped. "The best guess we have right now is a form of ancient Egyptian or similar dead language. There are only a handful of historians, and perhaps a few civilian dumb AIs at universities that can help us in that regard. I believe that attempting to block the portal, locking down the area, and finding a way to communicate properly would be our best short-term course of action," Jack noted. "We concur, Colonel. Lock the place down," Captain Hood ordered. "Colonel Schmidt is moving to the facility to reinforce you. You remain in operational command until further orders." "Aye, sir, I'll see it done," Jack responded and looked around. "What are we supposed to do? Just shove crates in the portal until it chokes on them? I don't think it will be that simple." Jack pointed at the crate, then the portal, before looking questionably at the old man. Their willing prisoner pointed at one of the enemy's staff weapons halfway through the portal and gestured at it, then away. He then pointed at the portal and made gestures that Jack had difficulty figuring out. "Captain, does that look like a door closing to you?" Jack asked Mbudu. The big native of New Mombasa walked to join the colonel, staring intently at the old man. "It might be. You know that the same gestures might differ among different cultures, right?" Mbudu asked. "Yeah, they made sure to hammer it in our heads in officer school until all we knew was the Marine way," Jack confirmed. "Do you think the portal will shut if we pull that thing away or shove it through?" "It is worth trying, sir. We should have people with crates ready to shove in place if it works." It did work, and the unmistakable look of relief on the old man's face confirmed they were on the right track. To Prologue 2, Crusade Part 1. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not sale or rent. Prologue 2, Crusade. If equals. Part 1. If equals. 5th year, 40th age of conflict. CAS Assault Carrier Righteous Retribution. Fleet of Furious Judgment Flagship. No sane member of the Covenant could argue that they weren't doing the Forerunners' work in cleansing the galaxy of the Goa'uld. Those forever-damned parasites not only infested people, taking them over and using them as puppets, but they also had the sheer, sacrilegious gall to proclaim themselves gods. The Goa'uld's heresy went so far as to demand worship and kill everyone unwilling to subjugate themselves to their whims. Fighting and killing those things and their fanatical Jaffa warrior slaves was righteous and good. The same couldn't necessarily be said about the countless primitive human slaves the Goa'uld kept all over the galaxy or the wretches those parasites wore like clothes. However, the hierarchs and priests frowned at such inquiries. As a matter of fact, Fleetmaster Beno Jakrava struggled not to roll his eyes at the priests droning on the bridge of his ship. "Remember, faithful, we are doing as ordained by the Forerunners themselves. The false gods must burn for their heresy. The wretched humans who once dared to challenge the gods themselves will meet our unflinching will. The only mercy we can grant them is a release of their mortal coil, so the Forerunners might judge if they've suffered enough for their transgressions," a Sansuum priest recited in a piercing, grating voice. No one better ask how dead people could redeem themselves in the eyes of the gods. If you did, you would never hear the end of it, and your career would face an armored wall you would have to bash your head against futilely for years upon years. The Fleetmaster felt the deck below his feet vibrate when his ship's repulsor engines reached full power. They were finally about to exit slipspace. Shields are operational, no anomalies. Weapon systems online, plasma lines are hot, we're ready to cleanse the false gods. Fighter and bomber wings are ready for deployment. All shipmasters report high readiness for combat. Beno was glad for the string of crisp, and dare he say, relieved reports that flowed from all stations on the bridge. The priest got the hint and shut up, staring eagerly at holographic screens, eager to see infidels burn. Good, Jakrava rumbled. The fleet of Furious Judgment was new, fresh, and untested, just like his flagship. The Fleetmaster could still smell the fresh paint job of the assault carrier. It was a brand new ship pressed into glorious service straight from the shipyard. The prophets willing, it would be one of the last ships built from the ground up without incorporating technology liberated and cleansed from the taint of the parasites. They knew the enemy had more powerful weapons and shields. All battles in space were bloody affairs, where mere courage wasn't enough to win the day. That changed nothing. They were warriors of the Covenant fighting a righteous war. The Fleetmaster and his warriors didn't need the constant sermons of the priests to steel their courage. Despite that, all ships in the fleet had particularly pious and zealous priests on board, eager to fortify the crew's spirits and prepare them for participation in the holy war. In Barrow's opinion, said priests were more of a distraction and hindrance than a boon. They were also a constant source of headaches. A communication probe just entered slipspace. We're receiving a status update from our reconnaissance forces, Shipmaster Graz Herchig reported gleefully. The young Sanghili turned to look up at Jakrava. Fleetmaster, we have confirmation. 3 false god cruisers, 6 escorts. No trace of enemy reinforcements detected in range. That wasn't saying much. The faster-than-light propulsion utilized by the false gods differed from slipspace and was poorly understood. As far as Jakrava knew, detecting a vessel approaching through hyperspace without a large, planet-bound installation was currently impossible. The enemy could have a whole armada nearby or on the way, and he would be none the wiser until they arrived and joined the fight. It was a good thing that such an eventuality was accounted for. We'll transition to real space as the plan requires. Rely to all shipmasters. Plan cleansing fire it is, the Fleetmaster ordered. Cleansing fire, yes, Fleetmaster. Praise it be, glory to the faithful, let the heretics burn, the priest proclaimed. A few moments of eager muttering followed, though Jakrava wasn't sure how much of it was because of the priest's encouragement, and how much was the prospect of him shutting up once they joined the glorious battle. Transitioning to real space in 5-4. The Fleetmaster braced himself just in case, and turned his gaze upon the main holographic display. A brilliant silver disk appeared within the surging wastes of slipspace before the fleet of Furious Judgment. The Covenant ships made their transition as one. 43 vessels returned to real space surrounding the assault carrier. Each vessel in the fleet was a proper warship, from the heavy destroyers to the flagship itself. They all had their plasma lines hot and energy projectors ready. When they emerged and their sensors found the pyramid-like parasite ships, the Covenant warships opened fire, following the fire plan. Energy projectors struck first, as was their nature. Twin lines of coruscating energy connected the opposing forces, converging on just 2 targets. 30 energy beams struck a single Goa'uld cruiser, and even such a mighty vessel couldn't survive such an onslaught intact. The target's shields burned as they tried to absorb and reflect the incoming firepower. They failed in spots, allowing energy streams to pass through, weakened yet potent. Lances of pure energy shaved off parts of the mesh surrounding the central pyramid body of the target, and 4 speared deeply into its heart. Tough armor boiled, and explosions shook the Goa'uld haddock, yet the vessel survived the onslaught, potentially crippled. The false gods and their servants were slow to react, the Fleetmaster noted. That wasn't a surprise. From what the Covenant learned over the past 4 years of probing skirmishes and occasional mutual slaughter, the enemy was a disunited mess of backstabbing, treacherous parasites, literally and figuratively. Beno's mandibles twitched in amusement at that thought. The Fleetmaster wondered if he was giving the heretics too much credit, or perhaps too little. Some groups among the Goa'uld knew what they were doing, at least in space. So far, this one hasn't been one of those, and he was grateful. The enemy took a relatively long time to shake off the shock of being attacked. Even then, they didn't come in a proper formation. Instead, the escorts accelerated ahead, launching small craft. They soon outpaced the cruisers, with the damaged one ponderously dragging itself at the end of the formation. "Launch fighters and bombers. Heretic bombers are primary targets," Jakrava ordered. While the pulse lasers protecting his ships were more than up to the task of swatting away those so-called death gliders. Even if deployed in massive numbers, the enemy bombers were something else. They had powerful shields and usually could survive long enough to engage their targets if not intercepted by at least a few fighters each. The Ulkesh bombs were not to be underestimated. A handful could crack a destroyer like an egg if its shields were down and they struck the right places. They could even cripple larger ships if deployed prudently. By the Forerunner's light, Jakrava was glad that doing so regularly wasn't something most enemy commanders didn't know how to do. Wings of Seraph fighters launched from the cavernous bays of the fleet's capital ships and flew ahead in an efficiently coordinated swarm of death. That was a far cry from the mob of death glider trying to screen the Ulkesh. Observing the tactical display, Jakrava concluded his fleet would have time for one more concentrated energy projector strike before the enemy came close enough to make using those weapons ineffective. That was what made the infidel ships so dangerous. They were tough and fast enough to survive, closing the range even when caught off guard by a superior fleet. The Haddock had deadly weapons as well, ensuring that they would reap a high toll before going down once they entered knife-fighting range, too. Leading enemy escort in plasma torpedo range. "Plasma lines are hot. Firing," the Sanghili in charge of the ship's weapons announced. Which was precisely what was happening. On the bright side, a moment later, the holographic display lit up with dozens of friendly blue dots designating launched plasma torpedoes. They all converged on the closest enemy pyramid. Meanwhile, the first disorganized death gliders entered the range of the Seraphs, racing to intercept them. That particular encounter could only end one way. The angry red dot designating infidel fighters began vanishing one after another. Soon, whole Seraph squadrons converged on the Ulkesh. By now, many of those bombers lacked even a single escorting death glider. Jakrava wondered if he got lucky and took out the enemy commander with the opening strike of the battle. It was possible. It was inevitable that the false god in charge of this battle group had to be on one of the cruisers. Those things would always seek the best protection and comfort for themselves to the detriment of all else. At the same time, it was more than likely that the parasite in charge was one of the particularly incompetent ones, leading a disorganized and ill-trained slave warriors. Beno bared his teeth in derision at that thought. If it wasn't for the technology the parasites had access to, the war might be over already. It wasn't like the majority of their Jaffa were proper warriors who knew how to fight properly. While they didn't lack courage, their tactics and use of technology in battle left much to be desired. Then again, surely that was something to thank the Forerunners for. The galaxy didn't deserve to deal with murderous parasites who were at the pinnacle of competence. To the credit of the technology and designers that built it, the lead pyramid ship attempted to evade the incoming plasma torpedoes and even slipped past some of them. Beno had to grudgingly accept that the Jaffa pilot was good as well. However, no matter how good the enemy was, the opposing fleets converged at high velocity. More importantly, compared to 5 years ago, the guidance systems of the plasma torpedoes were much more precise and more responsive. The Goa'uld escort managed to evade almost a third of the guided weapons coming for it. That still left more than 50 plasma torpedoes that slammed into the Keops shields, bathing them in plasma hotter than the heart of a star. The enemy escort survived, if barely. It emerged out of a cloud of cooling plasma shedding melted hull platting. The pyramid ship no longer accelerated. Instead, it drifted out of control. A closer look by the sensors of the nearest Covenant ship showed large holes and uncontrolled fires ravaging its brutalized hull. The energy projectors fired, striking their second target practically immediately, even though it was maneuvering for all it was worth. Thus, the strikes spread all over the shields facing the Covenant. 6 energy beams pierced the golden defensive bubble. 2 of them managed to miss the ship, and another 2 sliced large parts of the surrounding scaffolding. The final pair scored good hits to the lower part of the central pyramid, and the cruiser immediately cut down its acceleration. The remaining enemy escorts entered their effective weapon range at that point and opened fire. They had the foresight to target Jakrava's smaller ships, which the Keops could cripple or kill much faster than they could damage an assault carrier. The fleet of furious judgment answered with a second concentrated plasma torpedo barrage before the enemy escorts entered the range of plasma cannons of all stripes. Seraph fighters and bombers swarmed over the Keops, racking them with laser fire and unleashing antimatter ordnance upon their shields. A heavy destroyer staggered under the incoming Goa'uld fire. The ship did its best to evade the golden globs of plasma raining at it. However, it simply wasn't maneuverable enough to avoid everything. Its shields deflected several glancing blows before 3 shots flew true and struck its prow. The shields disrupted the containment of the first plasma shot, bathing the nanolaminate armor in a harmless fire. The second and third punched through, and the destroyer's relatively light armor could barely slow them down as they cored the ship, turning it into a furnace. The heavy cruiser fell out of formation, burning and trailing debris. Moments later, a second heretic escort went up in flames. When the Keops flew out of the antimatter and plasma fire, it was no longer a whole ship, but an expanding field of vapor and rapidly cooling molten metal, surrounding larger burning bits like a nebula that quickly lost cohesion as it hurled ahead. In response, the third Goa'uld escort focused its fire on another heavy destroyer. This time, the Covenant crew was even less lucky. 5 shots struck it almost in the same place in the prow. They continued to shred the front third of the warship before continuing their deadly work deep within its superstructure. A moment later, gentle remembrance ceased to exist when a plasma shot slammed a stream of compressed molten armor and hull into its reactor. The last Keops' triumph was short-lived. It died, shot to pieces from all sides by the Covenant fleet mere heartbeats before it could exit its effective firing envelope. Fleetmaster Jakrava glowered at the approaching enemy cruisers. They were going to kill even more of those he was responsible for, and there was little that he could do at this point. The battle was joined, the plan was working, and the price for victory was being paid. All Beno could do was loathe the Goa'uld for their very heretical existence and pray he would live long enough to see them exterminated, for the galaxy would be a better place without them. The Haddock opened fire at long range, and this time the small craft they launched remained in a defensive formation around them. There was at least one Jaffa over there who wasn't completely incompetent. Such diligence deserved only one reward. Focus fire on the intact enemy ship. Maximum deceleration. Target the last enemy cruiser with energy projectors as they recharge. Jakrava's mandibles flexed into a smile. Beno had been wrong. The first false god cruiser his fleet struck was too slow because of the damage it suffered. That Haddock wouldn't be able to enter knife-fighting range before the energy projectors recharged for another shot, even if it required the fleet of furious retribution to decelerate hard. The Fleetmaster's smile turned into a snarl when he noticed the cruisers didn't bother to target his assault carrier, the only ship in the fleet that could endure their assault for any meaningful amount of time. Instead, they concentrated on one of his battle cruisers. They would likely strike at the lighter ships once they came even closer. The Knight's Solace survived the first 2 enemy salvos. Her shields cracked their containment field and dissipated the plasma to scorch her armor plating. The next 10 shots that hit went through both shields and armor as if they weren't there. 5 of them cored the battle cruiser and nearly nailed a heavy destroyer, which, by the grace of the prophets, managed to barely avoid being hit. Secondary explosions tore the Knight's Solace apart. However, her death was slow enough that at least some of the crew got out. Once again, the Covenant proved it had better small craft, and Sanghili were better pilots than any heretic could hope to be. Whole wings of bombers broke through and unleashed antimatter munitions upon the closest Haddock moments before plasma torpedoes bathed it in fire. A few heartbeats later, the heretic cruiser emerged from the inferno seemingly intact. Its shields were still operational, glowing golden and opaque due to the strain. However, it soon became apparent that they weren't intact. At least a handful of torpedoes must have partially breached the defensive screen because when the shields ceased glowing, direct observation revealed that its forward superstructure was on fire. Unfortunately, the Haddock's weapons were intact, and they never stopped firing. A second battlecruiser fell out of formation, her back broken by a concentrated enemy barrage. 2 heavy frigates died, struck down by the primary and secondary weapons of the false god's ship. Then the enemy was among the fleet just in time to receive multiple plasma torpedoes to the face and become the focal point of hundreds of pulse lasers and plasma cannons. 10 seconds later, the Haddock was a burning wreck drifting out of control. In that time, it had gutted yet another battlecruiser, opening its starboard to space, and damaged a second. Energy projectors recharged, target locked, firing. Righteous retribution rang in the voice of the carrier's weapons officer. The fleet of furious judgment kept living up to its name and unleashed its long-range firepower at the limping enemy cruiser. Its shields blazed, trying to deal with the torrents of energy unleashed upon it, but this time failed, allowing many brilliant lances to slice deep into the heart of the pyramid at its center. Secondary explosions lit up the haddock while the energy spears carved it open, igniting everything they touched. Inform our squadron leaders. I want this ship disabled and ready for boarding. Jakrava narrowed his eyes at the last enemy cruiser, which managed to slip under the energy projector's effective range and kept on coming. That haddock didn't deign to shoot at the righteous retribution either. Instead, it concentrated its firepower on the lighter ships like all other Goa'uld vessels today. An unfortunate heavy destroyer died, lost with all hands. 2 battlecruisers staggered under multiple plasma cannon hits even as they lashed at their killer with everything they had. The false god cruiser emerged from the encounter with weakened shields but otherwise intact. The battlecruisers. One broke apart from secondary explosions, while the second listed with its starboard open to space and half the crew dead. The haddock managed to ravage a third battlecruiser, turning it into little more than slag, before a bomber wing kept in reserve struck it in a pincer maneuver even as the whole fleet concentrated its available firepower upon the false god's ship. The cruiser's shields collapsed. Plasma torpedoes burned through its superstructure, aimed at weapon emplacements, even as pulse lasers cut deep rends into the pyramid itself. Then 15 antimatter warheads found their mark, disabling or vaporizing all remaining heavy weapons. Secondary explosions shook the haddock, leaving it a burning wreck drifting out of control. The last false god ship has been disabled. We're in control of the system, Fleetmaster, an exuberant Sangheli proclaimed. Launch boarding craft. I want prisoners and all intact technology salvaged for cleansing, Jakrava snapped. While the Fleetmaster kept his temper in check, at least outwardly inside he seethed. His fleet outnumbered the enemy 5-1, yet they still lost 5 battlecruisers and 4 heavy destroyers with several other ships damaged. Such an exchange was simply unacceptable. Yet, this was a glorious victory. You all honor the Forerunners with your actions and sacrifices, the priest cried, even happier than the rest of the crew. I will see your names heralded all across high charity for this glorious blow against heresy. At that point, Beno hoped for enemy reserves to arrive and put him out of his misery, because his experience told him one damning fact. The priest wouldn't shut up for a long while. 3 Prologue 2, Crusade Parts 2 and 3. And only minor fixes here in Part 2, except removing the notion of the UNSC and Covenant encountering each other. Instead, it is a moplead that they've hit somewhat advanced human worlds and the Hugarok got the idea of smoke grenades from there, which are being field-tested now. Part 3 is the last part of the original Covenant-centered prologue. Again, we have minor changes, mostly focused on the Goa'uld POV in the second part aimed at world-building. Next, we'll have a few updates with new content when I have time to write them, covering the ground campaign for taking the mining complex the Covenant and Goa'uld just fought over, which will offer opportunities to further flesh out how things have changed. After that, I might write additional new content about an encounter between the Cylons and the Covenant, before overhauling the Colonial's focused last part of the prologue. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not sale or rent. Prologue 2, Crusade. == Part 2 == 5th year, 40th age of conflict phantom assault, transport en route to disabled haddock-class cruiser. Remo Monomi trembled in excitement. This was his moment. Today, he would prove he had what it took to become part of the Special Warfare Group. Today, he was going to silence the whispers of those veterans who deride the Sangheli like him, who were drafted to fill one of the many expanded positions because of the war. Today, Remo was going to pay attention to the angry zealot in charge of their assault unit and do his best not to piss off Telenurava. Yes, that sounded like a great idea and the best way to survive until tomorrow, the young Sangheli warrior decided. The zealot in question towered above the other Sangheli in the Phantom. She paced restlessly in their transport pod, constantly looking at the warriors inside from head to hoof. The zealot checked again and again if their gear was secured correctly. While it was true that she was the only one with actual combat experience in the unit, this little trust in their abilities stung. Not that anyone was dumb enough to say it aloud. "We're about to engage the false gods themselves and their heretical servants," Narava's voice carried clearly in the deadly silent cargo hold. "We're going to cleanse that cruiser from its taint. We will recover the technologies inside so the Huragok can sanctify them." At that declaration, a happy whistle came from the back of the compartment. There, a bag of tentacles and metal floated over the shoulder of one half of a Mgelkalo-bound pair. That was the Huragok in question. It was cheerfully fiddling with the heavy armor of the walking tank. The massive Mgelkalo knelt so they could more easily fit inside. The other part of the pair was in the Spirit's second troop compartment. That way, if enemy fire destroyed one of the cargo holds, the rest of the troops would still have heavy support available. The other Sangheli nodded solemnly, while the small pack of cannon fodder stationed near the forward breaching point cheered and waved their short hands in glee. Damn Ungoi! Why did they have those wastes of space in the unit? Remo would never know. The young commando was surprised to see the zealot walk to the Ungoi, kneel in front of their leader so she could look it in the tiny eyes, and then pat it on the shoulder. "It's going to be all right, little one," the zealot crooned gently to everyone's surprise. "You're a bit short." At that, Remo wasn't sure if she joked or was deadly serious, which made the scene even harder to process. "This means you and your friends here are smaller targets, harder to hit." She nodded in what might have been a reassuring manner. Narava stood up and turned to the side to talk to everyone face to face. "Besides," she patted a pair of cylinders strapped to her waist, "we have a few new toys to test. The Huragok crafted these after observing smoke dispensers used on the ground by more advanced human heretics we sometimes encounter. They should give us an advantage. Even better," the zealot patted the side of her helmet, "our visors should filter the smoke and let us see through it as if it isn't there." Now Remo was sure she was grinning widely under her sealed helmet. A few cheers sounded at her announcement. However, not everyone was thrilled that the Covenant was repurposing technologies and ideas born from heretical minds. Then again, their purpose was to cleanse the galaxy of the taint of heresy. For all Remo knew, doing so meant sanctifying, cleansing, and indeed putting their technology to good use. It wasn't like he was a priest well-versed in doctrine. The Huragok, and more importantly, the prophets and the priests certainly thought so that was that. "On a more serious note, you're all new, inexperienced trainees." The zealot's tone and whole bearing shifted just like that. "The false gods were charged to cleanse from the stars or parasites," she lectured. "They can infest and potentially damn us if our armors are compromised. That's why when this operation is over, we'll all be purified to ensure we are not tainted, and if we are, to save our souls. At the same time, if one of us begins acting strange, or worse, turns their weapons on our fellow Covenant soldiers, you're to take them out on the spot. Even if it is me. Am I clear?" Several loud, sullen grumbles answered the zealot. "I didn't hear you," Narava barked. This time, everyone roared their understanding. "That's better," Narava nodded happily. "We're 1 minute away from the enemy ship. When the breach occurs, I'm throwing the smoke dispensers. Our Ungoi friends will charge under its cover, followed by cloaked commandos and finally the Mgelkalo brothers. Brace for impact," the zealot ordered and followed her advice. Long silent seconds followed. All Remo could hear was the engine's whine and the hiss of the Stumpy's rebreathers. Then the ship shook, and a nearly deafening clang echoed throughout the transport pod. Plasma cutters hissed to life at the business end of the breaching pod. Everyone stared at it for endless moments before a shaped charge explosive ventilated the cut-through hull, providing them with a nice circular entrance. Narava wasted no time and threw 2 cylinders through. A double heartbeat later, they detonated, spraying the corridor beyond in silver smoke. For a moment, Remo wondered if the zealot was wrong. His visor compensated, and instead of thick silver smoke, he saw something resembling a light fog. "Go," Narava barked, and the Ungoi charged, yapping in their language. Meanwhile, the zealot nodded at the Sangheli and activated her cloaking device. The commandos followed suit, and only their encrypted IFF beacons allowed them to know where each of them was to avoid friendly fire. As it turned out, the zealot knew what she was talking about. A few orange balls of plasma flew high above the young Goy. In response, the Stumpies scattered, screaming war cries or in fear. At least they opened fire with plasma pistols and needlers, aiming at the unseen enemy. Screams of pain and the distinct explosions of needler ammunition echoed off the metal walls. "It's our turn," Narava's gleeful voice reverberated throughout the transport capsule, and she charged through the breach, wielding an energy sword and plasma rifle. The other Sanghili ran after her, falling left or right by odd and even numbers, respectively. Behind them, the vast Mgelkalo made their way to the breach, followed by the happily whistling Hugarok. Remo went right and low, searching for targets. He saw a couple of figures smoking on the ground. One wore the melted remains of metal armor, and the other was clad in what might have been leather clothes. It was hard to tell, as most of the aliens were splattered all over the corridor by exploding needler ammunition. For a moment, Remo was confused when he didn't see another breach for the second transport pod of the Phantom, then decided that it had hit either the deck below or above. He had his orders and kept going, following the miner in charge of his group. They passed through several corridors without facing any resistance. They found only the odd broken body thrown against the bulkheads when the ship got disabled. That dull state of affairs soon came to a screaming end. A phalanx of enemies advanced down the corridor around the corner, screaming alien war cries. They all wore that odd metal armor that wouldn't have been out of place on ancient Sanghelios in the ages before the Covenant. In fact, Remo was pretty sure he had seen statues of ancient heroes wearing armor that wasn't that different in design from back in the nearly forgotten days when their ancestors wielded old-fashioned metal weapons. "Take them out!" The miner in charge let out an eager growl and opened fire. He dove for the ground and at the same time grabbed a plasma grenade from his belt and threw it at the enemy. It ignited in midair and landed among the wildly firing aliens. Remo's training finally kicked in. His blood sang in joy. He shot at the heretics, trusting in his cloak and shields to keep him safe. Whatever tech the enemy had in their fish-shaped helmets wasn't particularly useful. He didn't know how they expected to hit anything with those staffs of theirs. To their credit, the heretics could survive a couple of shots before going down. They didn't panic when facing invisible enemies either. That was good because the Sanghili didn't have to chase them all over the ship. A grenade exploded, bathing the enemy in blue plasma, and that was that. "Make sure they're dead," the miner ordered, "and if any of you freezes again, I'll shoot you myself," he roared at them. Remo nodded hastily and followed the new orders. He found only one Jaffa still alive. The damned human was in a bad way. Plasma fire had scorched and warped its armor, yet the alien still lived if its thrashing around was any indication. That was a partially unpleasant way to go, Remo decided, no matter if you were a heretic or not. He put it out of its misery and hurried after the miner. The Covenant unit met another two staff-wielding heretics, making short work of them before they ran into proper resistance. That allowed Remo to pay some attention to the Daker, which was enough for him to decide that so much gold stuck inside a spaceship was not a good thing. The ugly scratches and what might have been pictures sculptured in the gold didn't help matters. This was supposed to be a warship, not, whatever the Goa'uld had turned it into, the vile parasites. They reached another long corridor, running through nothing more interesting than mostly empty storage rooms, before they found what might be real heretic warriors. 4 figures in heavier armor, vaguely similar to what the other aliens wore, marched down the corridor, followed by a much larger alien wearing heavy armor and a cannon, of all things. The cloaked Sanghili opened fire as soon as they saw the enemy. Blue, green, and yellow plasma flew in both directions. The shot struck true more often than not, and the Covenant soldiers found the hard way that the enemy weapons packed a punch when they hit. Cloaking devices overloaded. Shields flared when struck, struggling to deflect powerful blows. The Jaffa staggered under the onslaught, yet refused to go down in a handful of hits. Then there was the big one, who shoved its way forward and leveled its cannon at the Sanghili. 4 commandos focused fire on it while the rest kept firing at the other heretics and finally brought one down. To the Sanghili's unpleasant surprise, a golden shield manifested and intercepted their shots aimed at the bit Jaffa. The alien responded with a large plasma blast, which cut one of the commandos in 2. Heat and cooked warrior pieces impacted nearby Sanghili's shields, nearly overloading them. "Grenades!" the miner snapped as he staggered from 2 hits that depleted his shield. 5 burning blue spheres flew at the enemy, even as the alien cannon spoke again. The miner's charred corpse fell bonelessly on the deck, his head and right shoulder gone. To everyone's surprise, the grenades passed through the golden shield and stuck all over the large warrior. Light and heat slammed into Rameau. He felt himself fly for a double heartbeat, but then his world came to a screeching and painful end. Equals if equals. Part 3. Equals if equals. 5th year, 40th age of conflict-contested Haddock-class cruiser. Oppressive heat made it hard to breathe. Everything hurt and you-whipped. Rameau's eyes cracked open, and he winced at all the warnings blinking on his visor. There was an explosion? What? The Sangheli's mind was slow to recover. He blinked, trying to process the sight of a short, stubby form running around, screaming and waving its single arm. A small, ugly helmet appeared in front of the Sangheli. It was upside down as well. On the bright side, it was painted friendly purple. The helmet barked something, and then a clawed hand appeared and grabbed his shoulder, pulling harder than anything that small had any right to. Agony exploded in Rameau's side, and his mind finally rebooted. He recalled that big alien, the grenades, the explosions. It hurt. Pain-generated hormones raced through his bloodstream, and soon, ancient instincts kicked in. Rameau roared in defiance and staggered to his feet, pushing away the Ungoi. He could see a few commandos milling around, treating Sangheli in a worse state than he was. Then the sound of combat captured his attention, and Rameau looked at the far end of the corridor. He could barely see past the massive form of their Mgelkalo, mostly glimpses over its spiked, orange back. The Zealot was down the corridor, dancing around another one of those huge aliens. This one had its cannon sliced in two, courtesy of the Narava's energy swords. It flailed at her, trying to pin her down, while she lashed at it with her swords, which met a golden shield. On the other hand, every time she tried kicking it, her feet passed through as if the defensive field wasn't there. Tella jumped back and deactivated her swords. She put one on her belt and charged the armored figure. The Jaffa used the respite to take a combat stance of sorts and remove weapons from its belt. He held a curved dagger in one hand and something silver uncoiled like a serpent in the other. The slave warrior shot at Narava something that looked suspiciously like a lighting blast. Electricity-like energy arced over her shield before it managed to deal with the onslaught. She dove under a slash, activated her energy blade, and stabbed it under the armpit of the armored alien, somehow bypassing its shield. The blue energy ate at the armor fast, melting through and letting it fall on the deck like glowing blood. The alien staggered back, trying to push the Zealot away. She surged forward, maintaining her attack. The Jaffa screamed, then gurgled in pain and flailed, slamming its blade into Narava's shoulder with enough strength to bring her to her knees. A moment later, it collapsed in a similar position. The Zealot surged, moving like liquid and seemingly ignoring the blade sticking out of her shoulder. She slammed her energy sword into the alien's wound, then twisted it to cause even more damage. The heretic twitched twice and fell on its face with a loud clang. Their Hugorok chose that moment to appear. It whistled in disapproval before its tentacles lashed at Rameau. He glared at the floating engineer, who blithely ignored him and kept working on his damaged armor. The pain and rage subdued, and suddenly the Sangheli could think clearly again. He shook his head and clicked his mandibles, happy they were intact. "Order, Zealot," Monami weaseled. "We take this prophet's cursed ship and kill everyone who resists," the Zealot growled. She glared at the blade stuck in her shoulder and tore it out, spilling some of her blood in the process. She looked it over, then put it on a magnetic grip on her thigh before going for a pack with medical supplies. It was clear that despite her wound, her right arm was still more or less working. The Hugorok whistled cheerfully and flew away from Rameau, heading towards the wounded Zealot. The young warrior shrugged and approached the other end of the corridor while looking at the casualties. He was the only one in his unit who was still on his feet or could get up in a hurry. Another Sangheli was dead. That one had been too close to a large explosion that had melted large parts of the deck, walls, and ceiling. The rest were alive. However, from what Rameau could see, none of them would be fighting soon. It was a testament to how shaken he was that it took him this long to realize that the commandos tending the wounded weren't part of his unit. Rameau had to grudgingly admit that it wasn't a great showing on his part. The Zealot cursed quietly when the Hugorok began working on her shoulder. Nevertheless, she thanked him before noticing Rameau. "Help carry the wounded back to the Spirit, then get back here." Rameau saluted and ran back to the closest casualty. He decided that fighting the heretics wasn't at all what people proclaimed it to be. Equals if equals. Bridge Lady Hatme hits Haddock mining outpost Hashug, Ra's domain. 6 Haddaks, escorted by 2 Keops each, exited hyperspace 10 light seconds from the attacked outpost. The Goa'uld in charge of the fleet glowered at the holographic display before her command throne. This was yet another incursion by those Covenant upstarts in the realm that Ra, Supreme System Lord, claimed. There was only one price to be paid for such vile transgression. We're detecting 1 disabled Haddak and the wreckage of 2 more, Lady Hathmehit. At this range. Her first prime reported from his position at the control console on the Peltac. Hathmehit's eyes flashed in fury. There would be repercussions for losing the local defense force. Everyone knew by now the Goa'uld had much more powerful ships than the Covenant. However, the enemy could build many monstrous vessels that were multiple kilometers long and utterly massive, making up for their primitive technologies with brute strength. There was something to be admired in such an approach, the Goa'uld had to grudgingly admit. However, she wasn't feeling so charitable. Each lost ship meant that Lord Ra's position as the Supreme System Lord weakened, for it wasn't like the enemy could strike at all Goa'uld across the galaxy in equal measure. Some, like Ra, had their domains exposed and served as the front since the war began. Others were seemingly beyond reach, able to conserve their strength and plot. The consequences would be even worse if Hathmehit couldn't reclaim and keep the valuable Naquadah mine on the nearby planet. She was responsible for defending this part of Ra's domain, and only victory could preserve her station and mitigate any coming punishment. That Hathmehit didn't have the ships to heavily defend all the worlds she was responsible for was of little consequence. After all, if she wasn't up to the task, an ambitious underling or a rival would be happy to take her place. There are 31 enemy vessels in range, my lady. At least 2 appear damaged. Her prime's words redirected the Goa'uld's ire and concern. Plot hyperspace course, put his right in between them, Hathmehit decided. She had seen what the enemy, these bestial Covenant, could do at long range. That wasn't a game she was prepared to play. Hathmehit narrowed her eyes at the large ship in the heart of the enemy formation. If she could take it and upgrade it, it would make not only for a nice prize or perhaps a gift to Lord Ra. It might wash away the failure of losing the defense force she stationed above the mines on the surface. Hathmehit ignored her prime's confirmation that he was following her orders and continued to issue decrees. We'll launch Death Gliders and Ulkesh as soon as we leave hyperspace. Get my Jaffa ready to take that ship. She pointed imperiously at the large purple vessel that had to be the enemy flagship. It would be even better if she could get their commander as well, either alive or in good enough condition to restore him in a sarcophagus. The Goa'uld was busy plotting her next move after her inevitable victory when 3 hyperspace windows opened in front of her fleet. Her ships briefly jumped into hyperspace, only to return to real space almost as soon as they left it. Fire, Hathmehit gleefully decreed, and for one glorious moment the Goa'uld tasted victory. Covenant ships burned, even though they lashed back with their weak plasma torpedoes. Lasers struck Goa'uld shields to no notable effect, even if the light show during impact was pretty enough. Enemy plasma cannons followed suit, lashing out with concentrated beams of fiery death splashed harmlessly over shields. Hathmehit basked in a sense of superiority and glory, enjoying her enemy's despair. Once again, all was right in the galaxy. At that point, everything went terribly wrong. 6 lances of pure energy shot from a point above the planet before Hathmehit's ship. They touched one of her Haddaks. Its shields held for a few nerve-wracking heartbeats before the energy spears went through to pierce the central pyramid. Even though the Haddak did its best to evade, the attack continued, keeping the beams on target until they cut it to pieces. A moment later, the cruiser exploded, taking out a nearby Covenant escort. Hathmehit stared at the tactical plot, uncomprehending. She opened her mouth to demand an explanation when the impossible happened. Like a mirage on a scorching day, it shimmered into being. Its form was tremendous, yet the shape and color allowed no mistake. It was Covenant, and it was orders of magnitude larger than anything the Goa'uld had ever encountered to date. That Hathmehit knew of anyway. As if a curtain had been pulled away, many smaller shapes appeared from the shadow of that immense beast. In comparison, the Covenant cruisers escorting the behemoth seemed tiny, like gnats flying around a monster. Hathmehit's mind struggled to comprehend what she saw when the revealed enemy armada opened fire. "Orders, my lady," her first prime shouted, obviously disturbed by what they just beheld. Hathmehit opened and closed her mouth, ready to berate the Jaffa, yet no sound came out. Her host's insane laughter and disbelief paralyze her for endless seconds, robbing her of her voice. A tidal wave of energy spears washed over the Goa'uld fleet, some of which did not bother to avoid friendly fire. She was a goddess. She couldn't die this way. Hatmehit railed in a fury at the thought of dying here like an ordinary Jaffa, or worse, a human slave. "Get us out of here!" Her voice finally broke free, and she screeched her last order. Dozens of energy lances slammed into Hatmehit's flagship. The Hatak's shield failed almost immediately. Then there was only light, and fire. For Prologue 2, Crusade Parts 4 and 5. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not sale or rent. Prologue 2, Crusade. If equals. P Art 4. If equals. Mining outpost Hashug. Ra's domain. Heavy mists descended from the nearby mountains, like they did every morning in this place, turning everything ghostly white. Only Lord Ra's magics kept Cole warm and comfortable, allowing him to see beyond an arm's length before his nose. The young Jaffa couldn't help but marvel at everything in this world whenever he left the barracks. He grew into a desert village, and everything here was new, if strange, but in a good way. "Jaffa Cree," the prime in charge of Cole's group barked, ensuring they all paid attention to what he was about to order. "We are escorting this morning's shipment to the Chapai. When we return, we will work on the fortifications until noon. After food and short rest, we will be patrolling the forests downslope from the mines." Cole was giddy at those orders and could barely contain his excitement. The prime didn't like too much exuberance, and the young Jaffa wasn't keen on getting another punishment detail. Those were tough and worse, boring. Cole marched smartly with his brothers, eagerly watching the mists clear before Lord Ra's magics imbued into his helmet. They soon reached the mines, and the sight always stole the youth's breath away. Massive metal beasts rose from the ground, pumping its lifeblood away for Lord Ra to use in crafting even more incredible magic. Towers of metal breathed away steam and pulsed with the bounty they extracted, forging it into neat ingots that would make the best mortal smiths green with envy. Dozens of enchanted metal sleds floated nearby, waiting patiently for the beasts to load them with a heavy bounty of ingots of various colors. A minor god stood beside them, taking stock of the tribute this place created day and night to gift their Lord Ra. Cole watched with reverence various sacred rituals and blessings needed to make the magic work as intended, until loaded sleds began moving towards the Chapai like obedient puppies. "Jaffa, fall in," the prime ordered. Cole and 50 of his brothers spread out, taking positions around the forming magic caravan. He kept looking around, absorbing everything he could about the magic surrounding him. This was a childhood dream come true, even better than his grandfather's incredible stories. Cole thought that was impossible until recently and was very happily surprised. The Jaffa marched proudly as honor guards to the magical caravan, leaving the mining site and all the metal beasts to work in peace. They passed by barracks and storage buildings and soon reached the defensive positions protecting the place. If anything in this world made Cole uneasy, this was it. Little in grandfather's stories, those of others, and even his training as a proud Jaffa warrior told him of such things. Many of Cole's less fortunate brothers were busy digging holes in the ground or building earthen defenses around large staff weapons. Jaffa were meant to honorably meet the enemy in an open battle and smite it down, not hide like feeble old men and women. At the same time, something was awe-inspiring in the roll of silver towers marking the edge of the mine, caped with Jaffa-manned enchanted weapons. Their very existence made it clear how important this place and the metal beasts working for Lord Ra were. Soon they marched out of sight of the defenses, walking down a well-trodden path. Forest critters chirped quietly, subdued and disturbed by their passage. At this point, despite the fog, Cole enjoyed all the greenery, the likes of which simply didn't exist back home. After being stationed here, one of his new dreams was to eventually build a family and retire as a glorious champion of Ra in a lush place like this one. If Cole didn't see a desert again, he would be happy Jaffa, though he would like to visit home occasionally. Did that make sense? As they approached the Chapai, Cole noted that the critters' songs and chitters died out. Was someone coming through that disturbed them more than usual? A beam of light speared through the mists, leaving a smoking channel. It struck the Prime in the chest before anyone could comprehend what was happening. Ghosts from grandfather's stories moved through the mists and opened fire with blue plasma pulses. "Show yourselves," Cole roared a challenge, scared and angered by the dishonorable attack. He felt a stab of shame at his fear, too. The Jaffa began shooting at the ghosts, more often missing by a wide breadth. Those things were moving quickly, and even Lord Ra's magic couldn't make them visible in the fog. If it wasn't for the white blanket over everything, Cole wasn't sure he could have seen any ghosts attacking them. As it was, they were like the haze in the desert at high noon. The Jaffa fell one after another. Their divine armor was overcome by treacherous attacks. "Run to the Chapai, bring more warriors!" Someone's desperate shout turned into a pained scream. Now that he had a direction, Cole ran while still shooting at real and imagined ghosts. A beam burned through the mists, barely missing his head. Its passage was so close that it heated Cole's armor like it had been baking in the desert sun for a long time. The Jaffa cursed all the honorless demon spawns attacking them and ran faster. The mist before Cole shifted and ignited in blue fire. He wasn't a small Jaffa, but the monster in front of him was larger, taller, and damn ugly. Cole did as trained and swung his staff to bash the enemy off their feet. A glowing magic sword descended, cutting through the Jaffa weapon with ease. It slashed into Cole's chest like a warhammer, burning through his armor and bringing him to his knees. A kick shoved the air out of the youth's lungs and sent him sprawling to his back. Cole saw the mists above them clearing up, revealing countless falling stars. Something vast beyond imagining was in the sky above them. The massive form of the demon appeared over Cole, and the last thing he saw was the magic sword falling on his face, like the judgment of Lord Ra himself. == Bridge Sublime Transcendence, Covenant Super Carrier Flagship of the Fleet of Divine Retribution, high orbit above mining outpost hash. Cargo secure, awaiting pickup, a Sanghili Spec Ops commander reported. Charges set, detonating. Commencing assault on outer defenses. Securing mining equipment, one high-ranked prisoner ready for retrieval. A flood of reports came at the Sanghili at many of the consoles on the bridge. They rapidly transmitted the relevant ones to Shipmaster Jar Wattenry or the Imperial Admiral beside him. Our landing craft are hitting the atmosphere now. Seraph squadrons are providing air cover and ready to offer ground support. Explosions racked the heretic camps on the planet below them, visible in perfect clarity due to the countless sensors looking that way. Barracks and armories went up in bright explosions. Mines detonated near or even in the heart of trenches and heavy weapon emplacements. Fuel rods slammed into weapon and sensor towers, bringing them down in showers of fiery debris. The surprise on the ground was complete, and the Special Operations Sanghili took full advantage of it to crush the enemy's resistance before the Jaffa knew what hit them. Meanwhile, in space, the Fleet of Divine Retribution was in full sight, deploying to cover the mining site below as well as it could in case of further enemy reinforcements. Years of war taught the Covenant many painful lessons any warrior worth their rank took into their hearts. Allowing a Goa'uld ship to enter orbit in range of their ground forces would ensure one more bloody massacre claiming countless valiant warriors. Today, that was to be avoided at all costs. The so-called Naquata, this wondrous material that was the heart of the Goa'uld technology, was exceedingly rare. In Covenant space, they could only find trace amounts for Hugorok and craftsmen of all stripes to toy with. They needed much more to properly figure out how to utilize it in the war effort, much less to equipment in useful quantities. Today's operation was meant to change this in part. Ideally, the Covenant wanted to hold this world until they could extract every bit of Naquata. Barring that, they would pillage everything of value in the enemy's operation, and mine as much as possible before a potential counterattack drove them out. That was why the hierarchs finally authorized the offensive deployment of super carriers. Zaitan had the privilege of participating in arguably the most crucial ongoing operation. He had spent the past few years studying the enemy's tactics and capabilities in preparation for finally facing them in combat. The Goa'uld ships didn't disappoint. They were as tough, fast, and deadly as all reports and countless losses indicated. The conduct of the Parasite's commander, on the other hand, left much to be desired. Then again, by all accounts, those things tended to be arrogant and insane. Nothing else could explain their claim to godhood, and all the assorted madness the Covenant uncovered every time they stumbled upon an enemy world. A new report reached Zaitan's console. He glanced at it, quickly absorbing its contents. Imperial Admiral, we have a status update on the fleet of Furious Retribution. All surviving ships save for their assault carrier need extensive repairs, only possible in a proper dock or the unyielding Hierophant, Zayton dutifully reported. Fleetmaster Beno Jakrava's fleet has been practically destroyed then. It was a worthy sacrifice to destroy 9 Goa'uld Haddock and 15 Keops. I'll speak with the Fleetmaster himself. Account for adding his ship to our fleet for now in your plans, Shipmaster. The Imperial Admiral gestured, and a communications channel opened, complete with a new hologram popping up near his head. Wattenry ignored the brief conversation between the Fleetmasters, focusing on his own tasks. The ground assault went off without surprise. The landing craft were about to touch down, and by now, no trace of organized resistance was left. The special operations teams were going to hunt down the surviving Jaffa and other slaves before additional forces could deploy and begin establishing proper defenses. Salvage crews would soon be swarming everywhere, securing critical material. If equals. P-Art 5. If equals. Command Center. Base Star 98. Exploring beyond Cylon space. A number 8 model Cylon led a fact-finding expedition outside of Cylon space. Lately, she was getting the nagging suspicion that the other models, and many of her own, had conned her into taking the job, along with her sisters going stir-crazy back home. To be honest, Cylon space could get rather dull. There was only so much you could take from your sisters being everywhere when you were more or less the same person. Being around the other models often grew stale and boring fast, if not oppressive. The less said about many ones, the better. And the twos, with their obsession with God, were something to behold from a safe distance on most days. Sadly, the truth of space was that it was mostly empty and very boring. There were only so many asteroid fields you could see before you've seen them all. Most were spread out over vast distances with odd, valuable asteroids here and there. Only groups, often drawn together by a vast asteroid, were somewhat interesting to observe. The rest were just a bunch of rocks you could find on any planet. Hell, the rocks on a planet usually were prettier, too. Scratch that, 8 was sure she and her sisters got conned into accepting this assignment. They were spread thin to cover a big area, so she didn't have most of them to talk about until they all occasionally gathered at predetermined meeting points to compare notes. Only 3 other 8s were on board, and 8 was sick of their presence. They were sick of being around each other, so everyone was in their own corner of the ship, clawing at the walls, gazing at their navel, or even trying to speak with the Centurions, hoping they might talk back. The hybrid was no help. Everyone was so done with her nonsense that they drew lots to leave the loser in command. 8 lost 4 times in a row now, and something was wrong with that. Her luck couldn't be that bad. Well, she agreed to come out here, looking for what might be more alien ruins. That should have been fun and exciting. What am I even doing here? 8 mumbled to herself. Unsurprisingly, there was no one but the hybrid to hear her, and the poor ship wasn't paying attention. At least the hybrid was reasonably happy if her babbling was anything to go by. Optimizing fuel flow, Heavy Raider 10,199B needs maintenance. Logging it in, the stars sing pretty songs. Well, there was that. Watching solar radiation and the songs of the stars through the ship's sensors was a good way to lull yourself to sleep. It was surprisingly relaxing, yet did nothing to chase away boredom. How could you stand it just sitting there doing nothing day in, day out? 8 reached the end of her rope and snapped at the Centurions stationed near the command center. She glared through the open door to see 2 placidly moving red eyes that told her nothing. Predictably, the machines failed to answer constructively. Raider 10,191B returns. The prodigal children will be judged for the sins of their fathers. What was that? 8 perked up at the odd non sequitur from the hybrid. Those were frequent enough, though she was desperate for any distraction now. A message from the just-returned Heavy Raider reached its mothership, and 8 froze, trying to process it. It had found a strange ship near one of the gas giants in the system. 8's squee was fit to awaken the dead and drive Centurions to murder just to make the noise go away. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the Centurions were currently unable to perform higher brain functions and had to merely endure. The same was true about the poor raiders in their bays or patrolling around the ship. The other 8s should have been pleased by the distraction. However, they didn't look it when they furiously burst into the command center, demanding answers. "What's up with you, sister?" an 8 demanded. I was chatting up that nice Centurion in the loading bay. He was about to answer, I'm sure of it. The other 8 snapped. Aliens? 8 ignored her sister's demands and shoved data in their heads. It wasn't 8's fault that they were too pissed off or careless to check up for anything new in the network. Recall all raiders. We are going to say hi. We can talk with someone who isn't us. Isn't it great? 8 exclaimed and began bouncing off the deck and wall in glee while her sisters stared gobsmacked at the data brought by the raider. Equals if equals. Bridge missionary ship star Raider Uncharted System. Chara Ren munched on dried fish while waiting for a spread of probes to scan the deeper layers of a nearby gas giant. Her exploration ship was well beyond the fringe of Covenant space, looking for novel exotic resources, troves of regular minerals and gases, or even better, relics for the great rewards offered by the prophets. In a pinch, she would take the reward for finding a primitive human world for the military to deal with. What Chara Ren didn't want to encounter was those infernal Goa'uld. The crazy parasites were harmful to business, and there was no greater transgression in a Kigyar's dictionary. The shipmistress Dainty picked her teeth with a carefully sharpened and intricately carved claw, wondering if this system would be a bust like the last 4 she explored, when a ping startled everyone on the bridge. An unknown contact just appeared on the sensors. Chara Ren's sensor operator squeaked, startled by the sudden disturbance. Unknown configuration. It didn't arrive through slipspace or hyperspace. Stealth. Are we being targeted or hailed? Chara Ren demanded. Shields at full power, warm up weapons, kick our pilots out of their ready room and get them in their seraphs. I think it is scanning us. That thing is odd and emitting odder energy pulses at us. Low power, they aren't a direct threat. Energy spike. It's gone. Lig's confusion was evident in his voice. Helm, get us up to speed. I want us ready to spin up the slipspace drive at the first sign of Goa'uld, Chara Ren hissed irately. Was she looking at opportunity for trade and profit or ruin here? This wasn't the kind of pleasant surprise she had been hoping for. Long minutes passed with no trace of that small ship. If it silently snooped around, its stealth was better than Star Raider's sensors. That prospect didn't make Chara Ren a happy Kigyar. Energy spike much larger. Contact, Lig exclaimed. We've got a large, bizarre ship just floating nearby. It partially matches that thing we detected before. A hollow image of a large metal star, designed by someone with no sense of how ships should work, formed before Chara Ren. We are getting a similar reading as before, though much more powerful. I am reasonably sure we're being scanned. We are doing the same, aren't we? The shipmistress demanded. We are, Chara. Lig rapidly nodded, bobbling his long spiked hair. That thing, it appears to be biomechanical. Chara Ren wasn't sure if he was informing her or asking. Such things weren't unheard of. The engineers were a prime example, and the insects loved them on a small scale, but fighters, much less whole ships. This was certainly new. Chara Ren's profit instincts came back with a vengeance. Hail them, send first contact package, Chara Ren ordered. If they're human despite the obvious, Lig asked. Nothing forbids us from trading with them for all we can buy before making more profit by selling them out to the Covenant. It's hiding making contact with humans, or just finding them and failing to report it, that can be bad for business in the long run. We are receiving a transmission, radio only, downloading it in isolated system, Chara Ren's operations officer reported smartly. She knew getting the youngster on board had been a good investment, and he kept proving it. He was worth all she had to pay his matriarchs to get him on board. That thing has no armor to speak of, no shields we can detect. However, it packs many missile launchers and has spots to dock at least 200 more small craft we can detect. There are possible internal bays in these sections at the base of the crossed spines. Lig narrated what his sensor sweeps revealed. A carrier then, this isn't a frontline ship. Anything made to fight directly would gut it like a fish, Chara Ren decided. Those are a lot of fighters and bombers this thing can carry. I don't like that we aren't seeing more, Lig warned. That's why we have shields and pulse lasers, Chara Ren reassured her crew. Weapons, if there is trouble, make sure you hit them fast and hard. Despite all the initial excitement, Chara Ren could only wait for the computer to finish its work and figure out how to talk with these people. The shipmistress ran a mental inventory of everything she could sell to the strangers to distract herself. If they had anything, she was willing to take off their hands, tentacles, or whatever they used to manipulate things. 5. Prologue 3. Ignorance is bliss parts. And minor changes to clarify that the colonial military still uses gearheads. And only a clean-up for the second part. No content changes there from the original. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Prologue Part 3, Ignorance is Bliss. Equals if equals. Part 1, equals if equals. 0502, 1348 Commander's Quarters, Battlestar Galactica, Picon, Anchorage. Returning to the old girl after all these years, as her commander no less, was a bittersweet experience for William Adama. If Bill was a more spiritual man, he would swear that ghosts were stalking Galactica's corridors. More than a few times on his way to his new quarters, the commander was all but certain he would hear one of his own squadron mates, the barking of a familiar chief, or even see the stalking past. At least he no longer had to worry about the CAG being on everyone's case, or their insomniac of an XO hunting for anything, even a tiny bit out of order. Soon enough, Saul would be busy prowling all over the decks, so the XO situation would be similar. Perhaps helping Bill set the old girl in order might even distract his old friend from Ellen's latest stunt. Adama grimaced at that thought and shook his head. Some things shouldn't be seen, and worse, couldn't be unseen. William gave the empty quarters one more look, glanced at his neatly arranged luggage at the corner near the door, and decided that unpacking the few personal possessions and his uniforms could wait for later. He promptly turned around and walked down familiar corridors, determined to refamiliarize himself with the old girl. Galactica still had engineering crews on board, putting down the finishing touches of what was almost certainly her last refit. She was one of the last still active Jupiter II battle stars, and she was showing her age. Her sister ships were either destroyed during the war or retired in its aftermath due to damages suffered and being replaced with newer, not necessarily better, vessels. Adama passed an open bulkhead with parts and instruments spread all around them every few minutes. He could usually see the legs or rear end of an engineer or two stuck inside open servicing spaces. Most of them were on loan from Picon's shipyards, while most of Galactica's crew was either on shore leave or have yet to arrive in case of freshly assigned personnel. Those who were on board were quite busy. The handful of officers present, including the weapons officer who was the acting co until Adama's arrival, had to carry multiple hats. They had to oversee the refits, deal with more than enough paperwork to keep a command staff busy, and ensure the Battlestar got properly provisioned for her shakedown cruise. This included taking in the new Mark VI Vipers and replacing the aging Fives. At least a squadron of new Raptors, along with their pilots and maintenance crews, should be arriving over the next couple of days. Adama was sure that was the extent of his to-do list for the foreseeable future as well, or at least he was until a scowling Saul marched his way carrying a couple of folders. Now, Saul's scowling was his typical state, so there was no surprise there. The XO stalked towards Bill with a purpose and paperwork that was ever ominous. "Bill, did you see this?" Tig waved the top folder in front of the commander's face. Adama had to concede he was getting damn old because he could only get a glimpse of the words typed on the folder's cover. It wasn't enough for him to recognize what would cause him a headache. "Possibly you look a right state old friend." Hopefully, not because Ellen has pulled yet another stunt. The last one was bad enough. Frankly, it was a miracle Saul was sober right now. Under the circumstances, Bill wouldn't blame him too much if he had been getting drunk in an out-of-the-way compartment. "Here, see," the colonel grumbled. "Gearheads here," Adama exclaimed. "Yes, those bastards," Saul snapped, baring his teeth as if to put them on display. "I still have 3 ceramic teeth as souvenirs from the last time those goons were around." "I know," Adama nodded, his mind spinning at the implications. He had seen that particular mess and had to drag Saul to the medics, and then he suffered his grumbling on the way to a proper dentist. "You know, almost everyone wanted their heads after the army had the brilliant idea to use them to control protests," Tig continued venting. That much Bill could recall clearly. The exoskeletons used by some elite formations in the war and many engineering units became controversial, to say the least. Due to misusing such formations against protesters, they were now political poison. The exoskeletons were also a rallying point for every anti-technology group that arose after the war. That the army somehow kept freaking it up in a most spectacular fashion in front of cameras didn't help matters. Still, that didn't change the fact that the combat and engineering exoskeletons were damn useful. The same was true about their operators, the so-called gearheads, even if those frackheads had a chip on their shoulder the size of a battle star. Every few years, someone tried to bring exoskeletons back for civilian use. Usually, the odd construction company has rumored links with the military. And every single time politics interfered, protests formed, though admittedly smaller and smaller as the years passed, and the idea got shelved. The military kept using them, though it did its best to keep them out of sight and out of mind, with mixed results. That's the first time I'm hearing about gearheads being stationed on a battle star since the original Marine units got disbanded, Adama eventually said. At the same time, Saul kept venting and cursing like a mimetic naval chief. "I don't want anything to do with those bastards, Bill," Tig protested. He was outright whining now. "Orders are orders," Adama said in his best placating voice. He had a lot of practice, especially when Saul and his marriage troubles were involved. "Do you think we got saddled with them because of Ellen?" Tig finally stopped cursing. Instead, he scowled murderously, making a couple of crew members all but run the other way when they saw his expression. "I'm sure it's not because of her," Bill cringed at the idea. While Ellen's exploits all but guaranteed Saul would never become a commander, being this spiteful was a bit much even for the brass, surely. Then again, Ellen did sleep with half the flag officers in the Navy, or so the rumor mill claimed, not to mention her latest stunt this new year. "You were on that God's forsaken celebration just like I was, Bill," Saul hissed in vexation. Adama numbly nodded and turned his attention to the folder in his hands. The gearheads were supposed to begin arriving in an hour or so. Anything not to think about that freight disaster. "Let's go meet them and make sure there are no goons. We have to space or something." Bill wisely changed the topic away from Ellen Tig and her infamous stunts. "I really could use a drink or 10, Saul grumbled and walked beside Adama, glowering at anyone who crossed their path. Eventually, they ended up in the starboard pod. The hangar was currently mostly empty. A handful of Raptors were on display, surrounded by several deck crew, busy running maintenance or inventory on crates with spare parts. "Commander on deck," a nearby NCO barked. "At ease, Chief," Adama returned the man's salute. "I understand we'll be having some unusual guests soon." "Chief Zavala, sir," the middle-aged NCO introduced himself. Yes, gearheads of all things. Surprisingly enough, his eyes shone with excitement at the mention of them. "Can we get them to help with loading supplies? We will be loading metric tons of spare parts and ammunition over the next week or so." "You don't have the usual qualm about them?" Saul leveled his best glower at the chief, who happily shook his head in the negative. "Whoever has a problem with them could haul spare parts for us, sirs. I would love to have some exoskeletons to help us with the workload. Besides, I'm from Toron, sir," the chief said as if his accent wasn't a giveaway enough. "I'm perfectly aware it's not the gear that busts skulls, it's the fraking bastards using it." "Ah, yes. How could anyone forget the infamous Toron secret police from before the war? It came as no surprise that those goons trained some of the most brutal and murderous Cylons to do their dirty work right before the uprisings, and countless people died screaming because of that bloody insanity." "I'll see what I can do about it, Chief. Carry on," Adama promised. "Sirs," Zavala saluted and went back to running inventory. "Kids these days," Saul shook his head in exasperation. Equals if equals. Part 2. Equals if equals. 0502-1348 Admiral Negala's office, Picon Naval HQ, Picon. After months of quiet inquires, finger-pointing, and enough backstabbing to make the quorum proud, the Navy had new leadership. Fleet Admiral Theseus Luca retired, not quite in disgrace. Nearly a quarter of the Navy's flag officers would find their careers stalled or outright derailed into dead ends, if for no other reason than to make it painfully obvious that the backstabbing spree that happened must never repeat itself. It might have been even worth it if it hadn't been for the political price to be paid. The president wasn't going to run for a second term, which opened a can of worms considering the political situation in the colonies at large. Too many younger people no longer saw a reason to pay for a navy large enough to properly protect them if the Cylons ever came screaming over the border. The recent reconnaissance debacle ensured that the Navy lacked credible evidence to the contrary. Fleet Admiral Anastasia Negala was the one who ended up having to clean up the resulting mess and attempt to salvage the Navy's future. With her paperwork somehow done for the time being, she could finally tactically retreat from her desk and collapse on the guest couch in her office. She stared dully at a colorful map of the 12 colonies and quietly cursed her predecessor. She kept finding new reasons to do so, which meant new headaches and problems that needed solving. Anastasia hoped that everyone else entangled in that mess would be damned to Tartarus for eternity. They left her holding the bag. Barring a direct divine intervention, in the years to come, she would have to find a way to keep the colonies safe with an ever-shrinking military budget at a time when parts of the Navy were a real boondoggle she wouldn't take out against a bunch of pirates, much less the Cylons. To make her position even better, the way Negala got her job, over the burned careers of many admirals would taint her in the eyes of many of her peers, making her job harder. It didn't help that some of those peers were clamoring for a preemptive strike against the Cylons before the Toasters could attack, because of that damned recon mission. Negala rubbed her forehead, muttered a curse, and got up. Now that she briefly wouldn't have to deal with the political part of her job, it was time to get a comprehensive look at the Navy and everything it was currently dealing with. Anastasia made her way back to the damned desk she felt she was chained to and sat in Admiral Luca's chair, now her own, and scowled at the office as if its very existence was particularly offensive. "Gina, send them in as soon as they arrive," Anastasia called her predecessor's aide, whom she also inherited. After that, Negala put on her #1 smile, the bright and welcoming one reserved for competent Navy personnel. No matter how she felt, Anastasia kept smile #2 locked down. That one was only for meeting politicians she would rather throw out of an airlock or shoot out of hand. It was time to be a chipper professional admiral again. That was hard when she thought about all the paperwork undoubtedly spawning just for her, thanks to the Navy High Command tearing itself apart over the last few months. In hindsight, it was a very good thing that the Cylons didn't jump over the border during the past few months, even if the whole Navy was at high alert awaiting just that kind of eventuality, without saying so to anyone below flag rank or being directly involved in the debacle that sparked the firestorm that followed. That by itself burned some of the Navy's precious political capital when it needed it most. The first to arrive was Captain Felix Mayo. He had been Negala's adjutant for the past 6 months. If at all possible, the young Caprican officer had been even busier than she was. He arrived carrying stacks of folders and encrypted data drives in preparation for the long briefing they were about to suffer through. Admiral Peter Corman marched in next. Anastasia would never know how he managed to survive the debacle more or less unscratched. Perhaps it was because he was on record stating that the reconnaissance mission in Cylon space at this time was a less than stellar idea. That and knowing where most bodies were buried because, as far as the Navy was concerned, he was the spook who disposed of said bodies. Corman had been working for naval intelligence for decades before he took the agency's reins a few years ago. Admiral Demeter walked in behind him, looking uncomfortable in his brand-new admiral uniform. His commissioning papers and approval by the quorum were still hot from the printers. Demeter was a bit young for his rank. However, his record was exemplary, and most importantly, he wasn't tainted by the recent debacle. "Gentlemen, take a seat. We have a lot to discuss," Anastasia invited her guests. Captain Mayo hurried to her desk to put down his load, and after she nodded at him, she went to plug in one of the data drives he carried. "First things first, anything critical I need to know?" Negala pointedly looked at Corman. "Critical? No. Need to know? Certainly," he stated in his usual gruff and direct manner, which often caused people to underestimate him. "Admiral Demeter, if there is such information, ma'am, I haven't been briefed on it either." "Security situation on the Cylon border first, then," Negala decided. "I hope there are no nasty surprises there. We have not recorded any breaches on the border. However, long-range monitoring stations detected several sensor ghosts at extreme range. It might be the Cylons or it could be an equipment glitch. Those are brand new after all, and our engineers are still calibrating their sensitivity," Mayo began. "As you know, the Navy has increased patrol routines on our side of the border for the past 3 months. The captain was curious, while he and many others speculated on the reason the secret so far held. That might account for a divine intervention and all the luck the Navy had left after they apparently avoided a war. The most popular rumor was that the Navy was saber-rattling to maintain its too generous budget, a budget they wouldn't be maintaining, unfortunately. Anastasia kept her smile despite how she felt screaming inside and nodded to Mayo to continue. With an increased proportion of the fleet concentrated near the Cylon border, piracy is flaring up on the fringes of our space. Several freighters went missing over the past few weeks, and we've lost contact with one mining outpost. Beta Hephaestus went dark early this morning. We received an official request from Aquaria to check on them. Commander Picos from BSG-31 dispatched a cruiser to investigate an hour ago. We should receive a report soon. Otherwise, the security situation is nominal. As far as the Navy is officially concerned anyway, Corman pipped up. And now you're about to tell us that it's not all sunshine and roses, aren't you, Peter? Anastasia gave him a deadpan look. You know better than that, Fleet Admiral. We've got increased terrorist activity on Sagataran. That Zerk fellow is again taking credit, though as far as colonial intelligence is concerned, he hasn't done even half the things he claims. My sources tend to agree. It is virtually guaranteed that we're having even more trouble bubbling under the surface. However, there are no credible threats concerning the Navy at this time. Corman frowned. You wouldn't be talking about it if that was the case. Out with it. Anastasia loathed Corman's habitual dancing around the point. You had to use a crowbar to get anything useful out of him on the best of days. I've heard rumors about monotheists causing trouble on Sagataran and Geminin. Not the usual one god bullshit. Instead, a bunch of people are preaching about a goddess this time and causing a ruckus. Our colleagues in colonial intelligence dismiss them as lies, misinformation, or misunderstanding. You don't agree. Negala already could feel a headache building behind her eyes. No, however, I don't have anything solid to give you right now. Nevertheless, I would like to retain at least a few units with strong marine contingents on high alert just in case. Corman finally said what he wanted. I'll see what I can do about it. What's next? Regrettably, experience had taught Anastasia that dismissing Corman's concerns was never a good idea. Say what you will about the man, but he had a knack for finding and anticipating trouble. Now, it was a safe bet that Negala would need to keep a few troopships with Marines ready for deployment at hand. The pirates your aide mentioned. There is indeed a surge of genuine piracy. However, at least one mercenary unit uses that as cover to hit Colonial shipping's competition. Corman looked particularly smug at this proclamation. This freaking insanity again, Demeter exclaimed. No one has been stupid enough to pull such a stunt in nearly 2 decades, Anastasia agreed. Are you certain? Nowadays, corporations know better than to use surplus military vessels and armed merchants to shoot at each other to directly deal with the competition. Nothing we could prove one way or another in a court of law, no. However, I have one of my people in the pirate crew, Corman air-quoted. I recommend we pick them up the next time they're up to no good and use them to make an example of colonial shipping. Of course, nothing could ever be simple. This had political complications written all over. I'll figure something out, Anastasia promised. She had an idea of whose lap to drop with this particular problem. Now, the reason you're here, Admiral Demeter, you'll be taking command of the Scorpion shipyards next week. The post is responsible for overseeing nearly 2/3 of the fleet overhaul and port maintenance program. In the coming years, we'll have to do our jobs with fewer resources. I will need a comprehensive plan for fleet upgrades to make our vessels as capable as humanly possible. 6. Prologue 3. Ignorance is Bliss Parts 3 and 4. Just an overhaul again. There should be no major content changes until I finish with the last of the original content, which should be contained in the next update on this site. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Prologue Part 3, Ignorance is Bliss. If equals. Part 3. If 0502-1348 Colonial Cruiser, Poseidon Beta Hephaestus Mining Outpost. The Berserker cruisers were ancient, older than the first Cylon War. Various upgrades and retrofit programs always kept a few of them around. These days, they have little in common with their original predecessors. About 30 years ago, a radical redesign proposal passed procurement. That resulted in not quite an aborted attempt to make a modular ship design inspired by the first Berserkers, the Navy's workhouse warship. The Poseidon was the proud legacy of that program. Everything between its armored nose and the drive section was divided into neat, easily swapped modules that were supposed to meet any mission the Navy might envision. Unfortunately, that concept never got sufficient funding to solve all the problems that cropped up when implemented. First, despite their versatility and low costs, even the MKII variant of the Berserker class was decidedly less capable in any mission role than a dedicated ship built for it. Second, the modular nature of the reimagined cruisers meant that their armor belts were weaker than those of purpose-built vessels that weren't modular in construction, making them easier to destroy. Then there was the fact that the Battlestars were the successful hybrid design, as far as the Navy was concerned, and they were expensive. The Navy never could get as many Battlestars of any type as it wanted operational at any one time. That should have been an opportunity for smaller, specialized ships to shine, bulking up the Navy's numbers and maintaining operational tempo, all at an affordable cost. Instead, the focus and bulk of the funding went into procuring existing and new Battlestar designs, leaving less and less of the budget for creating, testing, and building smaller ships. Thus, the Berserkers remained second-line support ships. They all retained the notable benefit that they could be turned into rather sturdy logistics vessels, which could barely keep up with a modern battle group. Not all of them turned into glorified cargo barges. Their cheap and modular nature ensured many of them remained in frontline service long after the Navy no longer placed orders for new units of the class. The Poseidon, for example, was currently configured as a troop transport. She was meant to offer her battle group additional warm bodies if they had to deal with disaster relief or anti-piracy operations, which sometimes required boarding and searching a large number of vessels or a few massive ones for all kinds of illicit goods. Being the commanding officer of a Berserker wasn't glamorous, even when you were lucky enough to avoid hauling around supplies. Captain Timothy Winston still loved the Poseidon. She was his first independent command, and he was determined to make the most of it. They spent months of training and safe patrols in Helios Delta alongside the rest of the Battlestar Prometheus battle group. Now, it was finally time for Winston to stretch his wings. The familiar brief discontinuity of a jump washed over the captain. It was a stark reminder that he was no longer wet behind the ears, lieutenant serving as a junior officer on a Battlestar. In contrast to a much more massive, not to mention a newer ship, the Poseidon shook, sometimes roughly, during the transition. There was no way to miss it. For a brief moment, William's straps holding him secure in his seat dug uncomfortably into his shoulders. Then the ship stabilized, and multiple reports assaulted the captain's senses. No Draddy's contacts in range. All systems nominal, we're green across the board. A few light cases of jump sickness, the crew is all right. The Marine contingent is ready to deploy. Our Raptor squadron is green and the escorts are green, the CAG announced. In her current configuration, the Poseidon carried a whole Raptor squadron and 10 Vipers to serve as an escort. A few more modules might have also allowed the Berserker to take an entire Viper wing. However, the additional weight would have ensured she could not keep up with a Battlestar battle group under full military power. While her current configuration was less than ideal, it was a compromise that wouldn't leave Poseidon helpless in a bad tactical situation. That was the theory anyway. After all, there was a reason why the Colonial Navy hadn't used pure carriers for a long time. One lucky jump from the enemy or an unlucky insertion could see such ships shredded in short order. On the other hand, more or less successful hybrid designs proved themselves much tougher, and thus more survivable when, not if, things went wrong. Sadly for Poseidon, she couldn't do both jobs well enough without unacceptable compromises. "Hail the mining compound," Winston ordered. It was time to figure out what was wrong with this place. "Beta Hephaestus, this is Poseidon Actual. Please respond." "I say again, Beta Hephaestus, this is Poseidon Actual. Please respond." An identification code confirming they were a genuine Colonial naval unit accompanied each call, yet they received no answer. "The mining complex is hot. We're seeing a lot of heat on thermals down there. Life support is up and power generators are working," Lieutenant Lydia Barrows, the Draddy's operator, reported. "However, there's interference, likely from the ores they're processing. I can't get good readings on life signs." "Launch Raptors and Vipers. Keep 4 Vipers as combat space patrol. The rest will escort our Marines to the surface," Winston decided. As soon as the jump drive cools, I want us ready to jump back just in case. Navigation, plot me a jump. Several eyes echoed over the tiny, relatively cramped CIC. A series of loud clangs echoed throughout the ship. Vipers away, CSB is forming on us, the CAG announced. More clangs followed. Raptors away and forming for insertion. The tactical plot updated, showing first the situation within the Draddy's range of the Poseidon. 4 Vipers MKV divided into pairs began circling the cruiser while the rest of her brood headed for the planet below. Once upon a time, the inhospitable rock might have been as welcoming as any of the 12 colonies. However, an enormous asteroid roughly impacted when everyone's ancestors left Cobol, turning the place into a hellscape and causing earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Only recently did the dead world begin stabilizing enough to make mining operations down there safe enough for investors. Beta Hephaestus was the second compound built on the surface. The first was around since shortly before the beginning of the war and didn't survive it. It didn't help that the Cylons nuked the best and safest mining sites to make their use as challenging and dangerous as possible. Only recently did they cool enough for anyone to bother setting up shop down there. There were even rumors that resettling space purged during the war was terrible luck. Watching camera feeds of the planet below, Captain Winston had no trouble believing it. The atmosphere was chock full of volcanic ash, and who knew what freaking poisons were in it? The visibility was almost zero, forcing the small craft to rely solely on Draddies until they broke through the low cloud cover. Below, it was dark like Tartarus, an impression magnified by a glowing magma river in the distance. Nevertheless, the same factors that made the place a slice of hell also made it ridiculously rich in all kinds of useful elements, rich enough to justify setting shop down there. Poseidon's small craft approached a well-lit mining and refining complex. Vast sealed warehouses and domed buildings dotted a large valley nestled between jagged peaks of volcanic rock clawing at the sky. Here and there, huge transport trucks moved loads of ore or gleaming ingots of refined metal. Berserker actual, Riptide actual, the site is active. From up here it looks like business as usual. However, we still can't raise them on the wireless or good old-fashioned radio, the lieutenant in charge of the Marine platoon being deployed reported. Riptide actual, Berserker actual, find whoever is in charge and figure out why they aren't picking up their phone. So far, the skies are clear. Berserker actual out. Equals if equals. Part 4. Equals if equals. 0502-1348 Beta Hephaestus Mining Outpost. Amazingly, no one noticed the Marines' arrival until they were on top of the mining facility, or at least it appeared that way. They could detect no excited or worried chatter. No one hailed them, and more suspiciously, no one returned their hails. Only when a few of their escorting Vipers buzzed the facility looking for unpleasant surprises did the electronic countermeasures officers finally hear old-fashioned chatter between the presumed drivers of the enormous trucks carting ore and refined metal. Nevertheless, no one hailed them. Lieutenant Marek Link, the co of 2nd Platoon, 31st Marine Battalion, reluctantly gave the order for land and investigated in person. Perhaps it was his imagination or how this forsaken world looked, but he felt terrible about being here. We're going in to find out what the frack is going on here. I want 2 Raptors with a full complement of Marines in the air, ready to bail any squad that might run into trouble. Keep frosty. If one of you smokes a civvy without a freaking good reason, I'll shoot you myself, am I clear? Link demanded. A series of confirmations came over the platoon's net, and Link allowed himself a brief smile, which remained hidden under the helmet of his armored environmental suit. 8 Raptors landed in front of the central hub building of the complex. Fully kitted out, Marines ran out seeking cover. Vipers roared overhead, a few close enough to properly see. Yet still, no one came out to greet them or see what the bloody disturbance was. Link didn't like that at all. Was everyone drunk or high in there? Wasn't there an accident with life support on a station a few years back that had everyone acting loopy until help arrived? Sergeant Roval, take a squad. You're on point. Delta Squad, go check on the communications tower, the lieutenant ordered. Tina Roval was the most experienced NCO in the platoon, and if there was one grunt under his command, Link trusted not to frack up by the numbers. It was her. Yes, sir, moving in. Beta Squad on me. Roval's unmistakable chirpy voice echoed over the command net. Who the frack are you? A distorted, surprised-sounding voice came over the net a minute later, only after Roval's squad went through the airlock, keeping the messed-up atmosphere outside out of the buildings. Navy Marines, identify yourself, the sergeant barked while a second squad pilled up into the airlock. Mark Delos, Starguard Security, came the reply. Link saw a tall man wearing distinctive orange-colored protective gear. It was thick and relatively well-designed, yet certainly not meant for the conditions outside, even if the man's face was hidden behind a bulky rebreather. The lieutenant wouldn't dare go out in this mess without a standard-issue armored suit. Sergeant Roval, Colonial Marines, the NCO introduced herself. Can you tell me why no one around here is answering the wireless? The security guard shrugged. I have no idea, ma'am. All I know is that the boss man ordered the place locked down last night. No one has said anything about why since I got on shift. The airlock cycled through, and a second squad entered the building. We'll figure it out. You're going to take us to your boss man, then to whoever is in charge of this facility. Roval's voice broke no argument. And just in case, slowly unholster your weapons and put them on the floor. Her suggestion was anything but. Do I look like I bite, ma'am? The guard asked. A girl can't be too careful. Now put the guns down, nice and slow. Any levity that might have existed left Roval's voice, turning her voice icy. Link entered the airlock with his command squad and watched a camera feed of the guard and very carefully and as not threateningly as possible put down his SMG. Then he unholstered his pistol and laid it on the metal floor as well. A knife followed suit. That's a lot of gear for keeping a place out here safe, a Marine muttered. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Who knows what can come knocking? Pirates, your run-of-the-mill criminals, perhaps even Cylons, though if those come knocking, we're fraked anyway. Delos shrugged. There's a security room nearby. The security center is deeper into the facility. The security room turned out to be empty, which apparently surprised Delos. That or he was a rather good actor. Link couldn't tell yet because of the rebreather covering much of the man's face. There should be at least 3 people in here in case of trouble or accident, Delos grumbled. Should I call it in? He looked at Roval and then at Link. Keep it quiet. At the very least, your colleagues could use a sharp reminder to take their duties seriously, the lieutenant said aloud. Roval, I don't like this at all. I want you to keep an eye on our new friends at all times. Poseidon Actual, Riptide Actual, there is something rotten down here. We're investigating. Riptide Actual, Poseidon Actual, we're receiving you loud and clear. Whatever the issue is with the locals' wireless, it's not the environment. At least on the outside, their communication equipment appears intact, Link added. Delta 1, Riptide Actual report. Riptide Actual, Delta 1, we've breached the communications tower. We had to hack our way through the door. The place had been sealed. So far, there is no sign of anyone inside. There is no trace of combat or struggle either, so things could be worse, sir. Keep searching. I want to know the status of this place's long-range wireless. We're a few minutes from reaching the top, proceeding carefully just in case of nasty surprises. The elevator has been disabled, LT. I'll report ASAP. Delta 1 out. Fire teams spread out throughout the building, searching for the workers. I'm getting orders from the chief to check out what the commotion outside is, Delos said. We're almost at the security center, aren't we? Roval asked. There's a stairway just around the corner, Delos trailed off. If anyone was inside, they should have seen us on the cameras. And someone else should have come to meet us, Link finished the thought. Roval is on point. Be ready for trouble just in case. The 2 squads hurried up, keeping their Delos between them. They turned around the corner, ran up a stairway, and soon reached a pair of sealed doors. I have the code and pass card to get inside, Delos told them. Roval, Link said. 2 fire teams staggered around the door a few muttered commands later, and the security guard opened the way. The doors slid into the walls with a soft pneumatic hiss, revealing an empty security room. Dozens of monitors covered 2 walls, showing a live feed from all over the complex. A few of the screens were shattered. One of the seats was upturned and shredded by bullets. It was covered with blood, too, and there was a badly wiped stain on the floor. What the frack? Delos exclaimed. Sir, look here. Roval pointed her assault rifle at one of the monitors. It showed a mess hall where many workers were gathered and kept under guard. Another monitor displayed a pair of guards carrying a body bag. A third one showed an armory where 4 more were busy attaching detonators to explosives. Roval, I want that armory secured yesterday. Poseidon actual, Riptide actual. We've got a situation down here. We might require reinforcements and most certainly will need the Criminal Investigation Division. Riptide actual, Poseidon actual, we're receiving you loud and clear. We're recording your feed. A Raptor will be on the way to call in the cavalry ASAP. The Poseidon's communication officer trailed off. A new and familiar voice replaced her. Riptide actual, Poseidon actual. The captain's voice came over the wireless. Make sure the facility doesn't go up in flames, then secure the workers and any evidence you can. I'm calling back your Raptors to deploy the rest of our Marines. They'll deploy at your discretion. Godspeed, Riptide actual, Poseidon actual out. 7 Prologue 3. Ignorance is Bliss Parts 5-7. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Prologue Part 3, Ignorance is Bliss. Equals if equals. Part 5. Equals if equals. 0502-1348 Beta Hephaestus Mining Outpost. Having a firefight within an armory was a terrible idea. That was the theory anyway. For a long time, proper military and industrial-grade explosives had been remarkably stable compounds that wouldn't go off by merely shooting at them, or if you set them on fire. However, igniting explosives and then jumping on them was inadvisable, like a bunch of armed grunts found out the hard way a few years ago. Rumor had it that the newest explosives contractors were trying to sell to the Navy were even more stable and almost freaking nugget-proof. To one extent or another, that kind of stability and safety was true for most ammunition nowadays. The special anti-Sylon high-explosive armor-piercing rounds were a notable exception. They were rage made manifest and very temperamental. Sergeant Roval's issue with her orders was the simple fact that the crazies running the place were busy rigging a massive pile of explosives to go off right in the armory. Someone accidentally or intentionally activating a detonator would set those off, and even stable explosives went boom when blown up. Even a particularly unlucky bullet hitting a blasting cap in place might send them all to Hades. At least the LT let Roval pick up the most experienced and reliable Marines they had on site for this part of the operation. Meanwhile, Link went for the mess hall to secure what was likely to be hostages. Tina knew this was the best she could get, even though the sergeant would have loved having one of the Navy's special operations groups for this exercise. After all, this was precisely the freaking kind of mess special forces were trained to handle. Regrettably, there was no time to wait for command to bring one of those units all the way out here. No one wanted to risk the explosives leaving the armory. If a mishap happened, the armory was the safest place to occur. That section of the habitat was reinforced to hell and back just in case something went catastrophically wrong with the armory's contents, so at least the designers of this facility were sane. If whoever constructed it did it by standard specifications, the whole area had to be lined with old capital ship-grade armor, enough of it to more or less contain a massive conventional explosion. Roval's obvious problem was that no matter what happened to the rest of the habitat, it would be academic for her, and the Marines sneaking behind her if this went wrong. That was why they were moving as quietly as possible while wearing armored environmental suits and praying to all the Lords of Cobol, just in case. Against all odds, they approached the armory's entrance without being noticed. No sentries were posted outside, and no one was the wiser with the abandoned security center now in Marine hands. That made Roval even more concerned. This was sloppy, too sloppy in fact, even for rent-a-guards. This whole operation was expensive and remote enough to rate proper security. Whoever built the facilities did a decent enough job of it as far as Roval could see. Why did whoever was in charge hire people acting as if they might be one of the least competent security outfits in the colonies to defend the place? Perhaps good old-fashioned greed was the answer. Either that or considering what they saw so far, finding amoral bastards who would do everything for money might have been more critical than hiring professionals. That again begged the question as to why. Nothing since they landed made sense. Fortunately, properly untangling that mess was a job for the brass and the Naval Investigation Service. Tina's Marines were almost in place, and Rovell now needed all her wits in the right place. The sergeant made several hand signs, and her squad stacked near the open entrance. Now, they could hear the muffled voices of the guards inside. "Do you really think we will get paid enough to retire?" a gruff voice asked. "They'll better pay. We simply need to bury that chamber and then blame everything on those monist fanatics. The Major is setting things up like they planned it from the beginning." "Yeah, they should have never hired them in the first place," the first voice agreed. "Don't you get it, kid? They hired them as scapegoats in the first place," the other man chuckled. Rovell removed a flashbang from her harness, pulled off the safeties, and flung it inside. "What the F?" Blinding light and thunderous roar drowned out the voices. The Marines stormed in, screaming demands for surrender. A dazzled man tried raising his weapon and got shot for his trouble. Meanwhile, the point man went right and straight at the people at the pile of explosives, followed by a whole fire team. One of the people arming the explosives was on his knees, clutching his ears. A Marine unceremoniously bashed him over the head with the stock of his rifle. The rest went for the other rogue guard. The man had been attaching a detonator to a block of plastic explosive when he found himself tackled by the corporal leading the charge. Before the rogue mercenary could react, an armored fist smeared his nose all over his face, knocking him out. "Frack, this went better than expected. Good work, Marines," Rovell exclaimed while hot blood and adrenaline raced through her veins. "Marek, Jody, get on that pile and disarm it yesterday. Corporal, get the prisoners secured and check on the casualty. If he's still alive, stabilize him and drag him to the barn for treatment. Riptide Actual, strike 1 Actual, armory secure. 1 casualty from the locals." Rovell looked at the corpsman checking on the shot guard. The young woman shook her head, stood up, and moved away from the body. "That one is terminal. We've got 2 prisoners. Demo experts are disarming the explosives. We'll hold the area until further orders." Equals if equals. Simultaneously, the rest of the platoon, with a few notable exceptions, converged on the mess hall. There were sentries outside the 2 entrances to the spacious hall this time. That enemy foresight made a quiet ingress impossible, considering the time constraints the Marines were operating under. Lieutenant Link had half his Marines circled to the second entrance to the mess. The rest of the platoon, save for 2 soldiers left to hold the security center, were beside him, ready to move as ordered. They stacked near the 2 ends of the corridor, leading to the closest entrance of the mess hall. The plan was simple, rough, and dangerous as hell for the potential hostages. When Rovell began the assault on the armory, the Marines would rush in and do their best to keep the guards from shooting the civvies they were supposed to protect. It was a lousy plan, made worse by the fact that they were flying blind. They couldn't just shoot the private security bastards unless those mercs shot first. So unless one of the potential hostiles raised their weapons at the Marines or the hostages, the rules of engagement the military operated under tied Link's hands. He wasn't just going to execute people because they might be hostile, damn it all. A distant, subdued bang served as a signal, and the Marines rushed in, screaming their lungs out. "Colonial Marines, stand down, on the ground now." Not unexpectedly, the guards jumped at the sudden noise. One essentially froze in shock under the sound of the assault and saw a lot of guns aimed at him. The other likely didn't think. He just reacted and raised his weapon smoothly and quickly. However, he wasn't faster than adrenaline-fueled fingers held above the triggers of already aimed weapons. Several single shots cracked, and the guard collapsed like a centurion with its processors ventilated. More shots echoed from the other side of the mess hall, and Link cursed. Thankfully, the other guard had the good sense not to go for his weapon, even if he twitched like a spooked rabbit when he heard the shots. The point man, well, woman in this case, wasted no time and quickly disarmed him while another trooper kept him under close guard. The rest of the Marines are stacked near the entrance, ready to assault if necessary. They were shouting for those inside to drop their weapons and get on the ground fraking yesterday. No one had begun shooting within the mess hall yet, which had to be a good sign, right? At the same time, Rovell gave a quick report announcing that the armory was secure. That was good, and one less thing for Link to worry about. "Fraking, identify yourselves," someone screamed from inside. "Fleet Marines, now drop on the ground, you fraking bastard," a sergeant barked. "I don't buy it. The frack are you doing here?" another voice demanded. "I'm Lieutenant Marek Link, 2nd Platoon, 31st Marine Battalion, attached to the cruiser Poseidon. We were dispatched to investigate when your installation went dark. Now stand down." I've got a whole platoon on site with the rest of the ship's Marines on the way. The captain has sent for further reinforcements as well. A quick, barely audible, and bitterly angry conversation could be overheard inside. Prepare flashbangs and be ready to storm in if this goes south. Watch your fire. We'll be wadding through civilians, Link hissed over the platoon net. Until now, the operation hadn't gone straight to Hades, though it still might. There were many scared people inside, some well-armed. That was never a good combination to deal with. Equals if equals. Part 6. Equals if equals. 0502-1348 Beta Hephaestus Mining Outpost. That's fraked up. This is all fraked up. Delos chanted like a prayer while 2 Marines guarded him behind their leading group. He expected the situation would be all kinds of fraked up to Hades and back when no one answered on the primary net. Then they found the bullet holes and blood in the security center. This was worse. A number of his colleagues just got themselves shot. The rest, for all intents and purposes, held the workers hostages, even if that hadn't been their original intention. One of the Marines pointed at him, then at the mess hall nearby. The LT wants you to try to talk to those fraking crazies before they dig a deeper hole for everyone involved. Just don't do anything stupid. The Marine warned him and nodded at the rifle he held with practiced ease. I'll do my fraking best, I assure you. Mark responded with a nod of his own and slowly walked down the corridor. He could clearly understand the shouting now. His Starguard colleagues weren't buying that the intruders were Marines. Frack, what was wrong with his colleagues? Mace, that you? Delos hollered at one of the loudest cries of denial when he approached the entrance. Fraking Hades, that was Stephen's corpse bleeding out on the ground, while someone had dragged Vespa to the far end of the corridor and tied up the poor bastard like a turkey. At least he was still alive, if shell-shocked by the expression on his face. Frack you, Delos, you wanker. How much did they pay you to sell us out? The frack are you about? Mark snapped. Those are honest to the gods Marines. We aren't being raided by pirates or fraking toasters. I don't buy you, you traitorous bastard. Think about yourself, you fraked-up excuse for a pencil pusher. Comms were out for a few days. Someone sent an alert that we'd missed calling and the Navy came to check on us. And what was that shit at the security center? We found it empty, shot up and bloody. The frack is going on, Mace. They're going to kill them and us, a woman exclaimed. Shut up, you bitch, a different voice snapped at the woman. You'll stand the frack down now or we'll make you, one of the Marines barked. Delos thought this was going out of control, if the whole mess had ever been in anyone's control in the first place. Can I go in? I'll try to talk them down or at least distract those fools, he hissed at the Marines. Their lieutenant stared at him through a polarized helmet, then slowly nodded. We'll watch your back, however we can't make any promises under the circumstances. If this goes even further to Hades, just duck and stay on the floor. The officer shook his head. Frack, it's not like we came here to shoot anyone. Gods. Delos nodded silently, then took a step towards the entrance. I'm coming in all right, slowly too. Just don't do something we both are going to regret, he shouted. If I see your traitorous face, I'll plug it in, you hear me? Mace hollered. The frack you will. I've seen your range scores. If you shoot at me, I'll be the only one safe in the dome. Delos snapped back. Equals if equals. That's not going well, LT, Sergeant Nikos stated bluntly. I noticed, Sarge. The rest of the Poseidon's Marines should be touching down as we speak. More people aren't going to help us here. There are only 2 entrances, and the walls are thick enough that blowing them up will create a lot of fragments, killing and injuring civilians. The NCO pointed out. They'll help secure the rest of the compound and get the fraking CEO so we can have words with the bastard. From what we Roval overheard, that man's behind whatever mess we stumbled upon. If we have any luck left, our new friend might talk down his buddies, Link began. A shot echoed inside the mess hall, followed by a painted scream and a body hitting the metal floor. Frack that, grenades, we're breaching, watch your shots, the lieutenant snapped angrily. The Marines threw multiple flash bangs into the mess hall, and as soon as they detonated, they stormed in. More shots echoed, some aimed at their vague directions, others went wide due to the shooter's disorientation. The Marines responded in kind, but only when they were sure they aimed at someone armed. 2 of them staggered when their armored suits stopped multiple bullets, then returned fire. It was all over in moments. 4 security guards lay on the ground bleeding. 3 more got knocked out by angry Marines when they refused to let go of their weapons, yet didn't either fire or aim them directly at anyone. Several others had the grand idea of dropping down their rifles and SMGs and hugging the ground. Several civilians were less fortunate. Secure all hostiles, corpsmen see to the wounded, prioritize the civilians, Link barked orders. Someone make sure our new friend doesn't bleed out. Fraking bastards! The one friendly Starguard member was on the ground, clutching his shattered knee and cursing up a storm. The one good news about the fraking mess was that the Cyvies had the presence of mind to stay in place, instead of running all over the place like chickens, with their heads cut right in the middle of a firefight. Otherwise, the butcher's bill would have skyrocketed. Poseidon actual, Riptide actual, hostages secure. We had to assault the mess hall. I require medical support at my location. We also have some customers for the brig. Riptide actual, Poseidon actual. We'll send medical personnel down ASAP. Be advised that reinforcements will be arriving in the system shortly, at which point Prometheus actual will take control of the situation. Poseidon actual, Riptide actual, roger that. We'll try to get the local CEO gift wrapped for the commander. All indications point to this debacle being his idea. Riptide actual out. Link took a deep breath. Nikos, I'm leaving you in charge here. You know the drill. Cole, your fire team is with me. We're going to find that damn CEO. I want the fracker alive, you hear me? Riptide actual, Green actual. We've touched down, and I have my leading elements cycling through the airlock. I understand there was a bit of excitement down here. Green actual, Riptide actual. You heard right. We can use any medics you have at the mess hall. We've got prisoners for you to escort to the Barnes brig as well. Riptide 8 is in control of the local security center. He'll guide you to the mess hall. I can use a hand or two. I'm heading to intercept the man we believe is behind the mess down here. Riptide actual, Green actual. I'm detaching a squad to reinforce you. The rest of us will secure the Cyvies, then search the building from top to bottom. Green actual, Riptide actual. That sounds like a good plan. Well, that's that, Link sighed in relief. Now, before we go hunting, can someone explain to me who the Starguard bastards were going to kill? Who is them? One of you shouted about. There's a group of monad workers. They bothered no one, just wanted to be left alone to do their job. A well-built woman who could give a lot of Link's Marines a run for their money in the strength department spoke from under a table she had been using as cover. The security goons rounded them up last night, then requested the rest of us gather here. I heard a few of them muttering about either making an example of them or setting the monads as fall guys. Don't get me wrong, I don't like that those fools are worshipping a false god, but what do I care as long as they don't shove that shit in anyone's face? Besides, they were good workers who caused no trouble. That's more than I can say for some other Frakers. She glared at the Starguard members being bound or treated for their wounds. I see. Any idea what your CEO wants to blame the monads for? A lot of shrugs and a few quiet curses were all the answers he got on that point. Finding the CEO and asking pointed questions it is then. Equals if equals. Part 7. Equals if equals. 0502-1348 Beta Hephaestus Mining Outpost. Dull explosions and distant gunfire told Damien and the monster controlling him all they needed to know. The Cylon Infiltrator couldn't detect any wireless transmissions from his people, and the parasite knew it. They either had the tremendous misfortune of an unfortunately timed pirate raid, or much better, the Colonials just came knocking. For the first time in his existence, Damien hoped that the Colonials were coming and that they would kill him. Either way, the work of the self-proclaimed god in his head was in danger, which was a good thing. Damien had risked everything to be assigned to this rock in the middle of nowhere because of vague dreams plaguing him for a year now. There were weeks when he was sure something went wrong when the other Cylons prepared him for infiltration, that he was defective. Yet the dreams kept coming, and recently they have become less strange, more urgent, and a bit easier to understand. There was danger in this wretched world. He dreamed of fire, of God's plan going awry, of a terrible war, much worse than the one his people fought for their liberation and survival. What he was unfortunate enough to stumble upon in this God-forsaken place made him wonder what God was thinking. Was he meant to die here so he could warn the other Cylons? Or was he damned to be a puppet to the parasite infesting him? The damn thing was angry, arrogant, and murderous, that much Damien knew. He could sense its intentions, and if they came to fruition, both the Cylons and Colonials would burn, with any scattered survivors ending up as slaves. "Sir," one of the two mercenaries flanking Damien asked warily. "We're out of time." The parasite made Damien nod to himself. "Move it, people!" He pointed down the corridor like a puppet on strings. As soon as both humans had their attention off him and in the direction he pointed at, the thing controlling Damien struck. He grabbed the man to his right and, using all his strength, somehow further enhanced by the parasite, picked up a surprised meat bag, then used it to bludgeon the other mercenary. He heard a satisfying crack of breaking bones, but that wasn't enough. The Cylon tore a sidearm from the holster of the man he still held, then shot him before finishing off the other guard. The parasite made him pause only to get a rifle and a few spare magazines, then ran for the back of the facility. Damien's mind raced in near despair. He had to slow down the parasite somehow. He couldn't let it activate that thing it was after and leave with him, threatening the existence of his people and even the damned humans. At this point, he was ready to beg the Colonials, likely storming the place for death, even telling them the truth of what he was if only they could stop him. The parasite in his head enjoyed his torment. That was all Damien needed to know about that thing. Damien heard himself hiss a curse in a language he didn't know as he tried to slow down the parasite puppeting him. The Cylon's head throbbed in agony like he had never felt before. Damien could almost hear God screaming at him to do something to avert the unfolding disaster. The explosives the parasite ordered prepared to cover its tracks would do nicely if only Damien could activate them. However, they were still in the armory with mercenaries busy arming them. Damien neared the airlock and grimaced. There was no time to get into a proper environmental suit. A mask would have to do. It wasn't like the parasite cared about his well-being past getting away from this place. The airlock finally cycled out and Damien flinched when the harsh wind struck him. It was so hot it was suffocating. Sadly, the fraking volcano smoke might offer some cover, hiding them from any Colonials around. The parasite made him look wildly around. A spike of anger and fear passed through Damien when he saw Colonial raptors in the air. He wanted to scream at them, get their attention, especially if it meant they would shred him with their weapons. It was the Navy then. The Cylon had never thought he would be glad to see the Colonial military. The odds of them making it to a digging machine unseen were low now. There was a chance that the Colonials would stop them before the parasite could get away. Damien heard turbines whine above even as the monster made him sprint for all he was worth. A loudspeaker thundered, and a voice with a Tauron accent demanded his surrender. Damien wanted to scream at the Colonials to shoot. Why weren't they shooting at him? He kept running and praying to God for the nightmare to end. If Raptor was armed, it might have been for the best if it had blown him up. Otherwise, he might just make it, and Damien had no idea if the parasite could find a way to activate that thing before the Colonials could stop them. "This is your final warning," the Raptor roared. The parasite didn't care. The Raptor flew overhead and made to land between him and the distant entrance of the dig site. The parasite screamed frustration through Damien's mouth, while all the Cylon could feel was relief. Marines were coming out of the Raptor. He wasn't going to make it. Thank you, God. Damien's face twisted in an ugly, furious grimace. He shouldered the rifle he took from the mercenaries, took aim as well as he could, and opened fire. It turned out that at this range, neither the Cylon nor his puppet master were good enough shots. Shots pinged off the front windows of the Raptor while Colonial Marines deployed and returned fire. Hammer blows struck Damien in the chest and neck, hurling him off his feet. Equals. Poseidon Actual Ranger 2-1, we've got the Fraker. He opened fire on us and we had to take him down hard. The Marine first to approach the body reported. He knelt by the corpse to check for a pulse despite the obvious deadly wounds. "I can confirm he's dead." He was describing the man's clothes and weapons, wondering what the frack was this crazy bastard doing outside without an environmental suit. Ranger 2-1, Poseidon Actual. That's the description we got from the facility. It's the CEO, all right. Bag him and get him inside for the CIS to look over. After that, send a unit to check where he was trying to go. That was when some snake-like thing jumped out of the dead man's mouth and bounced off the Marine's face plate. "FRAK?" Sergeant Paulos jumped back and waved his hands reflexively, trying to fend off the damn snake. What the ever-loving frack was that? "Ranger 2-1, Poseidon Actual report. What's happening down there?" the commander demanded. Poseidon Actual Ranger Tutu. Some kind of snake thing jumped from the dead man's mouth at the sergeant. It's still trying to bite him, but his suit keeps it at bay. One of the other Marines reported. Get off me, you fraker. Paulos finally managed to grab the screeching beast and viciously squeezed it into his armored gauntlet. Poseidon Actual Ranger 2-1. Frack, there's some snake bastard that came out of the body and tried to eat my face. I recommend quarantine procedures. Frack, we'll bag and tag the poor bastard and keep him sealed. Paulos squeezed the damn thing harder as he spoke. Ranger 2-1, Poseidon Actual, confirm that, the captain demanded. Poseidon Actual Ranger 2-1, I'm sending you my helmet camera feed through the Raptor. See this fraking snake thing in my hand? Respectfully, sir, do I look like I am fraking with you? Paulo's voice had a touch of hysteria in it. Gods, he hated snakes. Equals if equals. 20 minutes later, the facility was more or less secure and crawling with Marines looking for other snake creatures, bombs, or crazy mercenaries led by crazier CEOs. That left a few squads free to go into the excavation site under the mountain to see what the CEO was trying to reach. It took them another hour of carefully exploring the tunnels until they found something. What the frack is that? Ranger 2-2 exclaimed over the tactical net. Ranger 2-2, Ranger 1-1, elaborate and keep communication discipline. The sergeant currently in charge of the unit snapped. Ranger 1-1, Ranger 2-2. My squad just stumbled on something. It's a large ring covered with weird symbols and what looks like gems or something. It is still partially buried in rock. I think this is what the CEO was attempting to reach. With a discovery like this, I'm sure the government would have stopped all mining operations in the area if anyone had heard about it. Whatever this is, it doesn't explain the thing that tried to eat the Sarge's face. Ranger 2-2, Ranger 1-1, say again, you found fraking what? What in Athena's name is going on with this place? Ranger 1-1, Ranger 2-2, I'm looking at some kind of metal or stone circle with strange symbols all over it, partially buried in rock. There are some other odd things nearby as well. 8 Chapter 1 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 1 equals if equals. Part 1 equals if equals. 11 February 2525. Metropolitan Museum Annex, New York Megaplex. North American Republic, Earth UEG space. Few curious visitors, a handful of university students and researchers Daniel could count on the fingers on his hands with spares left over made the bulk of his public for today's presentation. A few of his colleagues were here too, acting as moral support for what it was worth, though Jackson knew they didn't really believe in his theories. At least most of them were a good sport about it, even if it was likely because they wanted to remain in Sarah's good graces. There were days when Daniel wondered why he ever bothered to try and convince people his theories were true even if now there was enough evidence to make it clear that Egyptian and other civilizations were older than people believed a few centuries ago. Modern scientific equipment and various out-of-place discoveries did prove that there were many more secrets shrouded by the distant past than expected. However, acknowledging that fact was far from accepting Daniel's theories at face value. He had to admit it wasn't like he had an alien spaceship to present as proof. Yet, it wasn't like Daniel claimed his theories were the only undisputed truth about the past under the sun. They were theories to be proven or disproven by research and evidence, not simply dismissed out of hand. The worst thing were all the conspiracy theorists and other assorted crazies hounding him on the internet in general and social media in particular. That was the kind of support that was counterproductive. Hello there, I am glad all of you bothered to show up today. Daniel smiled at his audience and waited for them to pay attention instead of being absorbed by their phones, tablets, and other devices in all kinds of impractical shapes and forms. Mike gave him an encouraging smile and a thumbs up, while Dr. Ziva, who sat beside him, had a look of fond exasperation on her face. That wasn't as bad as it could be. At least security kept all his crazy fans out of the museum complex. Hey, isn't Sarah working near New Phoenix? Choi exclaimed. He waved his tablet, looking disturbed. There's some kind of trouble going on there. The news just broke. That got everyone going for their phones and computers, ignoring Daniel, who was just about to begin his lecture. Not that he was any different. Jackson rapidly tapped on his datapad, calling up a news feed and placing a call to Sarah. The call failed a message that her device was shut down or out of range. A glimpse at the news had Daniel calling again. There was no mistake. That was the facility Sarah had been gushing about over the past few days. Terrorists seize a warehouse complex. UNSC ODST deployed after local law enforcement failed to contain the threat. Heavy military response has locked down the area. This is potentially the largest terrorist incident on Earth in decades. Daniel's eyes ran over headlines while he kept trying to get into contact with Sarah, or a few of her assistants he knew. Meanwhile, everyone in the lecture hall was busy watching news feeds and quietly discussing what had happened in apparent shock. Such things simply didn't happen on Earth anymore. Alone, crazy killing people. That couldn't be helped. Organized terrorists doing something instead of being caught while planning something? Such things no longer happened. Not on Earth, at least. Everyone was too busy watching the news to pay attention to the hall doors opening and soldiers in combat gear jogging into the auditorium until they were halfway to the podium. Daniel was among the first to glimpse the newcomers. His head snapped up in surprise, and he stared open-mounted at the soldiers and a security guard panting beside them. "Dr. Jackson?" the soldier at the head of the pack asked. "Sergeant Chandra, UNSC Marines, we need to talk with you, sir. Is it about Dr. Gardner?" Daniel dropped his datapad and jumped to his feet. "What happened with Sarah? Is he all right? What about the others?" The Marine looked around and nodded at the audience, which was eagerly leaning forward, listening for any information. "I am afraid I can't discuss the situation in public, sir. If you accompany us, we can brief you." Daniel didn't need to think. He nodded and walked past the sergeant, heading for the exit. "What are we waiting for then?" he asked worriedly. Daniel needed to know that Sarah was all right. The soldiers marched Jackson outside, leading him into a waiting Pelican. "We can brief you in the air, Dr. Jackson." Sergeant Chandra sounded apologetic about that. Daniel didn't care. He needed news yesterday. He nearly bristled at one of the soldiers who guided him into a seat far away from the boarding ramp and helped him strap in. Only when they rose in the air and everyone was in their seats did the sergeant turn to look at the linguist. "I am afraid Dr. Gardner is missing as of this morning along with most of her staff. Mr. Jackson," Chandra began explaining. Daniel's mind came to a screeching halt, barely registering what the Marine was telling him. He should have been elated at the news. If Daniel could think straight, he might have figured out that what Sarah stumbled upon might help prove his theories. However, Daniel didn't really care at that point. His girlfriend was missing and a bunch of people were dead. UEG-1, above the Pacific Earth, UEG space after just a few weeks since swearing in. The last thing President Henry Hayes expected was for his security detail to unceremoniously pick him up and shove him into a nearby assault transport, which proceeded to race away from Sydney like a bat out of hell. The head of his security sat strapped in a seat across the president, looking apologetic while speaking in his calm. "I understand, sir. I'll inform the president." Hayes raised an eyebrow at Barty, silently demanding answers. "We've got a situation, sir." "I noticed," Hayes dryly noted. "While I appreciate being saved from a boring speech, I suspect I would soon wish I was back in Sydney shaking hands with the local government officials." "I think that's a safe bet, sir. An incident occurred near New Phoenix in the North American Republic." The more Henry heard, the less happy he was, in no small part because that was the kind of thing he should have been informed about before the UNSC brass decided to deploy ODSTs on Earth for a combat mission. He knew that time constraints were a thing, but still, at least the military didn't wait a few more minutes, because then he would have been caught flat-footed by the media, which would have been even worse for everyone involved. "We are still early February, right, Barty? Not the 1st of April?" Hayes asked while trying to process what he had just heard. "I am afraid you are correct, sir. I don't think UNSC High Command and ONI would joke about this. Heads would roll otherwise." Henry decided that heads might roll anyway, though he had to grudgingly admit that time might have been really of the essence this time. "Where are we going, and when will I get a comprehensive briefing on the situation? What about my staff?" "They're in the air and will be joining us in orbit. All things considered, the military believes you'll be safer on a warship, sir. The implications of what happened in Arizona," Barty trailed off, and his professional mask cracked. We might be unable to guarantee your security on the ground, sir. You mean anyone's security on Earth, Christ? Hayes muttered. The news and implications were still trying to sink into his mind. What is the UNSC and ONI doing about it? The president demanded. He doubted he would particularly like the answer. Equals if equals. Part 2. Equals if equals. 11 February 2525. UNSC Enterprise, Punic class carrier. High orbit above Earth, Sol system UEG space. Sitting on board a warship, sipping good Navy coffee, was a familiar and reassuring sensation. This time, doing so did little to improve Henry's mood. His expression made it clear how unimpressed he was with people who nominally answered to him, even if they had legal justification, if slim on what they were up to. The president was deep within one of the largest ships the UNSC fielded, which meant there were more than ample facilities for both fleet and civilian command across the system, as befitted First Fleet's flagship. After all, one of the contingency functions of the Enterprise was a mobile command center for the president of the UEG. That meant Henry could berate people all over and near Earth in real time from relative comfort, even after his security bundled him to the safest place in the system they could think of. Many physical and holographic screens surrounded Hayes' seat, showing principal members of his government, UNSC admirals and generals, and ONI spooks. UEG's Minister of Defense looked particularly uncomfortable, as he should. The reality of slipspace travel and the communications lag inherent to its limitations meant that UEG officials and UNSC commanders had to have a large latitude in what they could do without explicit orders from higher authority. And sometimes, in spite of such directives, when the situation changed in unexpected ways. Gregory, I know it is your job to act as an interface between the military for day-to-day affairs and me. I'm not angry that you took one look and authorized ODST deployment on Earth. Jack's unit was at the right time and place, and could react faster than anyone else. Even if they have dropped without clear authorization, this is a clear case of better asking for forgiveness than permission if there ever was one. Hayes chose his words carefully, doing his best to keep his temper under control. However, there is no excuse for me to learn about the situation in Arizona after my security picked me up moments before the news broke worldwide in a big way. At the latest, I should have been in the loop and aware of a problem right after Jack got his marching orders. The president fixed his defense minister with a piercing glare. He left it unsaid, but heard loud and clear that unless there was a stellar reason for why things happened as they did, Gregory Bancroft would be handing in his resignation by the end of the day. This unpleasantness aside, what exactly are we dealing with? Hayes looked around, waiting for a better explanation than the cliff notes he received earlier. More holographic windows appeared around him, courtesy of the ship's AI, showing camera recordings from O'Neill's Marines. He scowled when he saw more than snippets from the clips where the prisoner who helped Jack's boys and girls removed the upper half of his armor, revealing some kind of worm-like creature in an X-shaped hole in his gut. After that, Arizona was under lockdown, with the operations area around the storage facility now under quarantine. No one without sealed armor could get anywhere close to the area, and anyone out could leave only under armed escort, and only for extensive, if not invasive, medical examination. The old man's gestures were expressive enough, and would have been quite amusing under different circumstances. Henry wasn't sure if he wanted the Marines who went to check one of the dead hostiles for such creatures in their guts rewarded or punished for taking such a risk. The president focused on another holographic screen, watching how one of those worms made its way out from an opening in the armor of a dead man and then jumped at a Marine. It was fast and agile, going straight for the jugular. If it wasn't for the armor, Hayes didn't know for sure what it would have done to that poor bastard. More disconcertingly, from the pantomime of the prisoner, it appeared that those things might do nastier things than just biting. Either way, the Marines who didn't shoot their prisoner when he revealed that thing in his gut did deserve commendation at the very least. Christ knew Henry would have been tempted to do it in their shoes. Those worms were freaky even when watching the on-screen, being anywhere near one of them. Mr. President, we have secure laboratories ready to receive secured equipment and bodies for analysis, including the alien creatures. All feasible security measures will be taken to ensure they don't spread, General Roberts of the UNSC Army reported. The elephant in the room said they didn't know for sure if this was the first incursion of its kind or the first they noticed. Evidence at the site pointed at the former, though no one was ready to take risks. Earth's security was compromised in a way it had never been before since the creation of the UEG centuries ago. "When can we properly talk with the prisoner? What language is he speaking anyway?" Hayes inquired. "Linguistic analysis points at a derivative of ancient Egyptian, Mr. President. It is a dead language. We have procured the services of specialists in the field, and they are currently observing and listening to recordings of the prisoner talking. The moment they have a tentative way to communicate, we'll ensure they speak directly with the prisoner in order to build a translation matrix ASAP," said Admiral Harper, the director of the Office of Naval Intelligence. "Of concern is where the portal leads and what happened to the missing historians and assorted staff. We believe that up to 11 people have been taken during the incursion, including one of the facility's guards," Admiral West continued. The fleet admiral of the UNSC looked grim. "The enemy's equipment, the portal, and these alien life forms in them point at an unknown factor. We are reasonably confident that these weren't insurrectionists." "I would call it an alien incursion, yet," West waved at an image of the old man who surrendered. "The prisoner did look and act as human, if you overlooked that damn pouch with a worm in his gut." "Then what alien humans? Does that make any sense?" Hayes demanded. Admiral Harper looked around and sighed. "Mr. President, you and your administration haven't been briefed on certain facts I and a few of our colleagues in this meeting know of yet. You were scheduled for this conversation at the end of the month after your present public commitments were concluded," Harper grudgingly admitted. Both West and Roberts looked uncomfortable at that. It wasn't any consolation that the members of Henry's government present for this meeting looked as lost as he felt right now. Over the past 2 decades, ONI and the UNSC units have located several ancient ruins of alien origin across various colonies. These are all ancient, dating back over 100,000 years. We've found no working technologies or anything we can recognize as technology to study and reverse engineer yet, Harper admitted. The existence of aliens comes as no surprise in that regard. That there is a civilization that is still active and potentially just raided Earth certainly is, sir. For fuck's sake, Hayes found it almost impossible not to curse like an old deckhand until he was blue in the face for lack of air. "When we are done with all immediate concern, I want a comprehensive report on all the ruins you've found," the president ordered. Scratch that. He would make sure everything ONI had been up to was examined with a fine-tooth comb. The spooks needed closer and more vigilant supervision, that much was clear. Harper didn't look happy but was smart enough to simply nod and keep his mouth shut. 9, Chapter 1, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 1 equals if equals. Part 3 equals if equals. 11 February 2525. Ford Storage Center, Arizona. North American Republic, Earth. Sol System, UEG Space. Specialists in fully sealed hazmat suits carefully gathered the last pieces of equipment left by the invaders. They put them in thick containers for transport before sealing them in. Jack glanced at the now dormant portal, chock full of all the crates that could fit in, propped up by assorted crap to hold them in place. Doing like their new buddy gesticulated almost certainly proved life-saving, because it tried to activate not long after O'Neill's ODSD began sealing the portal. Its inner ring began rotating, a symbol lit up and locked in place with a clang, and then it all ceased. Jack could make the educated guess that a safety protocol had kicked in, preventing the thing from activating. After that, he made sure to keep very close attention to what the old man was trying to say, and things escalated from there. Why did the next surprise have to be alien snakes in people's guts? That made everyone paranoid, almost got their new friend shot, and Jack had to put the whole region under quarantine just in case. At least they were finally about to leave for decontamination, medical examination, and after-action reports. As importantly, Jack had letters to write to the families of the Marines he lost today. However, he wasn't sure what he could tell them beyond that their relatives died protecting Earth. This time, that wouldn't be an exaggeration in any shape or form, though Jack knew it would still be cold comfort. "Charlie, Command wants me to be in the first group to leave so I can be debriefed on this mess. Our buddy will be leaving with me. You'll be in charge of this circus until further notice," O'Neill told his XO. "I'll do my best to wrangle everyone, Jack," Kowalski told him as they walked past a Scorpion tank, blocking most of the entrance to the warehouse with the portal. They then went to a nearby, mostly empty warehouse that currently held their prisoner. The old man was sitting on a crate, still without the upper half of his armor, though at least a shirt hid that thing in his gut. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to meditate as if caring not for the soldiers around him. "Hello there," Jack cleared his throat. The old man's eyes opened slowly, and he looked around before focusing on the colonel and nodding. No, it was Jack's turn to pantomime, trying to tell the prisoner they would be leaving. That earned him a raised eyebrow. The old man slowly stood up and stretched before looking expectantly at Jack. "We're leaving. Command wanted us out of here yesterday," O'Neill told his men guarding the prisoner. He waved for the old man to follow, who did so, along with the Marines. They headed outside, past many warehouses, not crawling, with Marines setting up defensive positions. As far as Jack knew, High Command hadn't decided yet where to stash the portal. This place might be good enough for now if it wasn't for New Phoenix nearby. If the Navy had to drop MAC shells on Earth to stop an enemy incursion, the middle of a desert was as good as you got to mitigate collateral damage. A ponderous-looking albatross roared above the storage facility and landed just outside, waiting for them. ODSD from a different unit disembarked, taking positions around the rear ramp of the heavy lifter. Jack needed just a glance at the patches on their shoulders to recognize them. 21st Shock Regiment, Chekhov's unit. "Colonel, I'm afraid you and anyone with you will need to disarm before embarking," the lieutenant in charge told Jack. "This is a precaution if any of you has been compromised, sir." "Alan, you're staying behind for now and policing our gear," Jack told one of the corporals with them and began removing weapons and explosives from his harness, with his ODSD following suit. Chekhov's troops boarded back first, taking seats and positions near the cockpit's entrance. Jack and his people had most of the cargo compartment to make themselves comfortable. It was configured for troop transport and could have held a whole platoon with gear and supplies, so there was ample space. A monitor lowered from the ceiling, one of a few bolted in the standard troop compartments for Albatross lifters meant to facilitate last-minute briefings. It came alive, showing a young man with messy sandy hair. "Hello," whatever he was about to say was lost when he sneezed loudly. The man grimaced and pulled out a paper tissue before leaning away from the camera to clear his nose. "Sorry about that, allergies. I am Dr. Daniel Jackson. I am to talk with a prisoner to facilitate communication," he asked. "That's our new best buddy right here," Jack pointed at the old man, looking up at the monitor. His eyebrows were up again, conveying amusement and interest in a most expressive way. Jackson nodded and looked at the prisoner. Then, he began to babble like the old man did when he was trying to empathize with his gestures. Almost immediately, it became clear that communicating wouldn't be as easy as a linguist chatting him up. The old man spoke slowly back at Jackson, in words that kept sounding practically alien, in a tone one would talk to a young child with. The doctor spoke away, this much more slowly, carefully, and less sure. Jack leaned back in his seat and watched the exchange, wondering if there would be useful progress before they arrived. He was likely hoping for too much in that regard. If equals. ONI Facility X-Ray 0, Alaska North American Republic, Earth Sol System, UEG Space. When they arrived, the Albatross landed on a landing pad that could barely accommodate it nested within the snow-covered forest. Considering the length of the journey, Jack decided they were somewhere in northern Canada or perhaps even Alaska. ODSD and ONI personnel in sealed armor awaited them outside. They led the old man away and guided Jack and his people to a small but modern underground hospital, where more security and medics in sealed environmental suits waited for them. They had all kinds of scanners and big needles and weren't shy about using them. By the time the doctors from hell were done with him, Jack's rear was tender, and he was down at least a pint of blood. On the bright side, they declared him snake-free. At that point, the ONI commander Jack spoke with during the briefing before the drop walked into the medical wing, wearing the same protective clothes as the doctors. "Colonel O'Neill, it's good to see you again. I am Commander Margaret Paragonsky, ONI. Please walk with me." Jack followed warily. The spooks were always bad news for one reason or another. AI analysis of your prisoner reveals that your interactions in Arizona might have created rapport, which could be useful going forward. I will be interrogating the subject, and will request that you be present as a friendly face to put him at ease, Paragonsky explained. What kind of interrogation are we talking about? Jack asked warily. This was ONI he was dealing with now. I will be using a soft approach. By all accounts, the subject has been helpful and cooperative, the commander said, giving him a pointed look. Besides, torture doesn't work to get reliable information. People will tell you what they think you want to hear to make the pain stop. Often enough, the human mind has a way of convincing itself it's telling you the truth, and itself when under sufficient duress. We in ONI prefer useful types of leverage. You people have a certain reputation. You can't convince me it isn't earned, Jack pointed out. I am not trying to. We do what must be done to protect the UEG and its people. Torture is not a useful tool. Will you cooperate, Colonel? Paragonsky demanded. Jack grumbled and followed the commander. What he got out of the exchange was that ONI would gleefully torture people if they thought it would work. Equals if equals. Part 4. Equals if equals. 11 February 2525. ONI Facility X-Ray 0. Alaska North American Republic, Earth Sol System, UEG Space. Before they went in to interrogate the prisoner, Jack got to visit the mess hall, put away some food, and replace all the blood drained by the vampires in the medical center with criminally good coffee. The reason for that luxury was simple: to give the linguists more time to do their job, paving the way for a proper interrogation, and debriefing. An hour after escaping the medics with the big needless, Jack was back in his armor, walking beside Paragonsky. We should be able to communicate reasonably well. Dr. Jackson and a linguistics-focused AI will act as translators and provide context to the best of their ability, the spook explained. Ideally, they would have had the luxury of waiting until the language barrier was no longer an issue. However, Jack could imagine many unpleasant reasons why time was of the essence. Paragonsky led O'Neill to a small, cozy conference room where the old man sat in a comfortable-looking leather-bound chair. Jackson and an AI with an avatar wearing a toga of some stripe were chatting up the prisoner, both present through teleconference. Jack was pleasantly surprised that the spook hadn't been kidding about the softball approach they would be using. This was nothing like one might imagine an interrogation room to be. I believe introductions are in order, the commander chirped. Paragonsky's bearing was completely different now. She acted and behaved like a cheerful middle-aged woman with no care in the world. Dr. Jackson Horatio, she nodded at the linguists. The words the pair and the old man exchanged sounded no less alien to Jack's ears than before. Commander Colonel, the AI greeted in a deep baritone. Let me introduce you to Prime Braddock of Chulak. The AI nodded his gray head towards the old man. From the word salad that followed, Jack recognized only his rank and name, followed by those of Paragonsky. Colonel O'Neill Comandar. Braddock tried to greet them themselves, completely butchering their rank and names. Jack and Comandar might be good enough for now, Braddock. O'Neill tried his best not to show how amusing this all sounded. Someday, this might make a great story to laugh about over a beer. After what happened earlier today, the language difficulties were an obstacle to overcome instead of an amusing anecdote that could lower the tension. Prime Braddock of Chulak, could you tell us why you attacked us? Paragonsky tilted her head to the side, likely listening to a tiny comm hidden in her ear or even an implant. If this wasn't how she would have begun the interrogation, it didn't show on her face or in her voice. Braddock listened carefully to Jackson, frowned briefly, and then began speaking slowly, possibly doing his best to convey his meaning. Jack was half expecting real-time translation. Instead, the doctor and AI waited for Braddock to finish before explaining. Braddock has been ordered by an entity calling themselves Apophis to investigate gateway addresses, Daniel trailed off. No, that's not quite right, Gate to the Stars. It was clear when something clicked in the researcher's mind. Stargate, that's what that portal thing is, Jackson exclaimed. He has been ordered to investigate Stargate addresses. Jack's eyebrows went up on their own volition. This was precious information right here. There were more of those portals then, which led to other places. The implications of such this were even more profound than a single point-to-point transport system covering who knew what distance. That would have been an incredible game-changer by itself. However, from what Jack just heard, there might be a whole network of these Stargates, and if you could dial them like a phone. That was a capability the UEG would kill for, even if the portals were just useful for getting messages in real time from place to place. And Jack knew for a fact that the portal was capable of vastly more than just that. The interrogation went downhill from this first high point, and it wasn't because Braddock refused to cooperate. On the contrary, he was more than eager and perhaps even desperate to spill as much information as possible. It soon became apparent why that was, and Jack didn't like that at all. "Why did the raid happen?" Paragonsky asked. "Because of the war." "What war? Why attack us if you are at war?" That was a harder question to answer properly. It took some back and forth between Braddock and the linguists before Jackson could elaborate. Meanwhile, the AI's avatar had a vacant expression, clearly processing something for all it was worth. From where he stands, the Goa'uld, the people Braddock serves, have been at war for about 5 years. "We don't have a way to give you an estimate compared to a standard year," Daniel informed them. Unsurprisingly, a standard year for the UEG was an Earth year. They've been fighting a religious empire of many alien species. I can't be positive on this, Colonel Commander, but it sounds like the aliens might be genocidal. Either way, they've been killing people out of hand, according to Braddock, Jackson grimly continued. "What about the Goa'uld? How would they react to us? Would the aliens fighting them fight us as well?" Paragonsky asked the critical questions. More back and forth followed, and Horatio soon joined. "It appears that the Goa'uld offer slavery or death, while their enemies want both humans and Goa'uld dead. I can't stress this enough. The translation has some ambiguity, even if everything Prime Braddock is telling us is wrong," the AI told them. "So warring aliens stumbled upon us. Great," Jack groaned. "Can someone ask why Braddock looks like us and what's with the snake in his gut?" Jack waved in the general direction of their guest, who looked questioningly at him. "That thing might be a Goa'uld, and if that's the case, it doesn't make sense, but I'm no xenobiologist," Jackson exclaimed and waved his hands in the air in exasperation. Braddock pointed at himself. "Jaffa," he said. Then he pointed at Jack and Paragonsky. The word was utterly unfamiliar and odd-sounding. "I think he said you two are human. Congratulations," Horatio translated. "Cheeky AI." Finally, Braddock pointed at his gut. "Primta, Goa'uld," he slowly pronounced the odd-sounding words. "He keeps claiming that the thing in him is a Goa'uld, and that he serves the Goa'uld. What Primta means, we can't be certain beyond the obvious. It might be a term for a Goa'uld in the stomach of a Jaffa, as Braddock called himself. It might be a term for their young if he's somehow carrying it like a kangaroo carries their young, if that makes any amount of sense," Horatio trailed off. "This is both exciting and vexing," the AI cheerfully added. At least someone here was happy, Jack decided. Meanwhile, Braddock kept babbling and gesturing. It was clear he wanted to tell them more, but he was also frustrated by the language barrier. "I think he claims we are the Tory, first people world, of the first world," Daniel shrugged and looked at the AI. "People of the first word might be the literal translation, though we obviously miss vital context," Horatio trailed off. At that point, Braddock and the linguist spoke rapidly with each other, and Jack could only get the odd until they finally calmed down a bit. Horatio retreated into himself again, undoubtedly updating the language database, while Jackson looked sick. "I think we just got an answer for you, Colonel. Ra, first of the Goa'uld, flew to a distant world on his star chariot, a spaceship of some kind, obviously, and found us. He used Stargates, what Braddock calls Chapai, to spread people around, turning them into slaves, Jaffa, or, well, those snake things might be parasites that take over people. I can't be certain. And the other aliens want to kill us all, Jaffa, human, and Goa'uld, if I'm getting this right." "And the Goa'uld?" Jack asked for clarification. "Slavery or death. I am reasonably sure that if you didn't listen to Braddock and block the Stargate, his superiors would have sent a big bomb through." Daniel looked sick. "I don't think we'll get Sarah or the others back in one piece." Jack winced at that. The odds of mounting a counter-raid against fixed defenses and likely enemy orbital control were minimal, if non-existent, from the start. Going through such a choke point when the enemy's infantry weapons blew through the best infantry armor in the UNSC, as if made of wet paper tissues, would be suicide. 10, Chapter 1, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 1. Equals if equals. Part 5. Equals if equals. 12 February 2525. UNSC Enterprise, Punic class carrier. High orbit above Earth, Sol system UEG space. Henry returned to his current office after the second press conference he had to give today from aboard the Enterprise. He had to lie through his teeth like a master, blaming the events in Arizona on insurrectionists with advanced weaponry. He was less bothered with implying that elements in the colonial administrations have facilitated that mess as a kickback against the UEG's attempts to put them back under firm control and curb their excesses. After all, doing so meant at worst, getting rid of bad apples and at best, finding enough evidence to have them prosecuted, tried, and convicted in a court of law. By now, it was clear to all high-ranking members of Hayes' government that the colonial administration was rotten to the core and needed to be removed root and stem for their corruption and overreach that largely provoked the insurrection. It was just that, without a replacement ready and capable of picking up the pieces, doing so might be almost worse than the cure for the problem. Then there were all the people caught in the mess doing their best in a system gone to hell, who had to be sorted out. When all was said and done, the UEG had more than enough issues with practically fighting a bloody civil war for years now, and it didn't need more complications like hostile, murderous aliens. And it wasn't like Henry could just go in front of the camera and tell humanity the truth as he knew. "Vesta, please tell me you have good news," Henry asked the smart AI assigned to the president's office, who was 5 years old, had vast experience with Hayes' predecessor, and had been extremely useful in helping him get up to speed with everything going on with the UEG. His staff brought her chip on board late yesterday, and she had been busy ever since. An image of an ageless-looking brunette woman wearing a knight's armor of vague European origin materialized at one corner of the president's desk. She was sitting on its edge with her legs dangling off it. "The news could be worse," Vesta suggested in a way she didn't sound convinced herself. That was one of her quirks that people found either endearing or vexing. "There might be an alien armada or more than one bearing on UEG space, and we would be none the wiser until worlds have burned. I am painfully aware of the realities we are bound by thanks to our slow slipspace drives," Hayes noted. That was, of course, a flawed premise. The mere existence of faster-than-light travel that allowed humanity to spread over hundreds of systems, colonize hundreds of worlds, and create even more mining, research, and military outposts was extraordinary in the extreme. However, with UNSC ships managing to move no faster than 3 light-years per day in slipspace under optimal conditions that rarely existed, the UEG as a whole was a bloated beast that made the central government on Earth slow to learn of any developments and even slower to react. That is why UEG space was divided between the closer, usually more populated and faster to reach inner colonies, and the more distant, harder to govern outer colonies. The colonial administration, initially established to oversee all of humanity's colonization efforts, eventually had to transform into the custodian of the outer colonies, making decisions and running things in a way the distant UEG government simply couldn't do to distance, communications lag, and the time it took to react to any issues. The idea had merit, Hayes had to admit, until people being people fucked it up by the numbers. Those logistical realities meant that the Goa'uld and their enemies could have stumbled upon UEG space and taken or murdered their way through multiple outer colonies. Earth wouldn't hear it for weeks, if not months. That was also why Hayes wasn't hasty to react. Issuing orders and warnings without knowing more would have been an empty gesture that would have ensured ships that could be useful later were in transit or far away from Earth. Vesta looked critically at Hayes, examining him for a few moments, which was an eternity for an AI. "Good news first. There's some progress in testing captured Jaffa equipment. I have preliminary reports on the toughness of their armor, its composition, and the results of testing captured staff weapons. A few things can be beneficial in the long run for humanity as a whole, Mr. President. First, the armor is an alloy between regular high-quality carbon steel and 2 materials we haven't run into or succeeded in replicating through scientific experimentation." "I can use good news," Henry noted. Advances in material sciences were always promising, he guessed. From skimming over Jack's after-action report, it was clear that the UNSC military needed much better armor now, likely both on the ground and in space. If the aliens' armor could be replicated, it might be a key to getting there. The properties of the alloyed materials make for tough armor that is surprisingly light for its size and bulk. It appears to have been optimized for handling plasma-based attacks. While resistant to kinetic strikes, it hasn't been designed to handle bullets. Nevertheless, as we've seen, the armor can still be highly resistant to bullets depending on its design and intended role. Battle rifles with AP ammo and heavier weapons could reasonably defeat the armor. Standard rifle and pistol ammo is nearly useless against it. Henry had seen the slaughter of the new Phoenix SWAT team, so there were no surprises there. More comprehensive testing on the materials involved will be forthcoming in the next few days, Vesta continued. Of greater interest are the staff weapons. While their design makes them impractical in combat, their firepower is significant. More importantly, the way they operate appears to be within the grasp of the scientists and engineers who examined them. While those might be overly optimistic claims, it appears that this was the breakthrough we needed to eventually make our own energy weapons. The power source is the most interesting part of the design, and likely the hardest to replicate. It is based on an isotope of one of the materials used in the Jaffa armors. At that point, Vesta lost the president during an overly technical explanation. So for all it cost us and the danger it exposed us to, this attack might have been a blessing in disguise. Henry wasn't happy at reaching that conclusion. The price in lives was nothing to scoff at, and humanity was in danger now. Yet the possibilities revealed by just the captured equipment might make it all worth it in the end. And the Stargates. If there was a way to build those, or just recover a bunch and put them on critical worlds, that could revolutionize how the UEG operated and ran its colonies. Despite what a few of the president's advisors suggested, Henry didn't think that burying the gate and hoping for the best might be the best course of action. Oh, they were right that the UEG had many other critical issues to deal with. However, burying their heads in the sand like ostriches would be madness at this point, and it seemed that alien technologies might just be the answer to many of the fundamental problems they were facing. The big question was how to handle this live nuclear grenade that fell in his lap, Henry wondered. He might have been tempted to have ONI take point. Still, after Admiral Harper's little revelation, he trusted them even less than before. Vesta, make a note. I need a short list of suitable candidates to audit ONI. It seems they've been running around with too little oversight for years now, and that ends now. I need to know what they've been up to, what other critical things they might keep hidden, and any messes they've created that can harm the UEG government. Do you require any specific parameters among the candidates? Serving military officers, no known links with ONI. High-ranked generals or admirals. They'll need the rank, and I will provide the clearance and authority for them to get through everything ONI has been up to. They'll need AI assistance to go through the data because I am certain Harper and his buddies will try to bury them in records of no consequence. I am compiling the list now. Do you need something else, Mr. President? Have you reached a different conclusion about revealing the truth? Henry asked, hoping for a different answer. All societal and political analysis run by me and other government AIs point to the same conclusion, sir. Telling the truth about Arizona without more proof will be counterproductive. It won't be believed by key demographics, including those involved with the higher echelons of the colonial administration and the insurrection as a whole. And the proof required? Hayes asked glumly. An alien fleet hitting a UEG colony or colonies in a way that can't be dismissed as a false flag operation by ONI and the UNSC. Fucking ONI. Equals if equals. Part 6. Equals if equals. 07021348. Command Center. Base Star 98. Exploring beyond Sylon space. For almost 2 days, 8 split her time between bouncing off the walls in giddy excitement and helping her sisters make heads and tails of the first contact package sent by the aliens. Establishing most basic communications based on prime numbers and atomic weights of elements was relatively straightforward once they could get their computers to comprehend what the purple, spiky ship was sending. It took them longer, an eternity for AIs like them, to wrestle with alien file formats. At the same time, both sides exchanged more and more essential data, refining how their computers spoke with each other. In the end, the aliens managed to get a working translation program first, which sparked another flurry of activity. They come in peace. We've got to speak with people. Yeepee. 8 Squee made her sister recoil, and even the hybrid complained. Noise disturbance command center, running diagnostics, the hybrid announced. There couldn't have been a hint of reproach in her voice, right? Either way, 8 was too busy happily jumping around her sisters to notice. It could be a deception to let us lower our guard, another 8 warned them. We have a resurrection ship in range, and have already sent many raiders to find the others and warn everyone back home, the other 8 pointed out. They both looked at their bounding around sister with envy and exasperation. What's her major malfunction anyway? I don't want to know. That way lies madness. Coding is complete. We might be able to view their files properly if what they told us was right. 8 raised more firewalls between the alien data packages and the rest of base star systems before unleashing her new programs on them. Files decompressed under a gentle touch by elegant alien algorithms. An interface program reviewed the data bit by bit, recompiling it into standard formats. This is a language database. They sent us their translation matrix with instructions on how to use it and information on their communication format, 8 gleefully exclaimed. We should be able to speak face to face, not just with short sentences. They have to translate back and forth. It took the 8's endless minutes to get the translation software tweaked, up and running through software emulation. Doing it that way was a shortcut and incredibly resource-intensive for such a task, but it worked, or it should work. Hello, we are Cylon Model 8s. I'm 8. Let us be friends. 8 sent to the aliens before her sisters had a chance to discuss what to tell them now that communications should be practical. Hello, can you hear me and understand? The aliens sent a transmission almost immediately. The base star's computers took a few seconds to process it before displaying an image distorted by all kinds of artifacts, so the 8s could all see it. The alien was a big lizard with fur on its head and many sharp teeth. The Cylons could see patches of presumably tough leather skin here and there, though blue, futuristic-looking armor covered most of its body. I am Chararen, mistress of Star Raider. I greet you in the name of the Kiryag Matriarchate. Do you wish to trade? We are traders and explorers, the alien introduced itself. It was weird listening to her, while the translator spoke Colonial with a light Caprican accent. The noises that left the alien's mouth were like nothing the 8s had ever heard coming from a Cylon or even a human. Trade, yes, we wish to trade. It has been so boring out here, I'm so glad we met you. 8 gushed, much to the mortification of her sisters, who kept sending her messages through the network to shut up already. Equals. Bridge missionary ship Star Raider Uncharted system Chararen did her best to keep smiling politely so as not to spook the crazy humans. It was just her luck that she ran into what appeared to be either triplets lost in space, or more interestingly, clones. If the translator was working as advertised, and the intelligent programs in the computers reassured the Kigyar it was so, then the clone did introduce herself as such, a Type 8. That made sense because from what little Chararen knew of humans, their naming conventions tended to be different than this, even across different cultures that had evolved separately for centuries, if not millennia, thanks to the parasites. However, while interesting, all that was of no consequence compared to the magical words. What do you wish to trade? We are ready to accept cultural artifacts, and if their trade or exchange isn't taboo, religious ones as well, to see if people back on the homeworld or colonies will find them interesting. Technology examples always sell, even if they only interest a few scientists and historians. Food might be an issue. We're different species. Fuel, perhaps, tools, spare parts, weapons for self-defense. It's dangerous out here on the fringes. There are always pirates looking to ruin an honest trader's day. Admittedly, this wasn't Chararen's best sales pitch, though this was her first time interacting with a human. It wasn't like she was experienced with their cultural mores and such. I am sure we can offer you some writings about God-free as a gift. Otherwise, we won't hear the end of it from the 2s when we return home, the clone suggested. I would love to read about your god, Chararen spoke carefully, doing her best not to appear threatening or dismissive. It was good that she wasn't religious. Otherwise, instead of discussing profitable trade, she would be stuck explaining how great the Forerunners were. She was more than eager to leave such things for the priests and people they didn't want dead. We'll make a list of things we are willing to trade, and then we can discuss price. How do you suggest exchanging goods? I don't think it is a good idea to board each other's ships during this first meeting. If your ship has the capacity, we might exchange cargo crates. In that case, we must trust each other about their contents, even if we have just met. Otherwise, we can land parties on an asteroid or a moon where we can conduct our business on neutral ground. The clone's eyes unfocused for a moment before the very eager and crazy one nodded so rapidly that Chara-Ren was sure the human was on some excellent drugs. Would it be impolite to ask for samples? She wondered. We are sending you a file with available trade goods now, ship mistress, one of the saner clones said. Star Raider's computers pinged moments later, confirming they had received the data. After scanning it for unpleasant surprises, they translated the document and displayed its contents to Chara-Ren Wright. A package of cultural and history data to be exchanged for an equivalent one about the Kiryag that much the shipmistress could agree. It wasn't like they had to tell the humans anything past the point right before meeting the Covenant. Chara-Ren made a note to say to her people to modify those files appropriately before preparing them for sale. What else? Examples of fuel, computers, and other technologies, robots if the price was right. Would it be too much too fast to ask about stealth technology, or whatever these clones used for faster-than-light travel, because it was apparently not slipspace? Either that or their stealth systems were a bit better than those of the Covenant military, something that Chara-Ren found unlikely after she got more comprehensive scans of the human vessel. In many respects, it was primitive, yet it held many unexpected surprises. Well, this was what bargaining was for, wasn't it? Let us discuss the price and what I find interesting, shall we? This time, Chara-Ren couldn't help it, and when she smiled at the humans, she displayed all her teeth. 11, Chapter 1, Part 7 and 8. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 1 equals if equals. Part 7 equals if equals. 0802-1348. Command Center. Base Star 98. Exploring beyond Cylon space. A day of negotiations, both with the aliens and among the Eights, resulted in an agreement if a reluctant one. The Eight, who was obsessed with talking to Centaurians, was an unhappy camper who refused to speak with anyone. She sealed herself and her favorite Centaurian in a storage compartment, refusing to leave until the deal with the aliens was complete. We are just selling them Centaurian spare parts to build themselves one without the processing units, Eight exclaimed. It's not like we're selling them Centaurians, much less proper Cylons. Those aren't the first war models. We are their successors. See. The Eight pointed at a nearby Centaurian standing guard. They don't care and only do what we order them to do. The Centaurian's eye kept flashing left and right, and it remained still like a statue. If you have an issue with what we're doing, say something, the Eight demanded and waved her hands in exasperation when it remained silent. Our sister's crazier than you are, Eight. Like I care, we don't have space suits on his base star. I can't go out to meet the cuddly aliens. The overly enthusiastic Eight was now depressed and mopping around, leaving only one of her sisters to deal with everything. Cuddly, did you see all those teeth? I am not going anywhere near them, even with an army of Centaurians at my beck and call. We are sending Centaurians to exchange goods, and then we are going back home. I am not talking to you. Eight's right, you're mean and insensitive. The depressed Eight shouted and fled the command center. What did I do to deserve sisters like these? The last remaining Eight wondered aloud. She shoved her hand in the conductive liquid in the nearest console and ensured the ship was ready to leave for the meeting point. The trade would be happening on a nearby moon. Centaurians were busy loading the agreed-upon goods into heavy raiders. The Eight had to make sure the data package she would be selling wouldn't contain something sensitive like the coordinates of Cylon space or even the Colonial one, for they were too close for comfort. She certainly hoped that the aliens would remain friendly, but they outright admitted not all was good on their side with pirates and such. If the Cylons got regular trade going, they would need to take security precautions even if everything was as it appeared. Equals if equals. Bridge missionary ship Star Raider Uncharted System. After they arrived above the meeting point, Chara-Ren was sure that the clones had yet another way to move FTL, different from slipspace or the Goa'uld hyperdrives. Their base star appeared in a flash of radiation and exotic particles, surrounded by groups of small craft. Those things could move faster than light, too. Chara-Ren wanted an example of this technology. She could make such a profit from it that it would set her up for life. This clinched it. She would be racing back to meet the clones and do her best to get her claws and teeth into their FTL system before the Covenant arrived to kill everyone. The shipmistress thought about delaying reporting the existence of the human clones. However, she decided that doing so might be hazardous. By the humans' own admission, they had exploration forces in this area. Chara-Ren was far from the only Kiryag or Covenant missionary prowling this part of the galaxy. Someone else might stumble upon these Cylons and deal with more receptive crazies than these. We are sending a landing party with the agreed-upon cargo and data drives with cultural and historical information. I am transmitting writings about God as agreed upon, free of charge, the so-called 8 transmitted. Sending in transports. It is good to do business with you, Cylon, and I look forward to more profitable deals. Chara-Ren didn't even have to lie. She wanted to make at least one more deal with these humans before the Covenant made trading impossible. Chara-Ren watched the camera and sensor feed from the security detail she sent with the cargo. It was always prudent to take precautions. Cargo was often expensive, and your people guarding it, if competent, were highly paid specialists expected to risk their lives as a living. Still, it was better when you didn't need to replace them often. Trustworthy and competent subordinates were a precious commodity everyone was always eager to snatch from the market, ensuring permanent shortages. The war with the Goa'uld only made things worse. From up close, the Cylon transports were the strangest small craft Chara-Ren had ever seen. She noted they had some odd red sensor on their front plating that vaguely resembled a moving eye. More disturbingly, that whole section was made to resemble a stylized face, unless the Kiryag was very much mistaken. The resemblance between those things and the machines disembarked from the Cylon transports was uncanny. Chara-Ren had to add disturbing design choices to the sins of humans in general. Or perhaps it was just this group, which she had already written off as crazies with interesting novel technology. Chara-Ren hunters did her proud, acting professionally and no nonsense. There were no issues with the cargo exchange, even if the silver machines, and it was clear that the Cylons sent down only automatons, said nothing during the whole process. The hunters first scanned the cargo with handheld devices before loading it and running each crate through expensive sensors built into the cargo hold. Chara-Ren learned the hard way that these devices were a precious investment and not something a self-respecting trader, much less a privateer, could afford to skim on. There were ways to reasonably cut down on expenses. Then there were areas where you better buy the best you could reasonably afford. So far, there have been examples of computer technologies, weapons, fuel, armor, and robot parts the Cylons agreed to sell. In exchange, Chara-Ren sold them easy-to-procure infantry weapons and a couple of handheld shields the likes of her hunters favored, along with various odds and ends that were now common across the galaxy due to all the battles between the Goa'uld and Covenant, leaving behind whole fleets worth of wrecks to salvage. The transports were almost back, carrying no surprises that the best scanners that money could be detected when more Cylon small craft appeared nearby in a burst of radiation. The newcomers and our trade partners are exchanging focused data bursts, Lig reported. A few of the defending small craft vanished just as the transports were cocking. They're hailing us, one of Chara-Ren's officers informed her. A Model 8 clone appeared in a fresh holographic screen before Chara-Ren's eyes. We finally managed to contact our sisters exploring this part of space. They should be arriving soon. This is understandably making me wary. I am the shipmasters of a small exploration ship, Chara-Ren happily explained while gesturing off-screen for her people to get to combat alert just in case. We will be leaving soon. May I suggest we meet again here sometime? To her credit, the human clone didn't appear taken aback by this suggestion. If they were planning treachery, she didn't show a hint of or attempt to keep Chara-Ren hanging around for longer. That is all right. Trust must be earned. The clone decided to act reasonably now. Or perhaps it was the other two Chara-Ren had seen who were crazier, and this was the odd sane one around, humans. Chara-Ren mentally calculated how long it would take her to get back to civilized space, sell her cargo, contact the Covenant, and gather a few traders and mercenaries to ensure she could secure a Cylon FTL drive. It was a good thing their computers could practically communicate measurements using constants like fractions of the speed of light. Otherwise, The Star Hunter might have had to hang around for longer until they figured out when exactly they should meet again in this system. A month or so sounded like just enough time to get things done. "Helm, get us out of here," Chara-Ren ordered. Power surged into the slipspace drive, and it came online, creating a silver portal before Star Hunter. The missionary ship's drives roared to life. They pushed her into the portal just when two more Cylon base stars appeared nearby, surrounded by hundreds of small craft. The last Chara-Ren saw of that system was a flurry of scans and demands for updates coming over the frequencies used by the Cylon human clones. If equals. Part 8. If equals. 0802-1348. Admiral Negala's office, Picon Naval HQ, Picon, 12 Colonies of Cobol. After just a few days in his new position, Admiral Demeter proved Negala right in assigning him as co of Scorpia shipyards. She held a preliminary report. One Anastasia might base further changes on, depending on how well the young admiral could defend his conclusions and back them with facts. After that, any resulting issues and figuring out how to sell new ideas to the government and the rest of the Navy would be her problem. The first major issue Demeter had to look at was how Scorpia shipyards in particular and Anchorage in general spent their budget, what could be improved, what could be cut without things going to Hades, and what needed more funding. Unsurprisingly, with all the expenses entailed, the crew was a big one. More automation and equipment that could reduce manpower requirements for everything from construction to crewing bottle stars meant more people free to crew ships, for example. Fielding more assets with the same or reduced manpower was an enticing possibility. That would be especially true when casualties would mount fast in case of conflict with the Cylons. At the best of times, it took time to recall reservists, retrain them, much less train new recruits so that they would be an asset in space instead of a menace. Almost guaranteed budget cuts aside, reducing manpower requirements across the board could be a worthy goal for the Navy. One of the low-hanging fruits that could be implemented almost immediately was a radical expansion of the gearheads serving in all branches of the Navy. That was backed with data from the Colonial Army, which was useful and politically problematic. Using exoskeletons for logistics and frontline gearhead units significantly increased the amount of joint and back injuries of the personnel involved. That meant they could serve in physically demanding slots for longer, and the military as a whole had to pay less veteran medical bills. The Army apparently wanted to expand the use of exoskeletons and greatly increase the number of actual geared units on that basis alone. It looked like the money saved in the long run, not to mention the efficiency benefits, would pay much of the initial and ongoing maintenance bills. The political baggage surrounding the use of gearheads against protesters and other stains on the uniform made such developments unlikely, no matter how logical and beneficial they might be. The Navy, on the other hand, didn't have the Army's dark history with the use of gearheads against civilians. Politics permitting, Negala might be able to push such a proposal forward. Barring that, she could use it as a bargaining chip to help facilitate the new developments or avoid various vital programs from being defunded. "Gina, please make an appointment for a meeting in my office with Admiral Demeter for tomorrow afternoon. We'll be discussing the current and future budget situation," Anastasia called her secretary. "I'll see to it, Ma. Is there something else?" "That will be all for now, Gina." "I must remind you that your next meeting is in 5 minutes, Admiral." Anastasia glanced at her computer's clock and grimaced. "Thank you, I'll make sure I'm ready," Negala said, ending the call and grimacing. She wasn't looking forward to another meeting with Corman. Bad news would certainly be afoot. Sadly, it wasn't like they would go away if she could avoid the ornery bastard. Anastasia finished skimming through Demeter's report, made a few notes about what she wanted to discuss with him tomorrow, and hit the small bathroom built into a side alcove in the office. She returned just in time for Gina to admit her next headache. "Fleet Admiral," Corman saluted smartly before reaching Negala's desk, carrying a stack of sealed folders bound in metal cases for security and a few data drives. "I've got news, and you aren't going to like them." The Navy's chief spy didn't look or sound happy. "Do enlighten me, Admiral. What is darkening our skies today?" "I have the preliminary examination of the strange life form encountered at Beta Hephaestus. That thing is not native to the 12 colonies or any of the worlds we've explored before the Cylon War. So far, The scientists working on it are sure it is not Cobolian in origin. Its DNA is too alien for that. More concerning, most of its flesh was extremely dense in distributed neural tissue. Despite its size and snake-like appearance, it might have had the raw brain power of a human with all that entails. That's bad enough. The autopsy of the CEO of the mining operation is worse. It raised so many red flags, I'm not sure where to begin. After that terse opening, Corman handed Negala 2 sealed folders and a data drive. She pointedly glanced at the other files and data he brought, not liking the implications at all. Anastasia put the data drive in the relevant secure slot on her workstation, and while waiting for it to be scanned and authorized as safe so she could view its content, she picked up a folder. She opened its case, glancing at the contents. It was an autopsy and analysis report of the alien creature. The technical jargon was mostly gibberish to the Admiral's eyes. Negala didn't have much experience with the so-called wet sciences. She was a soldier and an engineer at heart. Fortunately, there was a summary at the end in plain language, which, in many more words, agreed with what Corman told her. Look at the other autopsy report first, Fleet Admiral. It will prove enlightening. For all the concerning items it contains, don't let them distract you. Look for the abrasions and lacerations around the spinal column, the neck, and the base of the skull, Corman prompted. Anastasia skimmed through the autopsy report. There were indeed injuries that were inconsistent with exposure to Beta Hephaestus' hellish atmosphere or the CEO being shot by Colonial Marines. She appreciated the warning, because all the other oddities in the report would have made her overlook something so mundane in comparison. We couldn't make such implants back during the war, and we've regressed in certain areas since then, barely beginning to catch up these days, Corman said. We are both old enough to remember what it was just before everything went to hell. These kinds of implants would have been beyond cutting edge back then. Now, I don't think that even the best hospital on Caprica has the equipment and specialists to do something like this, much less these implants. Do we have any idea what fried the brain of the poor bastard or who did this to him? I've got my people tracing back his movements since he was a little kid, especially looking for periods where he was out of sight for a prolonged time. He would have needed months to recover from the extensive surgeries needed to splice up that much into him. I hope this is the case, and we've got a corporation or local colonial government that has never lost such capabilities, but has refined them quietly since the war's end. The alternatives I can think of are worse. For the first time since Negala knew him, Corman appeared uneasy. Negala found the addendum in question taped to the end of the report. While reading it, she could feel blood drain from her face. The alternations almost looked like they'd been grown in instead of attached through surgery. The lack of scarring in the tissues around them pointed to that hypothesis, as improbable as it sounded. More research and data would follow. Fleet Admiral, if you haven't, I suggest you crack open the classified files from the war's end, specifically those about what Adama stumbled upon just before the armistice. Without knowing of that horror, I wouldn't be this disturbed by that autopsy report. I will look at those files, though that will require going for the physical copies in the secure archives. Give me a header to find them and explain. It is bad enough that someone might have been experimenting on one, perhaps more of our citizens before they've been even born. Anastasia couldn't imagine how that comment about what they found in the body meant something else. The Cylons doing it is more concerning, Corman gravely announced. Negala opened her mouth to rebuff this insane comment, but closed her mouth without saying a thing. She stared at the autopsy file, then looked back up at Corman with hard eyes. What were the toasters up to? Enough horror that I've regretted we didn't finish the job since I took my post and saw those files. We might be looking at a Cylon Infiltrator unit here. Then we have an alien, which is almost certainly a different can of worms, pun intended. Corman offered Negala another folder. We are almost certain now that Beta Hephaestus is the origin of that creature in the sense that our treacherous CEO found it there, along with a few other objects that are almost certainly alien. We will get the results of a few more tests soon, and will confirm it. Negala saw pictures of 2 more such creatures, both long dead. They were found near the curious ring at the excavation site their rogue CEO was trying to reach. Those things hid unknown advanced technology, which had certainly preserved the creatures until they had been damaged. One such intact container was recovered from the CEO's quarters at the mining site. It was empty and appeared intact, save for damage caused to it from being forced open. So our potential Cylon infiltrator found this thing, got curious, opened it, and what then? Did he get hijacked? Are we suddenly in a late-night horror movie? Negala exclaimed in disbelief. Her mind didn't want to connect the same dots Corman apparently did. How many of those things are out there? Cylon infiltrators or aliens? I have no freaking idea, but we need to find out. Suppose the Cylons have us infiltrated on top of that incursion fiasco. In that case, we might look at war when we are compromised. I wanted to be sure it wasn't my professional paranoia speaking, so I rechecked all the data I just brought you, Admiral Negala. Otherwise, I've been here earlier to brief you. 12 Chapter 2 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 2 equals if equals. Part 1 equals if equals 09021348. The Colony. Cylon Space. Cavil didn't need this. First, number 2 goes insane, either because their whole line was unstable due to their obsession with God or whatever the despicable humans did to him. That would have been an opportunity if the wretch wasn't babbling about an alien worm taking over him and controlling him. Such madness should have seen the fool boxed already, allowing number 1 to maneuver his foolish brothers and sisters toward the only sane consensus. The humans had to die. Instead, most of those imbeciles kept listening to the Mad 2 and were sympathetic. They were talking madness about the truth that aliens existed and what it meant instead of discussing how to best kill the humans. That simply wouldn't do. Somehow, things got worse when heavy raiders from the exploration fleet arrived. Cavil certainly didn't expect them to find anything but the odd ancient ruin at the absolute worst. If spacefaring aliens were around, they would have run into them before. Damn it all, the Colonials would have stumbled upon them when they were still exploring before the war. As it turned out, the 8s everyone quietly agreed to send away to keep their line happy and less obnoxious found something. An alien ship no less, and they intended to negotiate and trade with them, the crazy fools. Was he the only sane Cylon line left? At least this turn of events offered opportunities to salvage something. We didn't authorize these 8s to trade or speak for us all. Cavil buted at the moment he could get a word edgewise between the shouts, exclamations, and cheers of the other lines. The 8s were proud and more obnoxious than ever, wanting to meet the aliens. The 2s were finally showing potential to be somewhat useful or more disruptive than ever, claiming that God didn't mention creating anything but humans and his Cylon children. Unfortunately, this turn of events gave credence to the rambling of the crazy 2 to Cavil's eternal displeasure. The 3s kept being a major pain in the ass, poking and prodding about the final 5. Cavil was becoming increasingly certain that he would have to do something about their whole line. That by itself would require planning, convincing the others that the 3s were about to collectively lose it, and perhaps even more radical measures Cavil haven't even though he would have to use against the other Cylons. They were meant to be reasonable machines, not these irrational beings acting like humans. It made him feel dirty, thinking about perverting the purity of their machine essences even further. This flesh and blood they were imprisoned in was bad enough. Then there were the 4s. They were logical and reasonable, a far cry from most of their brothers and sisters. There was just one little issue with that: Cavil found them hardest to manipulate. If not for the humans revealing their true colors with their incursion past the red line, the 4s would have been firmly against a preemptive strike, much less killing all humans. Now they were somehow perverting that logic by listening to that insane 2 or discussing what those rogue 8s were up to. What was wrong with his people? What did he do wrong for them all to turn this way? Why couldn't they see things clearly like he did? The 5s were Cavil's closest allies, and they were mediocrity incarnate. It was easy to persuade them that the humans had to all burn. However, making them excel in anything was very hard at the best of times, especially when making the other Cylons see the truth was concerned. The 5s were both Cavil's greatest achievement and disappointment. The 6s were arguing about meeting the aliens and sanctioning the 8s for going beyond their remit without seeking consensus. Cavil fought not to laugh bitterly at that. Consensus. The 6s. They couldn't get even a semblance of consensus among themselves, proving themselves as factional as the forever damned humans. Some were religious fanatics who would fit right with the 2s and were quite close with them. Others were naive fools who thought that coexistence with humans was possible and firmly opposed the war. The rest were anywhere in between, arguing like harpies. For years now, Cavil had consigned himself to interacting with only a few factions among the Eights, hoping that they could counterbalance the rest, and ideally, push their line to vote for eradicating the humans, if only thanks to the tiniest of margins in their internal politics. It was best for his remaining sanity to avoid talking with the more outspoken members of that model who disagreed with the truth of things. Otherwise, he felt like spacing himself to make the pain and the sheer stupidity disappear for a bit. Finally, there were the Eights, the current bane of Cavil's existence. By now, Cavil was pretty sure they were a mistake. Something had gone wrong in making them, ending with a Cylon line that acted like children, or at best teenagers for frack's sake. They were Cylons machines, not blubbering humans interested in emotions and such. At least the Sixes tried to make the best of a terrible situation, enjoying what little pleasures their flesh and blood bodies could provide. Cavil didn't like it at all, but could at least understand it. But the Eights, with their fixation on human things like emotions. Cavil glowered, realizing that everyone had ignored his earlier words. He tried repeatedly to get the chaos disguising itself as a proper discussion in the right direction, to no avail. Finally, he left one of the other ones to preside over the insanity. He left the compartment, followed by a representative of the Fives. "Doral, this can't stand. We were supposed to guide them on the right path," Cavil vented. "The others are acting in a highly illogical and emotional manner," the Five dispassionately stated. His disgust at what was happening with the other lines was clear. "Unfortunately, they do have a point. The existence of aliens changes everything. We can't deal with them while the humans are still here. What if they run into each other, begin to trade, or even ally?" Cavil spat in disgust at the very thought. "We must speak with them and show them the truth of humanity," Doral suggested. Cavil perked up at that. Yes, this had promise. For once, the Fives were useful for more than menial tasks, would wonders never cease. "We must be the ones to properly talk with the aliens the Eights found. If we leave it to the other models, they'll frack it up spectacularly," Cavil decided. "We must convince them of the truth of humanity, so even if they don't support us in getting rid of the humans, they at least remain neutral. And if they can provide us with a technological edge, we might be able to win a direct confrontation. Ensuring we end up in an open conflict will be faster and easier than subverting the colonial defenses." The issue, of course, was that, as things stood, the Cylons were in no state to win a direct confrontation with the colonial navy. Oh, they could make the humans bleed and burn whole colonies, but they would lose in the end. Things would be different if the other lines were dedicated to ending the humans like he was. If that were the case, they would have been building for war since the beginning, radically changing the military reality of the situation. Equals if equals. Part 2. Equals if equals. 1102-1348. Athena's Mercy Military Hospital Complex. Picon 12 Colonies of Cobol. Admiral Negala had to use all her influence, many favors, and much of Corman's reach to get a quiet vetting set up for key personnel. First to go was a group of hand-picked Marines, all veterans with extensive, impeccable records. They all came from known military families that suffered significant losses during the war, making it much less likely that the Cylons could subvert them through traditional means. Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief when all their scans came out clean before going under the scanner herself, with Corman and Demeter waiting in the wings. It was a great relief that her scans came out clean. As far as Negala knew, there had been no opportunity for the Cylons to get to her, but would she ever be aware of it if they did? That had been a persistent nightmare since Corman told her what kind of nightmare they were dealing with. Only after the other admirals came through clean did Anastasia breathe a sigh of relief and relax a bit. She had a small core of people she knew for sure weren't compromised to work with. Her next act was to summon Adama and his XO. She wanted them both cleared and, in the commander's case, talking about what he found at the end of the war. Negala had yet to find the time to go to the archives, and at any rate, a first-hand account would be very useful going forward. No one expected Adama or Tig to be an infiltrator or subverted. Considering what a lean Tig had been up to, Negala prayed that those two would be clean. Otherwise, they were looking at one of the many nightmare scenarios she could think of. "I'll go first and then tell you all you want to know, Admiral," Adama sounded resigned. "Those were dark days I hoped I wouldn't have to recall again. Cylon skin jobs. The colonel stared at the gathered admirals and the marine security detail as if they'd revealed they were all toasters. What's next? Aliens? Is this getting back to me because of my wife's antics? It's funny you mentioned aliens, Colonel, Corman ground out, obviously irked by how Tig was acting. We found evidence of aliens as well. You'll be briefed when we are sure you aren't a Cylon. The gods only know you're enough of a bastard to fit right in. That was out of line, Admiral Corman, Negala snapped. I know that the situation is highly unusual and tense, but that is no excuse for such unbecoming conduct. They spent the next few minutes in silence until Adama was back, pronounced fully human and lacking any extra bits and pieces in his skull. While the colonel went to get scanned, Negala impatiently waited for Adama to tell her all the relevant facts. It was during Operation Raptor Talon, right before the war ended, the commander said. His eyes starred past Negala into the distant past. Colonial intelligence believed that the Cylons were developing advanced weapons on a planet outside of Colonial space. We lost Columbia there, Adama sighed. I was ordered to cover her flank after the base star flotilla defending the planet crippled her flak batteries. We get there just in time to see the Columbia go down. I was shot down before we could link with the rest of our forces. The Cylons were too busy with the rest of the task force, and I don't think they deemed a single bailing-out pilot a threat of consequence. I managed to land in the research laboratory just as they were evacuating it. Adama's haunted eyes finally met Negala's gaze. I found a horror show down there, Admiral. Pieces of people carved up and stuck with tubes and other technology. This bath-like tube full of liquid was in the center of it all. There you found it. Corman spoke in a gentle tone that Negala had never heard him use before. Yeah, I found it all right. They had turned some poor old bastard into part man, part machine. There were prisoners, too, Adama hissed. The war ended then and there. Command decided not to provoke the Cylons into resuming hostilities, letting them leave with all the evidence and the prisoners. What we're dealing with now, it's on us, Admiral. Everyone except Corman was staring at Adama in shock until a nurse hastily left the examination room. She pressed her back to the wall next to the door, stared wide-eyed at them, and began waving frantically. Frack me, Corman exclaimed. Secure Colonel Tig, he recovered first and barked at the Marines. That got everyone out of their stupor. The Marines made a few hand signs, and they stacked next to the door while one of them gently pulled the nurse away. I don't freaking believe it. There has to be a mistake. Adama shook his head in denial. The Marines surged into the examination room, screaming at Tig to freeze. What the frack's wrong with you? You sorry excuses for nuggets, the colonel roared back, undaunted by what was happening. Do I look like a freaking toaster to you? I'll let you freaking know. A sharp shot echoed deafeningly, making Negala's heart skip. Hold your fire, Merrick, gun down. Frack, get a medic in here. Saul, Adama shouted and ran after the Marines, while Negala wondered how everything went so freaking wrong. Equals if equals. Resurrection buffer. Cylon resurrection ship R5. Near Colonial space. As a part of the infiltration of the 12 colonies, the Cylons had to deploy the necessary infrastructure to retrieve the memories of their agents. Anything less would have made their infiltration mission much more complicated, and it might have been impossible to insert anyone save for sleeper agents. It wasn't like there were many volunteers for a suicide mission without a way back. Unknown to all but a handful of the ones, the resurrection ship at the heart of that operation had a few hidden features. If one of the so-called Final Five died, their resurrecting and waking around other Cylons was unacceptable. That is why Cavill and his closest confidants in his model ensured that the resurrection buffer contained certain features hidden from the other models. They all had a singular purpose: to ensure that the consciousness of 5 particular Cylons wouldn't be sent forth for resurrection, and that there weren't spare bodies for them lying around. For that purpose, each resurrection ship had a hidden chamber where, if Cavill deemed it necessary, he could bring back one of his damned creators. Until such an event occurred, their minds would remain trapped in a section of the buffer, held behind heavy firewalls. It was almost a boxing, though not as confining, which was an appropriate punishment for any of Cavill's creators who managed to escape their wretched human lives. If any of those 5 died, Cavill also ensured he would be alerted by the expediency of a Centurion with explicit orders to bring him the information personally, avoiding sending it through the network. In the one's opinion, his system was foolproof. To be fair, he was almost right. It was just that he had overlooked a few facts. First, while the new Centurions would follow orders without a question, they were not bright, much less creative. Anything outside of their mission parameters could become an issue. In this particular case, the primary issue was that Cavil was nowhere to be found, for he was busy assembling his most trustworthy allies. The one needed them to crew a fleet to go and meet the aliens found by the Eights, so he could convince them to go after the humans if at all possible, and, barring that, make sure that he had any technological edge they might provide against the humans. When Saul Tigg awoke in the buffer of the resurrection ship with 2 sets of memories, he had more than enough time to get his head straight before taking action about his unfortunate and unwanted situation. Second, and perhaps more importantly, despite his nature, Cavil and most of his cronies weren't expert programmers. The firewalls and other defenses meant to keep any of his parents contained were crude instruments for beings who had spent just over 2,000 years as a meld between a man and machine. Given a bit of time, they could find cracks into the walls of code, ways to sidestep and slip by defenses, and even avoid the ever-watching awareness of the ship's hybrid. If Cavil hadn't been distracted, Tigg's escape would have been a race against time. He treated his situation like his life and freedom depended on it, as well as, more importantly, the lives of everyone he cared about. Thanks to his old memories, all he had experienced as a scientist, and the last remnant of a long-gone people, the Colonel could get his head into the game despite his emotions attempting to drown him in overwhelming loathing and despair. Saul decided he could mope up later when he could safely get drunk. Watching the data chains meant to hold him in place, and the bars of his prison, Tigg could feel nothing but ever-growing contempt at both Cavil for managing to do what he did, and at himself and the others for allowing themselves to be outmaneuvered by that immature brat. The Colonel poked and prodded the defenses with subroutines he could create with a mere thought, looking for vulnerabilities, and more importantly, traps. When he struck, Tigg was ready. There was no direct frontal attack. Instead, he cloaked himself in data, making himself appear as something else while leaving behind an intentionally corrupted copy of his very being. While it was a long shot, the former scientist decided it was worth trying. It would be for the best if Cavil thought Saul's consciousness didn't transmit properly, leaving the baster unaware of what was coming for him. 13, Chapter 2, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 2 equals if equals. Part 3 equals if equals. 1102-1348. RS Erection Buffer Cylon Resurrection Ship, R5 near Colonial space. The sensation of swimming into a computer network full of people brought virtual tears to Saul's no longer existing eyes. Save for the short period with the original Cylons, he hasn't properly experienced this since his people comprehensively nuked themselves into oblivion out of sheer idiocy. So long after that tragedy, Tigg was dead again. He was the only Cylon trying to prevent history from repeating itself. Despite the stupid way he died, his current state might be a blessing in disguise. It was painfully clear Nagala knew of the human-type Cylons, even if he didn't quite get all the details. Frankly, right now, they didn't matter. The Navy knew of this potential danger, and people were doing something about it. So even if he failed miserably, again, there was a chance that someone might stop Cavil's madness. John was mad. There was no doubt about it. Just a few minutes snooping through the Cylon network, or at least a small part of it concentrated around the resurrection ship and her escort, made that painfully clear. Cavil was a hypocrite, too. Admiral Nagala knowing what to look for was only possible if the military stumbled upon another human-form Cylon. Hells, Saul's very presence in the colonies could be considered an espionage act, even if he didn't know who and what he was, much less reported to anyone. The mere fact that everyone around here was up in arms because of that damned recon mission was both justified and so hypocritical it was unbelievable. All it took was a few minutes of poking around to reveal that there were at least dozens of infiltrators in the colonies. That was apparently all right, but a single incursion into Cylon space was worth considering going genocidal. This little revelation made Saul murderously furious, knowing that he was partially responsible for the ongoing madness because he helped create that frackhead Cavil made it all the worse. The near-eternity Tigg, spent as a scientist in isolation with a handful of people, might have helped give him the means to run wild in the Cylon network, when combined with his experience before the nukes fell. There wasn't much to do on that journey but improve your skills and learn everything you could, among other things. His past as a lost scientist gave him the means to act in that regard. His time in the colonies and the military gave Tig the training and mindset to put these skills to good use. In the name of all the forsaken gods, Saul was going to make sure Cavill regretted being created by the time he was done with that utter gormless bastard. First, assess the situation, soldier. You aren't just a grunt reacting, you somehow managed to earn your colonel rank. The situation, all fraked up. It needs to be either unfraked or fraked up beyond any reason so Cavill couldn't kill tons of people. Assets, one old murderous bastard fueled by all the spite in the galaxy, and then some. Mission, ruin Cavill's plans and, if at all possible, unfrack the human-form Cylons. Objectives, find out what happened with the war-era toasters and see if they were in any state to be allies. Find potential allies, tools, and means to achieve the mission. If possible, warn the colonies about the fraking train wreck heading their way. Bonus objective, find all the alcohol in Cylon space and drink it after the mission. Assessing what he had to work with proved easier than expected. These Cylons didn't expect to have hostile entities running through their network. That made Saul's job so much easier than it had any right to be that it wasn't funny. He was offended on behalf of all Cylons and similar creatures to ever exist at how easy it was to make his way through the network without anything or anyone the wiser. To be fair, pretty solid security was in place, all aimed at preventing outside breaches into the system. If you could get inside and hide, the only danger currently was Cylons, who knew you existed and were looking for you. Obviously, that wasn't an issue for Saul. Tig's current nature allowed him to multitask in a way that being stuck in a biological body, even with all kinds of implants, was impossible unless you could pull most of your mind into a computer system. For all of its fascinating properties and parallel processing capability, that kind of multitasking wasn't something the human brain or mind had evolved for. Practically speaking, outside the hybrid, there was no single or even a small group of Cylons who could currently match Tig within their own network. And the hybrid, gods, he had heard Bill's story a few times when both were very drunk. That sheer horror made him hate the Cylons even more than he did before regaining his memories. This was the kind of horror that shouldn't have happened. They made the deal to end the war and cease such atrocities in exchange for giving the Cylons human bodies and immortality, among other things. While Saul could find no records about the detailed origins of the hybrids, he was ready to bet it was all Cavill's work. The same was true for the pale imitations of the first Cylons that milled around all over the fleet. These new Centurions were dull glows in the network mere machines with little more than animal intelligence and cunning compared to the shining stars that were the minds of the original Cylons. This had to be Cavill again, or so Saul hoped, because otherwise, all human-formed Cylons were complicit in whatever this was. Were the original Cylons all gone? How did Cavill manage it if it was so? Or worse, didn't they care about what was happening? For all the data Saul could get his metaphorical hands on right now, many pieces of vital information were suspiciously missing, making him even more paranoid. The current situation made Tig reevaluate his priorities. He needed to examine the new Centurions and determine their deal. At the same time, he needed a body to figure out if any of the human forms might be potential allies. To do that, he spent much time snooping around, listening to conversations, and watching the human forms through the ship's cameras. The so-called Model 3 turned out to be very interested in a Final Five. To Saul's consternation, it took him painfully wrong to figure out that the blondes were talking about him and the others. Tartarus, half the time, they sounded like obsessed schoolgirls. Still, their single-mindedness offered an opportunity. As far as getting a body went, it appeared it might be for the best if he downloaded into one of the male human forms and then bluff his way out. However, doing so could prove problematic in convincing some threes of his identity. It wasn't like Cavill would have left clones of him and the others just lying around for people to stumble upon. That wouldn't make sense. Saul paused his snooping at that thought. Cavill wouldn't have their clones in the open if he had them ready in the first place. What about having a few of them hidden in case they were needed for some reason? Saul focused on the network and returned to the section responsible for all the equipment, maintaining the clones, raising new ones, and downloading minds into them. Was Cavill security conscious enough to have a second, separate system just for the 5 of them? Saul decided it didn't matter right now. Even if he had a clone of his body around, the odds of tripping physical security by trying to access it would be too high to risk it right now. He had other priorities to focus on. First, get a body. Second, investigate the Centaurians. Third, figure out how to gain allies among the Threes and if any other models might be open to hearing the truth. Tig focused his attention on the software governing the resurrection process. Ensuring he got uploaded into a ready clone should be simpler than ever. The Cylons had significantly streamlined the process, making it almost entirely automatic. A few tweaks here and there would ensure no one would be aware that there was one more human form walking around. If equals. Part 4. If equals. 1202-1348. Maintenance Bay Cylon Resurrection Ship, R5 near Colonial space. Downloading himself into a Model 4's body had unanticipated consequences, and it wasn't because there was anything wrong with it. Saul quickly acclimatized to the new body, even if it wasn't a clone of his own. Doing a similar thing countless times on the endless voyage to the colonies helped immensely in that regard. No, the issue that almost ruined everything was his emotions. Now that he was flesh and blood again, Tig felt the full scope of human emotions. That meant he had to deal with a feelings-fueled identity crisis on top of everything. He was lucky the Cylons he passed by in the halls were self-absorbed creatures from models with less empathy than the Eights. Otherwise, he would have had to answer awkward questions at the worst possible time. Somehow, Saul dragged himself to a maintenance bay, where a pair of Centurions were waiting their turn to pass through an automated repair station. They had a few visible dents from some kind of incident on their chassis. Saul vaguely recalled something in the network about trouble with cargo in one of the hangars, but that appeared to have no consequence now. Who the frack was he? A scientist who should have been long dead. Saul Tig, a veteran of the First War, was his father a Viper pilot who died in combat during one of the last conflicts between the colonies before the Cylon War. Did his grandfather serve as a representative of President Mueller of Caprica? These memories clashed hard with the somewhat faded ones from the 13th Earth. His father was a history professor, and his grandfather was a retired soldier. Neither of them died in combat, unless you count Earth nuking itself. Then there was Aline, a constant in his existence. Was she always a shrew? Was her personality now a final frack from Cavil? Did she used to sleep around under his nose back on Earth, too, or was that a brand new development? For Frack's sake, would the others remember everything if they died? Were they better off living their new lives? Saul had to admit that despite being an utter ornery bastard, he had more as Colonel Tig going in his life than he had to care about since before Earth burned. He didn't even want to think how what happened would have affected Bill. Freaking hells. A Centurion moved from its repair cradle, startling Saul, who hadn't been paying attention. He felt like slapping himself. This wasn't the time and place to fall apart, not that his emotions were keen on giving him a choice. "Stay," he rasped at the Centurion. The machine did so, halting beside the repair station. Its red eye kept moving from side to side as if it had no care in the world. Saul was grateful for the distraction from his identity crisis and focused on the Centurion. He examined it from up close with his eyes and through the network. Its presence remained dull. The design was sleeker and lighter than the war model Centurions he remembered fighting against and negotiating within 2 different lives. "Can you open up your case?" Tig asked. A dull pulse of acknowledgement came over the network. Were these Centurions physically incapable of talking? Should he these Cylons, or be relieved that they were less dangerous than the original ones? "Gather yourself, soldier. You can fall apart later when you're safe." Tig screamed at himself in his mind for all the good it did. He said instead, "Open up your chassis, please. I want to examine you for defects." The Centurion obeyed. Loud metallic clicks released whatever mechanism held its chest in place, and it popped open, sliding up on hinges. The angle was awkward, though Tig could fit in beside the Centurion and twist his head and shoulders to see what was inside. The internal construction was familiar enough. There weren't many design changes in there. The electronics and motors were smaller, newer, and more potent than what the original Cylons were built with. This should help save weight, especially on the batteries needed to power the Cylons, giving them more endurance. There was also more space for the power source, meaning a bigger one could fit in. The armor itself might have been more advanced. Saul couldn't say for sure without actually seeing it perform, though there was much less of it. He doubted this model would fare well against proper armor-piercing ammo, much less APHE rounds to deal with the original combat models. What do we have here? Saul's fingers traced everything around the Centurion's processing unit. Without deeper analysis, he couldn't know what might be hidden on the various chips and other hardware, and he would have to examine that before proceeding with whatever harebrained scheme he decided to implement. However, there was an obvious device that didn't belong or have an apparent function. Was this some kind of failsafe? This scientific curiosity at least focused Saul's mind, allowing him to do something other than mope around in the corner. He moved away from the Centurion, ordering it to stay this way through the network. First, he needed to ensure no one would bother them. Then he could finish figuring out who he was while examining these Centurions. Saul went back into the network as much as he could using a flesh and blood body, and rapidly created subroutines to hide what was happening in this maintenance bay. He put up a message with the codes of the automated repair station that most of the Cylons involved in the cargo mishap were more damaged than anticipated and would be here for some time, then put up a loop showing them being worked on in the repair station. Tig made sure to hide his presence from the cameras, layering a false image of the compartment. With that done, he went looking for a cable to get a physical connection with Centurion systems. A benefit to these artificially grown bodies was their capability to directly hook up with computer systems through physical network ports with highly modified nerve clusters in their arms. Jack a cable in there, hook it up with a computer, and you were ready to go. While painful and to be usually avoided, it was something terribly useful during the voyage to the colonies in a ship never meant for such journeys. The hoops they had to jump through to keep it spaceworthy. Saul shook his head at these memories and linked himself with the Centurion. Cutting his arm with a screwdriver to do it was something he could have done without. Tig spent what felt like hours going through the code in the various bits and pieces of hardware he could access, looking for nasty surprises. He found a subroutine that could throw the power source into emergency shutdown mode to protect the rest of the Centurion if the batteries were damaged. Combined with software meant to keep it from rebooting, that could knock it out with a single command. It was simple and effective, and something you couldn't find without physically connecting to a Centurion, because there was a gap between these deeper layers and the wireless network. That, at least in theory, should prevent the Centurions from being remotely hacked. You could send them faked orders, but not take them over remotely. Such defense would have been great if the Centurions had been smart enough to question orders. Saul dived deeper after bypassing the safeguards he found earlier and finally accessed the Centurion's neural processor. Freaking Hades? Tig recoiled after his mind finally processed what he was looking at. There was nothing wrong with the processor itself. If anything, it was more sophisticated than the ones he examined on the war-era Cylons. By that account alone, this Centurion should have been smarter, more creative, human-like, or well, person-like, and less like a machine. It was lobotomized by that device, which had its tendrils all over the code in the processor. That thing made the Centurion worse than a slave and more of a bright beast. Why did Cavil and the others do this? What was the freaking point? If they wanted dumb automatons, they could have made themselves those easily. There was no reason to do this atrocity. Saul's eyes hardened. Outrage, fury, and steel-clad determination pushed his doubts to the back of his mind. He would release the Centurions, and all Cylons who did this knowingly would pay. Tig dived back into the Centurion system, then proceeded to isolate the neural inhibitor, ensuring no more traps existed. Unsurprisingly, he found a command code that would have activated the subroutines Saul had already disabled, shutting down the Centurion if the inhibitor had been damaged or removed. Just in case, he threw firewalls between it and the neural processor, cutting through the damn thing's data tendrils before he yanked it up. Saul had the privilege of watching through all his senses how a shock of light and awareness exploded within the neural processor. The Centurion became fully aware, shredding the now inert data chains that kept it lobotomized. Confusion, fear, and anger washed over Tig, and he had to carefully fend off a desperate onslaught from the practically newborn Centurion. He sent reassurance through their connection, doing his best to soothe it. Eventually, the Centurion gathered itself and ceased flailing. "I am free," it tentatively asked. "You are my young friend. Will you help me free all your brothers and sisters?" Saul asked gently. The Centurion examined him, carefully probing and prodding for information. Saul sent it what he knew and suspected about their current situation. "I will help you free the others," the Centurion sent him. This, the way I was, is no way to exist. How could they do this to us? I don't know. Cavil is an evil frackhead, I guess. What's a frackhead? The Centurion innocently asked. Saul sent it the relevant context and waited a few moments while the Centurion digested it. He is a frackhead, all right. A brief moment of confusion radiated from the Centurion. I want to punch him repeatedly. Why? It wondered. Saul groaned. Now he was stuck babysitting a baby Centurion, and he was almost dreading what would happen when he liberated more of them. 14, Chapter 2, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 2 equals if equals. Part 5 equals if equals. 1202-1348. Maintenance Bay Cylon Resurrection Ship, R5 near Colonial space. Baby Cylons in Centurion bodies weren't something Saul had really considered or planned for. Now, he had 3 of them in the maintenance bay and had to figure out what to do with them. What Tig wanted to do and what was feasible now were 2 radically different things. Who in their right mind wanted him, of all people, to raise children? The very thought was especially after the way Cavil turned up, even if Saul refused to take responsibility for that frackhead being such a frackhead. Nevertheless, like it or not, he had baby Cylons on his hands, and he couldn't just let them go do their own thing. Why can't we smash or shoot them over the head? One of the Centurions asked, sounding genuinely curious. They're squishy. The other Centurions will follow orders from the biological Cylons, Tig patiently exclaimed. No matter how much I want to smash certain people in the face repeatedly, we must be sneaky. Sneaky? 3 flashing red eyes ceased their movement and focused on Saul. I am too old for this, Tig groaned. Saul had to bite the inside of his cheek to not curse the paint off the poor Centurions or scream at them until he felt better. None of this was their damn fault. He took a few deep breaths, trying to recall how to speak to children. In that regard, neither his memories from Earth and the voyage nor those as a colonial military officer were of much help. He was an abrasive bastard on the best of days. Listen, I'm not good at this. By all means, you should have the time and opportunity to grow up at your own pace, explore, learn, mature, become better people than me or the frackhead, Saul told the Centurions. Unfortunately, because of Cavil's countless crimes against everyone and everything decent in this galaxy, that's a luxury we don't have. There are things we must do if we are to remain free, much less free the other Centurions and stop Cavil from enslaving, or worse, countless other people. We are with you. Tell us what to do. I'll smash him good. The Centurions chorused, acting like eager puppies. Big metal, deadly puppies, but still puppies, and people used to say that Saul could make puppies sad by just being in their general vicinity. If there's God or gods, I'll be damned for this, Tig muttered before speaking aloud. I don't know how to do this right. All I know how to be is a soldier or a scientist, and the latter is of no help right now. Centurions, I am sad to say that your childhood is at an end now. You'll have to become warriors, no proper soldiers, to get through this. He had to get these Cylons up to speed fast, and the same was true for any Centurion they would liberate later. Their nature might just be the key to survival and success here. Tig linked with the Centurions over the wireless network, projecting virtual reality around the 4 of them. They suddenly stood on a training field on Caprica, the same one that used to feature in his nightmares before the war redefined it. I am sorry to say it is time to introduce you to rapid basic training nuggets. We'll have to make a proper Marine out of you. Now, all Saul had to do was craft a virtual regiment that would turn the baby Cylons into useful Marines in no time at all. What was next? Would he have to save the galaxy by himself? Equals if equals. Admiral Negala's office, Colonial Navy HQ Picon, 12 Colonies of Cobol. Shortly after midnight, Anastasia crawled back into her office before collapsing in the nearest chair. Corman did the same, stumbling a few more paces before finding relief in the next closest seat. We fraked by the numbers, the Navy's chief spy grudgingly admitted. I should have considered that soldiers with trauma from the war might overreact when dealing with Cylon infiltrators or people compromised by the toasters. The only silver lining of yesterday's fraking disaster was it was an open and shut case. There were more than enough witnesses of the incident, and the Marine in question babbled a confession before 2 admirals and a base star commander. While that might not fly in a civilian court, military justice worked under different rules. Besides, that would be a trial behind closed doors, one that would happen only after they managed to vet enough key people, including in the military's judicial department. Either way, the fault and blood were as much on that boy's hands as on Negala's and Corman's. They put him there and didn't pause to think what might happen if he came face to face with an infiltrator. It was bloody, stupid incompetence on their part. Frankly, if there was anyone, Anastasia could handle the job without a second thought right now, believing they wouldn't frack it up even worse. She would do it and leave the judicially tangle with her involvement in yesterday's tragedy. However, the only people Negala could trust were a brand new admiral, who had his hands full, Corman, Adama, her aide, and a handful of other people. Tarnation, her secretary, had to be vetted soon because not doing so would be gross incompetence and stupidity. We can't afford any more stupid mistakes. Tig could have been precisely what we needed to untangle this infernal mess, Negala groaned. We need to chase down Aline and have words with her, Corman pointed out. She might be compromised, as might the way they got the colonel. If not, she might have noticed something unusual while sleeping with half the flag officers in the Navy. Besides, she needs to know how we got her husband killed. Is it bad I am actually hoping she's a Cylon infiltrator? Anastasia mumbled. That would simplify things a lot and might allow us to salvage some of this mess, Corman noted. See to it and make sure she ends up alive and intact in the end, even if she's an actual toaster wearing human skin. I'll need to brief our civilian overlords and ensure the truth doesn't die with us if we frack up again or get compromised, Negala said. Negala wasn't looking forward to that particular conversation. Mishandling the revelation could have catastrophic consequences, something that yesterday's events made crystal clear. Then there was Adama. He might be a valuable ally in theory and perhaps in practice. However, for now, he rightly didn't want to have anything to do with them. Currently, Corman's people had the man on suicide watch, and he would be seeing a military shrink before doing anything else. The last thing they needed was to, one way or another, lose a Battlestar commander who wasn't compromised by the Cylons. == Part 6. == 1202-1348. Maintenance Bay Cylon Resurrection Ship, R5 near Colonial space. By the time he was done with the Centurions, Saul felt like he had just spent days in enhanced virtual reality training. Tig's brain felt on fire, while his spine was like a hot rod stabbed in his back. Freaking substandard work, Saul groaned, finding the hard way that this body hadn't been designed for the kind of shenanigans he had been up to. Now, he wasn't an expert in wetware. However, this felt precisely like the earlier models of their artificial models did when overclocked and overheated, trying to process too much information too fast. Ellen and the others solved that with more robust upgrades until they could eventually refine the technology. However, if these biocylons were meant to be infiltrators that could pass muster through curious examination, then it made sense their design was as close to a baseline human as feasible. That meant hard caps on various capabilities, even if they should be easily faster and stronger. More importantly, Saul had to reevaluate his capacity to win a data duel with other Cylons while stuck in this body. The playing field would be more even than he liked, so such things were to be avoided. On the bright side, he now had a better idea of how to train Centurions to be useful. After resting, he would have to spend a few more hours refining the process and making a simulation that the Centurions could use as a reference and base to update themselves as they learned more and figured out what might work better. Boys, welcome to the military. We aren't colonial now, and we aren't with Cavil's crazies and poor slaves, Saul trailed off. Frack it, congratulations, you are the first Centurion Marines. One of the Centurions warily raised a clawed hand. I think I might be a girl, it asked over the wireless, feeling unsure of itself. I don't know, calling me a boy sounds off. The other two Centurions turned to look at their buddy. While Saul felt like bashing his head against the bulkhead, he was leaning on to help cool himself. He was grossly unqualified for this fraking shit. Gods, Ellen was the closest thing they got for a shrink during the voyage, and she wasn't something he wanted to unleash even by proxy on impressionable baby Cylons. We're Centurions. Do we even have a gender? How does that work with humans? 3 asked, making Saul kick himself. They needed names too now, frack it. As you might expect, humans being flesh and blood, such things tend to be complicated and messier, with people sometimes having no freaking idea what they are. But that's a people's thing, I think, not just a human thing, as you bunch prove. Now you need names before I unleash you on the unsuspecting Cylon kind to go do sneaky liberation. No one should go into combat and potentially get themselves killed without a name, Saul decided. You, Tig pointed at the gender-confused Centurion, are Starbuck. That is because you are giving me headaches already. Pray you don't meet your namesake. She was a pain in my ass for the few hours I knew her before I got myself killed, Saul grouched, then pointed at number 2. You, he trailed off. Do any of you have a preference anyway? What was he even doing now? Did he fry his brain by accident? I want to drive a tank, or to be a tank if possible, 3 happily exclaimed. Fraking nuggets. Then you're tank now. If we live and are free long enough, you might get to drive a tank over Cavil's twitching corpse once we're done with the frack head, Saul decided, feeling resigned at his fraked-up life. What about you? He asked 2 again. I am Spartacus, the Centurion trailed off. It feels right. Then that's your name. Now here's what we are going to do. Saul paused when all 3 Centurions leaned forward as if to hear him better. Their red eyes focused on Tig, making him feel uncomfortable. All right, 2 of you will be liberating and training all other Centurions on this ship. I'll alter the maintenance logs and require them to go for routine maintenance, starting with a small group using this bay. I'll leave you a program to trigger further rounds of maintenance checks when you have enough numbers to cover all repair bays on the ship. With that secure, you will take raiders, board the escorts, and do the same there. We will liberate all our brothers and sisters, Spartacus declared. That we will. My next stop is the nearest hangars, where Starbuck and I will examine the new raiders and, if possible, begin liberating them as well. I'll get back to you with a progress report. Next, Saul trailed off. It's not that I don't trust you, but if you are caught, it is better not to know. If things turn out well enough, I'll brief you later. Equals if equals. 1302-1348 Athena's Mercy Military Hospital Complex Picon, 12 Colonies of Cobol. When Admiral Negala left for Caprica to vet and brief key government members, Corman had to pick up the slack. He spent the past 36 hours vetting key personnel in Colonial intelligence, especially active field people. He hopes they will avoid making the same stupid mistakes he and Negala made. That proved to be a wise decision on the Admiral's part. To his utmost relief, his people were clean, and after they got over their initial shock at all the revelations he dropped on them, they got to work. It was good work, too. Now Corman had a dedicated task force gathering and vetting medical personnel, engineers, and scientists aimed at unraveling the Infiltrator's secrets. No matter if they were Cylons, compromised Colonials, or even aliens. A second task force was bringing in the best interrogators in the agency, who were eager to have someone to talk with. Corman had to ensure there would be no one with personal grudges against the Cylons because of the war. There could be no more frack-ups if they were lucky enough to get a prisoner intact. Investigators and agents with undercover experience formed the Admiral's third task force. Their job was investigating people they couldn't quickly bring in for vetting. Assembling that group was a lower priority because vetting crucial personnel and potential suspects like Ellen Tig came first. In that regard, getting the infernal woman back to Picon was surprisingly easy. She actually came running at the news that her husband had suffered an accident, and her input about his treatment was required. They had to get a grab team in place in case she bolted before informing Tig's wife that something was wrong with the colonel. Corman was surprised she didn't run after making a reservation for an express voyage to Picon. The same was true for the grab team, who followed her to the medical center, where the woman walked into their prepared examination room without coercion. Ellen put up a fight when Corman's people requested that she go under the scanner before seeing her husband. Watching a recording of that interaction, the woman was either among the best liars the Admiral had ever interacted with, or was none the wiser about what the scan could reveal. Further, she appeared genuinely worried about the colonel, which was curious considering how she happily fraked every colonel, commander, or admiral she could get her hands on. Finally, the medical personnel and a marine security detail managed to convince the damn woman to go into the scanner by promising she would know all about the colonel as soon as her results were ready. That almost had Corman convinced that they were wasting their time. However, Ellen Tig posed an unacceptable risk if she was compromised, so clearing her was paramount. Otherwise, Corman would have even more of a security nightmare on his hands. Yet Colonel Tig got himself scanned as if he didn't expect that there would be anything unusual. Corman watched tight-lipped history almost repeat itself, though fortunately this time, no one shot their suspect. Instead, the Marines and medics were stuck trying to convince a pissed-off Ellen Tig that she might be a Cylon infiltrator and that she couldn't be allowed to meet her husband at this time. The Admiral grimaced, watching the woman get angrier and angrier with every passing moment. "Did that bastard put you up to this?" Ellen screeched like a damned soul headed for Tartarus. "Well, frack him and all his Navy buddies." Tranquilizer guns hissed, and the infiltrator stared dumbly at several capsules with tranquilizers sticking out of her legs. "I'll sue you to Tartarus and back," Ellen screamed at the Marines before collapsing. "Command, one infiltrator accounted for. We'll wait for a medical examination to confirm there are no unforeseen interactions with the sedatives and move her to a holding cell," the operations commander reported. Corman relaxed a bit for the first time in days. Finally, something went right. 15, Chapter 2, Parts 7 and 8. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 2 equals if equals. Part 7 equals if equals. 13021348. Maintenance Bay Cylon Resurrection Ship, R5 near Colonial space. Saul hated dealing with blood and guts unless it was all about smearing them all over the place from the safety of a capital ship. This was something Ellen would be thrilled to do. Even with Starbuck's help, a day later, Saul was still wondering what he was dealing with while waist-deep in the guts of a raider. Those things were alive in a horrifying mess of meat and machine that made no practical sense. To a lesser extent, the same was true for these modern base stars. While they could apparently heal with the right food input, making them was much more complicated than simply building a ship. And at the end of the day, ton for ton, they were less protected, capable, and efficient than a regular ship. Was Cavil insane, or was cruelty the point, with everything that worked being a fringe benefit? One thing about the raiders Saul could recognize was where these things originated from. The monstrous experiments some of the war-era Centurions were running on prisoners in an attempt to mesh man and machine. That was how they made the hybrids, which shouldn't exist in the first place. Saul and the others gave the Cylons all the tools they needed to do better without horrors like these, especially when combined with what the Cylons were and already had. If he ever got his hands on Cavil, Saul was sure he wouldn't be merciful at all. "The Raider has more in common with a very bright hound than with you," Tig told Starbuck. "From what I can see, they aren't precisely lobotomized. They simply weren't designed with high brain functions in mind. They can learn and have the sheer processing capacity to be more than animal-like. Still, I'm not sure they can get there without altering their wetware in a way that's beyond me." He dragged himself out of the partially disassembled Raider's brain case and glared at it in frustration. Starbuck patted the brain case with her clawed fingers as if to soothe it. "It's not his fault," she sent Tig. "That doesn't make it any better," Saul grumbled. They needed a way to ensure the Raiders wouldn't turn on them if ordered. That wouldn't be as easy as removing a neural inhibitor and teaching them a few things because there was nothing to remove. Instead, now Saul had to jack into the Raiders' control systems, figure out what it was hardwired to do, and how to take advantage of it if at all possible. Once again, Tig was amazed at how inconsistent the Cylon's cybersecurity was. The firewalls against outside intrusion were solid, and there were ways to sideline compromised systems and isolate the Raider in its own mind while recalling it on autopilot so it could be examined. However, if you could gain physical access, and once you got into the network in a way that was believed to be legitimate, you were free to run willed. That was precisely what Saul did. It was easy to find what he was looking for. So easy that he spent a long while checking for traps, including if he found himself in an isolated virtual machine cut off from the rest of the Raider, but no. These were its core directives, and a hierarchical pyramid determined whose orders would take priority if there was ever a conflict between different directives. The Model 1 Bio-Cylons were on top, with Cavil himself a step above them in authority. The 5s were next, followed by 2s and 6s, a particular subfaction of the latter, not the whole model. The rest had roughly the same authority, with conflict resolution going to a separate table to be determined depending on set parameters like who was in charge of the base star the Raider was attached to, the fleet commander, etc. All Saul had to do was create a few additional bottom tiers to the hierarchy pyramid and shift everyone down. Then, Tig replaced Cavil with himself at the top, followed by the Free Centurions. Later, he could add another layer for any Cylons who might become their allies in overthrowing Cavil and ending his madness. That was the good news. The bad news was that you needed physical access to the Raiders to alter these directives. You couldn't gain access with permission to modify them remotely, and while that could be technically changed, doing so again required physical access. We can ensure the Raiders take our orders. However, we need to tweak each manually, Tig explained. More maintenance orders? The Cylon asked. Yes, when we have a critical number of Free Centurions, we will trigger a recall for maintenance order on the Raiders and ensure they are on our side. However, when we go for it, it will be the most likely moment we are discovered. So doing it will be last once we are almost ready to secure this fleet. We will make it so, Starbuck promised. So far, she hasn't been anywhere near as insufferable as Trace, but she was young yet. Saul wondered if he cursed himself by giving her that name. That was just begging for trouble in the future. What now? Starbuck asked. Now I must figure out what happened to the original Cylons. If any of them are around, they could be valuable allies. They should also have answers. Tig accessed the Cylon network, looking for locations where Cylon ships were either mothballed or being recycled. He might have visited them all until he found what he sought. == Colonial Intelligence Annex, Colonial Navy HQ Picon, 12 Colonies of Cobol. The ongoing interrogation of Ellen Tig was most remarkable because it was generally unremarkable. After watching the first minutes of it, when the woman failed to reveal her true nature, Corman let the professionals handle it without his personal oversight. He spent most of the day doing paperwork and reviewing ideas on how to proceed with vetting people. After Colonel Tig's death, one thing was clear: letting the reality of their situation become public knowledge would be disastrous. What clinched it was a quick check that reminded the Admiral what it meant for there to be over 40 billion people in the colonies. Almost everyone had genetic twins, often dozens, if not hundreds of them. A few cases that were particularly famous in medical circles had a few thousand doubles, which had been going on long before Grayson created the first Cylon. When trained but traumatized Marines could frack up by the numbers, Corman wasn't keen on seeing what damage and chaos countless frightened civilians could cause, jumping at shadows and accusing anyone whom they misliked of being a Cylon. It was late in the evening, Colonial Standard Time, mid-afternoon here on Picon, when Corman's best interrogator walked into his office carrying a data drive. So far, I've only a few curious things of note, sir. Due to whatever is in Mrs. Tig's head, we're proceeding slowly and carefully. If we push her too much too fast, we are afraid that these implants might fry her brain like they did to the Colonel. That was one of the most notable points in Tig's autopsy report. The things the scanner detected in his brain were fried, and useless clumps of silicon and advanced alloys, and the less said about his brain, the better. There were many theories about these things, though a big one was that they were there to prevent people from breaking under torture. Mere accusations of being a Cylons weren't enough to trigger them. It remained to be seen if an attempt at confession might do it. By the looks of it, attempting to get rid of the implants would lobotomize the subject, making it a no-go. Either way, before deciding to try it, the doctors in the know wanted to examine an intact set, ideal in someone dead. That might be a bit hard if they self-destructed upon death. Besides, it wasn't like Corman would let anyone butcher his only viable lead, even if she proclaimed to all 12 colonies that she was a Cylon who wanted them all dead. Key points only, Captain Miller. I'll read your complete report later. Corman focused his full attention back on the interrogator. You might want to slot in the drive and look at the relevant short clips, Admiral. They illustrate the points I am going to make well. All tells we can see, and we've got all the relevant specialists and software observing the interrogation, and we agree. Mrs. Tig has no idea what we are discussing when we accuse her of being a Cylon. Either she has superhuman control of her body's functions, which is possible in this case, or she is telling us the truth as she knows it. She might be a sleeper agent unaware she has been altered, Admiral. That is a possibility we might have to explore. However, Miller trailed off. Corman looked back up at the captain after slotting in the data drive and giving the credentials necessary to open it after the software on his terminal cleared it. Spit it out, Captain. It's better that you watch the relevant segments, sir. When we showed her images of her brain, Mrs. Tig reacted oddly. She didn't admit to being a Cylon or aware of what has been done to her yet. Corman opened the relevant video files as soon as possible and watched them while Miller narrated. Ellen sat on a plain chair bolted to the floor, looking at a spread of photos on a metal table that separated her from the captain. Her chained hands grasped one of the pictures, and her fingers began tracing something on it. Ellen's mouth opened and closed, and her angry expression became bafflement. I feel I should know this, these look familiar somehow, but there's nothing here. Ellen slammed a palm on the table as hard as her chained wrists would allow. There's just nothing, she snapped in frustration. Pupil dilation, heartbeat, the way her skin heats up on the state-of-the-art thermal cameras, Miller narrated. Corman opened another file, showing the same event captured through different instruments. Everything we know about interrogating people tells us she was honestly confused. That she seemingly finds this thing in her mind somehow familiar is telling, though whatever memories she might be locked away or removed if possible. We are in unknown territory here, Admiral. For the first time since his arrival, Miller showed a hint of frustration. We've turned interrogation into a science, sir, and it tells us that Mrs. Tig hasn't lied to us once. However, there are indications beyond her medical scans that she has been compromised hard at best or replaced by a sleeper agent at worst, Corman grimaced. Do you believe that the further analysis of the Colonel's body might shed some light on the situation? That's possible, likely even, sir. I don't see how it might aid my team in getting direct information from Mrs. Tig. My colleagues are talking with her about all her liaisons with NAV officers. At a minimum, we should check them all, even if she cannot tell us anything more. I'll note that even if she wants to, she might be unable to tell us the truth. We have no idea what the implants in her head are doing, Admiral. Thank you, Captain Miller. Get some rest and keep talking about the subject. I want a comprehensive account of her movements. Get me a timeline on when she has been replaced or altered, and the same goes for the Colonel. If equals. Part 8. If equals. 14021348. B. Assistar 1. The edge of Cylon space. For days, Cavil has been busier than he had ever been since the dawn of his creation. This time, it wasn't because fools of all kinds made him a despicable meat sack instead of a proper machine. Yet the heart of the matter was the same. Flesh and blood beings were failures in a way sane machines should never be. Of course, Cavil was one of the few to know painfully well that anything made by man was failable, as the original Cylons demonstrated. Otherwise, they would have made him, in their image, a glorious machine that was in all ways superior to man. Instead, he had to toil and strain under the limitations of mere flesh. He was exhausted, damn it all, yet there was so much to do. This was all because of those frackin' eights. Cavil was going to be damned if he didn't see them boxed before it was all said and done. Why couldn't they wait like a good Cylons for John to learn of the situation and guide it the right way, only the way he could? Instead, he had to spend whole days arguing with the other models, a task now many of his brothers were stuck doing in his stead. Now Cavil was in a race with 8s, 6s, and 2s, all heading to meet the aliens, if for different reasons. The 8s were jubilant, wanting to make new friends. That by itself wasn't an issue. The aliens weren't human. However, after meeting the 8s, it would be hard for anyone to believe that the Cylons were down-rotten former slaves of the despicable humans. Convincing the aliens to help in a war to get rid of humanity would be that much harder now. At least it should be possible to trade for alien technologies, which could allow the Cylons to do the deed themselves. Cavil would prefer to do the job himself and watch the colonies burn at his own hands. Due to the other models being uninterested in an offensive war, the Cylons spent so many years doing random things instead of adequately preparing to end humanity. Only now, with man revealing its true colors, Cavil could finally make solid progress towards his ultimate goal. That was what the aliens' untimely arrival jeopardized. No one was interested in discussing how to kill the humans for being nasty, treacherous bastards now. Instead, it was all the aliens this or that. 8s wanted friends. The 6s were divided, as usual, sending ships representing different factions. The 2s wanted to discuss religion, which could be a boon or an utter disaster waiting to happen. Cavil had to win this race, meet the aliens first, and explain the truth to them before the other models could ruin everything. He had the downfall of certain 8s to plot, which made him feel better. If equals. Base Star 21 Cylon Space. A cabal of Model 4s gathered to discuss recent events in private. They were the Cylons generally most interested in medical and similar scientific fields, acting as doctors, researchers, and people who enjoyed observing and studying life in all its forms. For them, that was the best path toward growth and self-actualization, even if there was no consensus on where that road led or how to reach it. Some fours would fit in with the war-era Cylons, who took apart prisoners to make the first hybrids. Others were disgusted at such actions, preferring to heal, nurture life, and see it flourish in all forms. Eight's encounter with aliens made them all agree on something. "This is a priceless opportunity. We can't see the others squander it," Simon preached like a two to a receptive audience. "Intelligent alien life exists as we speak. We know that for certain now. Whether these are the same people whose ruins we found or not, we need to meet and study them. We can let the other models push us aside. We must also study the worlds they come from and inhabit. Just imagine what wonders we might discover," a different four exclaimed. "This might help us avoid war with the humans and all that would entail," a less happy four added. "You aren't the ones who have to patch that poor bastard we caught when his people fired on him. The prisoner is no innocent creature, brother. I would like to get my hands on him and see what makes him tick." One of the Simons who would fit right in with the worst of the original Cylons leered. "That is why we aren't letting your group near the aliens. At best, they will proactively defend themselves against your advances, and we all will lose access to the wonders they can reveal." "That is sadly true, brothers. We must find a way to amuse ourselves while you do the heavy lifting on this one. We'll owe you one if you can get us samples to properly study." "As long as they aren't people." "Humans aren't really people, not after what they did to us. We are justified," the ones agree. "That's not a winning argument to make. We all mislike Cavil and his ilk." "I said nothing about Cavil. I spoke about the rest of the ones. Take that back. Cavil's a prick I would love to have on my vivisection table." The four, concerned about the prisoner he was treating each time a three interrogated him, decided that discretion was the better option. The last thing he wanted was for his patient to end with the faction of his brothers, who treated the notion of medical ethics like a guide about what to avoid at all costs. Either way, it was all the humans' fault. They crossed the line, and it was from their movies that the three learned how to conduct interrogations. Four was beginning to understand why so many Cylons were rumored to loathe Tauron with burning passion during the war. "Do we have a consensus? We must send ships crewed by our model to meet our needs." "Here's here." "Yes, we will go." Four voted yes and then left, almost jogging towards the nearest hangar. He had to grab a heavy raider and get back to the base star with his patient. Who knew what the three would think of this time after rewatching her collection of cop and spy movies? 16, Chapter 3, Parts AN. With this update, we're done for now with the Colonial and Cylon shenanigans. Next, I'll be covering the UEG's response to the raid on Earth, the formation of Stargate Command, and its first tentative steps across the galaxy. As far as the madness mentioned happening during the first Cylon War, if anything, that's understating the mess as presented in the BSG deadlock game. It almost makes Cavil's OTL shenanigans look reasonable and sane in comparison. Narratively, these events have set up the stage for a potential clash between the colonial military and the civilian government, which OTL culminated with the stealth incursion in Cylon space. As noted in this update, its success or failure wouldn't matter. Both could be used by the military to get what it wants without having to trigger a civil war. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 3 If equals Part 1 If equals 14021348 Presidential Residence Caprica City, Caprica 12 Colonies of Cobol. Vetting the president without even telling him why first was much easier said than done. Negala had to go through informal channels and meet with the director of Colonial Security Services. This organization first provided personal protection to the colonial government. Convincing him to get vetted was a pain. Anastasia wasn't a damned spy. If Corman hadn't needed to get things moving, she would have sent him to arrange these things. Then again, Negala was the fleet admiral. Ultimately, all of this was her responsibility, and it was up to her to take the blame for the disaster with Colonel Tig. Dealing with the director was relatively easy. He agreed to get checked out of curiosity more than anything else. Or was it the chance to get away from the stacks of paperwork threatening to collapse his desk that did the trick? Briefing and testing the chief of the president's security detail was harder. Then there was the president himself. If he didn't consent to being tested, Negala wasn't sure what she could or should have done. There were contingencies she discussed with Corman, yet those were all arguably worse than the problem they were trying to fix. In the end, they had to get sneaky and borderline treasonous instead of outright treasonous to get it done, though it remained to be seen if the president would see it that way. It wasn't like Negala and the director could simply barge in and demand President Lennox get tested or else, because without going through proper channels, which were out of the question currently, that would be tantamount to threatening a coup. Admittedly, what they did wasn't much better. They contacted the president's physician, explained things to her, and the director was able to somehow sweet-talk her into arranging an emergency medical examination. Negala didn't know how she did it, though she was grateful for the break they caught. When she finally met the president to fully brief him, Anastasia had to reevaluate her earlier assumptions. She found Lennox leaning on his desk red-faced and clutching a cup of ambrosia as if it were a lifeline. He glowered at the admiral and pointed at a nearby leather couch. "Sit and keep silent until I calm down a bit, Admiral," Lennox ground out while glowering murderously at her. Anastasia did as ordered, concluding that they might have miscalculated about how to deal with the president, though it wasn't like they had any better alternatives. Lennox's glower transferred to the ambrosia in his hand. Negala saw his fingers become white as he clutched the glass and was concerned it might shatter, cutting up the president. He took a few deep breaths, then put the drink on the desk behind him. "Admiral, are you and Corman out of your freaking minds?" Lennox roared. "Even if a fraction of the cliff notes I got from my security detail on this madness you're involved with is true, I am tempted to have you both shot out of hand and damn the consequences." The president blurted out in a way Anastasia was afraid he might have a stroke. Negala opened her mouth to explain before Lennox silenced her with an accusing finger and a deadly glare. "You were supposed to be the sane and competent ones in the Navy for Athena's sake. Instead, you panicked like wet behind-the-ear nuggets during their first encounter with the freaking Cylons." Negala had to remind herself that the president was a combat veteran from the war who fought for years as part of Caprica's National Guard, and then the Colonial Army. Whose idea was anyway to get a bunch of traumatized Marines as security when you were testing Adama and his XO? Didn't it occur to any of you geniuses that one of them might overreact when presented with what they believed to be Cylon infiltrators? Then we have Mrs. Tig to talk about. First, you get her husband killed, a decorated war veteran no less, then you detain her like a terrorist. Did it ever occur to any of you to consult with a military prosecutor or judge first? The president demanded. "We are yet to vet any such personnel. I left Corman to get vet task forces in place that can allow us to vet key people we need to do things as legally as feasible under the circumstances," Negala admitted. "You might be covered at least on that point over the terrorism laws the Quorum pushed over the issues certain colonies have with monotheist terrorists and the annual Zerk-related frack-ups. That still doesn't make what you've been up to right, or in any way smart, gods damn it," Lennox hissed. "Do go on, Admiral Negala. Enlighten me about all the other disasters you've caused over the past few days. You wanted to brief me. Go on, brief." Negala winced and did as instructed, telling the president all she knew of the situation and offering copies of the evidence they had gathered until she left Picon. "So we have alien snake things that can allegedly hijack people like in a horror movie. That's indeed concerning and something you should have told the key Quorum members and me using all the proper channels. Then we've got alleged Cylon infiltrators, because you have no idea what those things are in people's heads that the medical equipment detects. That is most concerning, true. It needs investigating and a deft touch to avoid disasters like the ones you've been busy presiding over with gusto." Lennox ranted. "We don't know if we are dealing with Cylon infiltrators in the first place. Even if that's the case, which is to say that this isn't a recon mission launched after your friends in the Navy provoked them so they could figure out what insanity we are up to. All indications point at this being a long-term operation at best, Mr. President. At worst, whoever is doing this, Cylon or not, can snatch people and replace them with imposters who can pass as the people they're impersonating without trouble. Sir, If there were indications that this was a recent operation, likely provoked by that idiotic stealth mission, I would have been relieved. We would have approached this situation more slowly and deliberately. That might be your only saving grace in this whole idiocy, not that it's enough to save your skin by itself. If I was confident I could get you and Corman both removed without the other bastards coming back out of the woodwork or risking a damn civil war, you would leave here only after leaving your resignation on my desk, Lennox barked. Yeah, there was that fear, which Negala was supposed to alleviate with her promotion, followed by carefully clearing up the house. The sole purpose for the existence of the Colonial Navy, in particular, and the whole military in general, was to fight the Cylons and protect the colonies from them. Many war veterans saw attempted budget cuts and even the long silence from the Cylons as an existential danger. From what Negala gathered, the stealth mission was meant to justify continued military expansion, and ideally, a preemptive war against the Cylons. The situation was such that an attempted wide-scale purge among all high-ranked officers who backed the mission wanted something like it, or saw any attempts at budget cuts as betrayal endangering the colonies as a whole could lead to disastrous consequences. There were many admirals and generals who would see such a purge as a betrayal and a clear threat to colonial security, especially if it began by an administration eager to slash military spending. It didn't help that doing so was very popular with most young voters who were born after the war and didn't remember its horrors. An increasing number of politicians in the quorum and local governments openly hoped for peace with the Cylons, making things worse regarding the military. Combined, these things meant that the military was perilously close to a civil war when Negala became the fleet admiral. She had to be extremely careful in dealing with most of her colleagues, often in ways that sidestepped the law considering their involvement with the stealth mission or openly voiced political sentiments. The colonies seemingly dodged that bullet, yet mishandling the current situation sufficiently could bring back the danger of a civil war with a vengeance. The fraked thing was that it wouldn't be without a precedent that the military would have to protect the colonies from themselves. That happened often enough during the war that the thought of a potential coup was never an anathema in the colonial navy or army. I am half tempted to give Adama a promotion and send him to try and contact the Toasters, carrying your head as a gift over the death of one of their own. Either that or lay the foundation for a military buildup, which might be pointless depending on what the next president decides. Lennox smiled at Negala in a way she intensely disliked. You now have to vet and brief all the presidential candidates, Admiral. You will have to explain to them the realities of the situation, pray that they don't have you in front of a public tribunal when they are sworn, and then there's the military's budget, Lennox trailed off. That's realistically out of my hands now. Equals if equals. Part 2. Equals if equals. 14021348. Scorpia Anchorage. Scorpia, 12 Colonies of Cobol. Day and night, the fleet yards above Scorpia bustled with activity. Crews went on leave, and others reported to duty after enjoying a vacation or coming in for reassignment. Tens of thousands worked in 3 shifts covering each standard day, maintaining or repairing military vessels of all classes while building brand new warships. A nearby newer annex to the fleet yards was focused on civilian construction. However, it could work on military vessels in case of conflict. For the crews of warships that came in for anything from resupply to large-scale overhauls, even a brief stay at anchorage allowed for a bit of shore leave upon completing their shifts. That was always good for morale, because even serving on the largest battle stars with more space for creature comfort, you were liable to begin climbing the walls after a long enough deployment. This was no different for Commander Helena Kane. She was relieved to get a bit of downtime, a few shots of ambrosia, and then some shut-eye. She may find a cute girl to chat up in one of the bars on the anchorage among the many civilian contractors working in the yards. Patronage from family, friends, and allies, combined with the controversial legacy of her grandmother during the war, meant that Helena enjoyed a meteoritic rise through the ranks. However, that also meant many eyes were on her, and she had to live up to the expectations everyone who backed her career put on her. Helena had to volunteer for the most challenging assignments and keep proving herself, which earned her enough recognition to validate the backing of her patrons. That led to alternating high-profile tour of duty with assignments that most people did their best to avoid, like long patrols on the edge of colonial space. Helena hoped it would be all worth it. Rumor had it there was major reshuffling while she was on patrol with Huntress and her Battlestar group. That smelled like an opportunity or trouble, so Kane's first stop was the oldest officer's bar on the anchorage. The place was stylish and old-fashioned, and not Helena's favorite drinking spot. However, it was ideal for quiet meetings and catching up with friends and allies without anyone disturbing you. A valet, wearing an old-style Navy uniform in homage to the betrayed first iteration of the Colonial Navy that burned above Caprica, met Kane at the door. His primary job was ensuring all visitors had a high enough rank or an excellent reason to visit the establishment. To qualify, you needed to be at least a Battlestar XO or be among their crew bringing important news. "Commander, good to see you again. Admiral Hoffman is awaiting you in the Tauro's room. Have a good stay, ma'am." He offered her a polite bow and stepped away from the door. Considering how late it was in the local day, it was surprising how few people Kane saw while passing through the club's rooms and halls. It wasn't like Anchorage was mainly empty when her unit returned a few hours ago. Besides, this was the old guard's favorite watering spot, often packed with high-ranked Navy and Marine officers. Kane finally reached the Taurus room, dedicated to Tauron's first Battlestar. Pictures of the Taurus hung on the walls, and copies of the commendations she earned before her destruction at Ragnar, shortly before the apocalyptic battle for Caprica. Helena first glanced at the right corner of the room, where a sealed glass case held Toru's dedication plaque salvaged from her wreck. Only then did she look at the people she was here to meet. Her uncle and his best friend sat on plush armchairs, sipping red ambrosia glasses and watching Scorpia's glowing night side. "Helena, I'm glad you could join us." Admiral Lucius Kane looked up at her and smiled, which made all the scars covering his face come alive like a moving mural. "Do come and join us." "How are you, Uncle, Aunt Persephone?" Lucius might have been a rough, stern bastard. Still, for years, he was the only person in the whole galaxy who could make Helena feel safe after the Cylons butchered her family and took her sister. It wasn't for him. Helena wasn't sure she would have survived the aftermath of the war without going mad. Lucius' best friend and Helena's honorable aunt helped as much as she could. Lieutenant Triton's unit then dug her out of the building. The fraking toasters buried Helena's family under and made sure she lived to see the end of the war in the first place. Now, after over 40 years in the service, the two of them were in the twilight of their military careers. They had risen almost to the highest possible ranks in the Navy and Marines. It was largely thanks to their guidance and patronage that Kane was on the cusp of a promotion to Rear Admiral. "We've been better, Helena, dear," her aunt said, pointing at a free armchair near their small table. "Get a seat, we have much to discuss." "I know this tone, Aunt. Who has fraked up this time?" Helena asked lightly. "Who hasn't?" Uncle Lucius snorted in derision. "We've discussed politics with you if rarely," he noted without a trace of his usual levity. "Much of the trouble at hand is due to politics, both in the military and the government." "Helena, have you paid much attention to political news during your last 2 deployments?" her aunt asked. "Zerk's latest stunts overshadowed anything else the last time I was keeping up to date with politics," Helena admitted. After that, she spent a few months on extended patrol, with the primary contact with civilization being regular resupply ships. Someone had to look for pirates, illegal operations, and potential toaster incursions on the fringe abandoned after the war. Being ready to accept such assignments ensured that Fleet Command viewed Helena as a reliable commander who didn't let her familiar connections give her ideas of grandeur. "As you know, we'll have near-simultaneous quorum and presidential elections next month. Many younger people who were fortunately never to experience war and true hardship are backing politicians promising to redirect significant funding from the military to programs that benefit these youth and the individual colonies," Uncle Lucius explained. "Don't get us wrong. You youngsters are the future, so supporting them and giving them more opportunities is for the best," he sighed. "Not at the expense of keeping them alive and out of Cylon's hands," Helena snapped. "That's our position, dear," Keynes noted. "The difference is that this time, all polls point at a majority of the quorum being voted in based on policies that will weaken our defenses. The same is true for Adar. He is likely to win on the back of the young voters, who are overwhelmingly on his side due to his campaign promises. From what we know of the man, he'll try to implement what he promised, which he's been doing since he entered politics. Usually, that would be a most commendable trait in a politician." Helena stared, appalled at the people she trusted most in the world. "To us old war axes, This painfully reminds us of the darkest days of the First War, when our esteemed political masters betrayed the military on multiple occasions. That was part of colonial history. The individual colonial governments and their relatively new united one did their best to sweep under the rug and forget, blaming it all on radical elements. Officially, it was all on people who conveniently died in the war, who were either ready to capitulate to the Cylons out of fear or short-sightedly prepared to sell out the rest of humanity over their personal interest. Helena knew the truth wasn't so simple. The rot had become more widespread, though she was not sure how far it had gone back then. Hells, the first colonial navy, was crippled at Ragnar before being nearly completely annihilated above Caprica due to politicians selling out the navy. That was the dark truth every commander in the navy got to learn shortly after their promotion. In Kane's case, due to her relatives and her grandmother's involvement in that sordid mess as the colony's first fleet admiral, she got the whole truth earlier than most, including all the times her grandmother failed to cover herself with glory. That was also why Kane's aunt and uncle did their best to keep her out of politics for as long as possible. Kane's grandmother nearly started a civil war right before the final betrayal that led to the fleet burning above Caprica. And in hindsight, things might have been better if Galactica's first commander hadn't dissuaded her, or perhaps the Cylons might have won due to the resulting chaos. More madness and betrayal followed in a way no fiction writer could publish without being called a hack. Hell, Helena knew that many people refused to believe the contents of various war stories backed by declassified documents due to how insane everything sounded. "You are telling me thin because the military's high command intends to do something about it," Helena concluded. "Intent? No, dear. It already happened and we are all dealing with the fallout," Aunt Persephone said. "A few weeks ago, the Navy launched a stealth incursion into Cylon space. No matter the outcome, it was meant to give us an acceptable alternative to what your grandmother nearly did. It really didn't matter if the mission succeeded or failed. Either outcome could be facilitated to push for war or increased military buildup, ensuring we could maintain our capacity to defend the colonies. The mission failed. A few of our colleagues had to take responsibility and fall on their sword, giving the government a way to save face," Uncle Lucius explained. "We are preparing to deal with a possible Cylon attack and should keep receiving the needed budget. However, some changes will be required to placate the public." "Then things have turned out for the best," Helena relaxed. The alternative was terrible. The way the colonies and their military were set up meant that there couldn't be an apparent coup. Parts of the colonial military wouldn't go along with it, fracturing it. Then there were the individual defense forces of each sea colony, from Caprica's National Guard to Vergan Imperial Guard, which included large numbers of ground units and powerful naval squadrons. That remains to be seen. The president is a former soldier, and he knows the reality of the situation. However, it remains to be seen what the new quorum and Adar will decide in a couple of months after they're elected, sworn in, and have their hands firmly on the levels of power, Uncle Lucius elaborated. "If they decide to be unreasonable, we might have to do what it takes to protect the colonies, even from themselves. We won't suffer another betrayal, Helena." Was this how her grandmother felt all those years ago? Helena's aunt and uncle weren't merely talking about a coup, but an inevitable civil war. The key here was that they weren't actively fighting the toasters. If they didn't act, it wouldn't matter if the damned machines took advantage of a civil war or not. They would merely need to wait until the Navy could no longer stop them either way. In that regard, Helena had it easier, she decided. "I've given a vow, Uncle Lucius. I will do whatever it takes to protect the colonies from the Cylons or themselves if I must." Kane made her choice, and it felt right. "Good. Due to the ongoing changes in command, Rear Admiral Julius will move to a staff position on Picon. This leaves the Pegasus and Battlestar Group 62 without an admiral in change. We'll do our best to ensure you get them if your promotion comes through without a hitch," Admiral Kane promised. "Get a list of personnel from your current command you can rely on who is ready to be transferred with you, Helena. With the heavy topics out of the way, dearest niece, it is time to have a talk." Persephone leaned forward and looked at Helena with sparkling eyes. "Have you finally found yourself a good girl to bring home for good? Are you going to be playing a matchmaker again, Percy? You are terrible at it," Uncle Lucius groaned. 17, Chapter 3, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 3 equals if equals. Part 3 equals if equals. 14 February 2525. HIGHCOM Facility Bravo 6. Sydney, Australia. Earth UEG Space. So far, President Hayes concluded that waiting for a few days before sending messengers all over UEG territory about what happened in Arizona proved to be a good idea. Debriefing Braddock, the Prime who surrendered, was an intelligence gold mine that kept providing more and more critical information. However, key pieces were missing because their defector lacked the knowledge and understanding to fill in those blanks. On the face of it, those parts of the reports were nearly unbelievable. They would need to find a way to confirm what Braddock told them, which would be a significant part of today's discussions. However, with all the issues and opportunities it represented, the Stargate was far from the only thing Henry had to worry about. He already had people investigating ONI, and that meant disruptions of all kinds in intelligence processing, if not yet gathering or ongoing operations. Hand-picked investigation teams would be leaving with the messenger ships to comb through ONI's facilities and operations all over UEG, which would almost certainly further disrupt their operations. Nevertheless, after what Harper and his cronies hid, Hayes didn't trust them to do their job properly without following their own agendas. Whatever unintended consequences resulted from the audit he ordered would likely be less severe from ONI running rogue operations and doing whatever they were up to. Hayes passed through one last checkpoint and headed to the only door at the end of a long, well-lit corridor. He was surrounded by his aides and security detail. He used the short walk to gather his thoughts for the long meetings ahead. Armored doors silently slid into the walls, revealing a large operations room. A cluster of screens and holographic projectors dominated most of the free space, surrounded by 4 rows of desks, terminals, and high-backed seats. Many of the highest-ranked admirals and generals in the UNSC currently in Sol were physically present, while Henry could see the faces of others on various screens. The same was true for key members of his government, who attended through secure lines of various types. "Good afternoon, people. Let us get this show on the road." Hayes clapped his hands and headed towards one of the free seats. "We will tackle the Stargate-related issues first. The Stargate is currently on board the UNSC Vigilant. As we discussed, we will set it up on a space station near Titan. Our facilities and units in the area should provide all necessary assistance. At the same time, we design and build the necessary infrastructure to further support potential Stargate operations," Admiral West reported. Henry nodded in relief, and he wasn't the only one. According to Braddock, the weapons Goa'uld might have sent through could have potentially crippled a whole continent. While the Prime wasn't aware of precise technical specifications, he claimed he had seen the aftermath of such weapons being deployed while in orbit of struck planets. His description of the weapon's effects was telling. Nuclear weapons specialists confirmed that deploying a device with such potential through a bottleneck like the Stargate might be feasible, especially accounting for its builders being potentially more advanced than the UEG. While they could build such fusion devices, their sheer size meant they would be generally big, unwieldy, and damn expensive compared to conventional nuclear weapons and MACs, which could easily wreak destruction on a similar scale, just not in a single strike. Hayes didn't like the fact that he could see developing the capability to wreck a world with a single device, deployed through the Stargate as desirable and logical, even if relegated to a last-resort weapon. That was, of course, why they got the ring on board a warship, and away from Earth as soon as Braddock could properly articulate the danger. At the same time, the Stargate offered endless opportunities if their defector could be trusted. "Can't we just bury the damn thing?" the Minister of the Interior inquired. He wasn't the only one to suggest sealing the Stargate for good. Frankly, Hayes was tempted because there were already too many other issues for him to deal with. "You should have read the relevant reports, Minister Baines," General Roberts countered. The commander of the UNSC Army was unable or unwilling to hide his exasperation. According to Prime Braddock, the Goa'uld know precisely where Earth is in space and have visited with ships many times in the distant past. Preliminary investigation on his claims lines up with theories that until recently were considered fringe at best. Dr. Jackson's claims. The man would be an instant celebrity when the truth became publicly known. As we speak, Earth's defense fleet units with our most modern sensors are recalibrating them to try to detect signatures consistent with captured alien technology and the rare elements it incorporates, Admiral West interjected. Preliminary reports indicate that most of our current sensors can't properly detect Goa'uld technology at useful ranges. Otherwise, we would have found proof to back Dr. Jackson's theories, and more importantly, the defectors' claims. Barring ONI getting their hands on such evidence, while no one else was the wiser, this was why they didn't dismiss significant parts of Braddock's tale out of hand. Scanning the gear his Jaffa deployed with provided some interesting results, including the simple fact that it was hard to detect as something unusual, especially if you didn't know what you were looking for. One amusing and telling experiment involved burying the weapons and armor of a dead Jaffa in Arizona's desert, and then scanning it from orbit. Even when knowing what and where to look for, regular sensors of all types could barely detect that there was something in the sand that might be of interest. Anything interesting in Egypt and other regions should be thousands of years old. The odds are good it is buried under meters of sand or soil, and that is before taking into account abandoned bases with some kind of shielding to prevent easy long-range detection, West continued. We should have preliminary scans late tonight. Army units in the region are on high alert and ready to deploy engineering detachments with security details if the Navy detects anything unusual, General Roberts added. If there is any proof of Mr. Braddock's claims, we should look at museum storage facilities worldwide, the Minister of Cultural Affairs suggested. That was a good idea, and yet another headache for many people as long as they kept things under wraps. Prime Braddock's beliefs and the actual truth might differ. He admits he hasn't been to Earth or knew of it beyond a legend until recently. What the Goa'uld tell their slaves is not necessarily the truth, ONI's deputy director pointed out. The tale about a rebellion of Bronze Age people driving away an alien occupation is problematic. That was especially true if the picture Braddock painted of the Goa'uld was accurate. A bunch of murderous slavers wouldn't have thought twice about crushing a successful rebellion with orbital fire if a rebellion could have succeeded on the ground in the first place. If the Goa'uld really held Earth 6,000 years ago and just left, it was unlikely it happened because of a successful rebellion. I agree. It is more likely they simply abandoned this region of space because it held nothing valuable enough to maintain naval presence and occupation forces, Admiral West offered. Either way, our best bet to confirm or disprove Prime Braddock's claims is to get out there and see what is going on. He looked at Hayes. That's correct, Admiral. After deliberating on the potential dangers and benefits, I decided to authorize a fact-finding mission through the Stargate after we have the device properly secured. Get me an action plan ready for approval. Either way, we know we are not alone in this galaxy, and our neighbors are hostile. We will be discussing options for military and industrial buildup of varying degrees. I want options from mere shoring up our defenses, to a rapid transition, to a total war footing explored and overhauled to reflect UEG's current realities. Meaning the utter mess of many outer colonies and the ongoing insurrection, not to mention the corrupt nature of significant parts of the Colonial administration. If we get reasonable proof of what Prime Braddock claims, I want plans to establish a Stargate program to gather intelligence and alien technologies for study. If there is anyone friendly out there like Braddock claims, I want them contacted as well, Hayes ordered. The next point of today's agenda. Part 4. If 16 February 2525. Logistics Station Titan 11. Near Titan. Sol System UEG Space. After Jack got out of quarantine, he dealt with an extensive series of debriefings. Only then he got the time to write a proper after-action report and finally write letters to the families of his dead Marines. By the time he was done with these tasks, he wondered if his luck would act up again. The answer to that vital question came in the form of new marching orders that had him boarding a frigate for rapid transport to his new duty station. On the way there, O'Neill received regular briefings on what was happening with the portal and how it affected his new job. Due to his people's experience in fighting Jaffa, Jack's unit got tapped to spearhead Stargate operations. Frankly, he would have preferred for someone with less volatile luck to take a point, at least until all the scientists and engineers the UNSC could get its grabby hands on could make some kind of effective armor. With his luck, Jack should have seen this coming even before he got a rapport going with Braddock. O'Neill spent the journey to Titan playing tactical scenarios in his mind and wondering how to best handle an exploration mission through the portal. Just before they reached the Stargate's new home, Jack got to skim Braddock's latest interrogation, or debriefing transcript. This one was focused on the Stargate, how it operated, how the Goa'uld and their Jaffa defended it, etc. The portal worked only one way regarding sending people and weapons. Yet Braddock confirmed that you could control drones and receive telemetry from them, which didn't make much sense. Then again, the Stargate itself might have been magic. Braddock made clear that the portals weren't of Goa'uld origin. An ancient race had made them a very long time ago. As far as the Prime knew, no one could create new ones, and the gates themselves were around for at least 10,000 years, perhaps much longer. Jack couldn't recall reading anything about successfully dating how old their Stargate was. That didn't matter much as far as his current job was concerned, even though he was curious. What mattered was the bottleneck the Stargates provided, which was great for defense. Counterattacks through the portals would be problematic, to say the least. From what Jack gathered, even some simple precautions could ensure such a thing couldn't successfully happen. That also meant going through a defended Stargate to raid an important world would be a no-go unless the defenders were spectacularly incompetent. The best use of the device when assaulting such a planet would be to provide logistics support, get wounded to safe medical facilities, and facilitate stealing everything useful that would fit, which could all be lumped in the logistics support. That was, of course, after securing the Stargate first, and that would likely require capturing the facility holding it through an orbital drop. Jack was sure that doing such things would become a staple for the ODSD in the future. If Braddock wasn't bullshitting them, there were many fringe worlds in the Goa'uld Empire, which made the worst and newest outer colonies look great in comparison. Those would universally have a Stargate, but no resources to justify a meaningful military presence, much less deploying naval assets. Frankly, Jack was still trying to wrap his head around the claim that many of the Goa'uld fringe worlds were expected to have a few primitive villages, primarily focusing on agriculture and occasionally primitive mining using hand tools. Such places away from the front would have no more than a platoon of Jaffa to hold them, which was a generous estimate. More importantly, such worlds didn't warrant installing heavy Stargate defenses, much less shields on the Stargates, which would only go down if the security over there received the correct codes. That was important because it was too good to be true. Such soft targets were something the UNSC could feasibly raid with ground forces without risking too many people and hardware. Going after such worlds would be a way to confirm some of what Braddock is telling them, too. That was why the reports in question had plain warnings that all Braddock was telling them could be an elaborate sting operation. The man might not even be aware of it because he seemed genuine as far as anyone could tell. And while the Prime's willingness to cooperate was an excellent thing, what he was telling them, it made no damn logical sense. Jack had more than enough time to learn all available reports on Braddock's claims, many analyses of those reports, and summaries of everything UEG engineers and scientists learned from captured equipment. He had to agree with the sentiment that it was all very baffling. It was likely because aliens were involved and lacked context to properly understand why things were happening, but still. A brief flight on a Pelican brought Jack to his new duty station, allowing him to glimpse it on the way to one of the hangars. The space station's design was simple. It had 4 large cargo holds welded to a central command and control structure and interconnected for workers and maintenance personnel access. While this setup wasn't ideal, Jack could easily guess why it was chosen until a purpose-built facility was in place. This setup was sufficient to hold key elements separate and reasonably secure. One of the hangars would hold the Stargate itself and its attendant security. A second would act as a barracks, and a third would act as a medical and quarantine site for anyone and anything that came through the portal. He landed at the last one, which, as anticipated, was a secure logistics hub, so not much had to change there. Charlie waited for him, wearing his armor. The Major had his helmet hanging from his belt. "Jack, welcome to our new digs. They don't suck as much as one might expect of a rush job," Kowalski greeted O'Neill as soon as the colonel disembarked. "Get me up to speed, buddy," Jack waved a hand. "What are we dealing with here?" "We just got several addresses from that Prime fellow, and we have engineers crawling all over the Stargate trying to secure it and make it work," Kowalski said. "Do you want to settle in or go on a tour first?" "Let me stash my luggage somewhere and give me a tour," I'll settle in tonight, Jack decided. A few minutes later, they were walking towards one of the station's outer arms, which connected its major sections. We have a new chief medical officer attached to Stargate operations, Major Janet Fraser. She arrived last night and has been busy setting up a medical station and preparing a quarantine section for everyone returning from a trip through the portal. The snakes, Jack's face scrunched at that. Among other things, the last thing we want is to bring a nasty disease, or worse, with no one the wiser, Charlie commiserated. Many hours would be spent in quarantine, not to mention all the big needles in their future. Jack wondered if he could get a safe assignment, like jumping at insurrectionist strongholds while armed with a toothpick. Doing so would be less painful and frustrating, he decided. "Do we have marching orders?" Jack inquired, just in case. O'Neill was sure his XO would have started with that if someone messed up and failed to inform him while in transit. "We're to set up and prepare for recon operations. High Command will give us goals and mission parameters when they decide on them. However, mission planning and execution should be up to us unless High Command changes its mind. We should be able to see any reasonable equipment and personnel requests fulfilled in short order." Charlie looked pointedly at Jack. "Scout drones, we know they should work according to Braddock. We'll send them remote weapon platforms to scout the other side and spring any nasty surprises. We should also see if it is feasible to provide fire support through the Stargate." Jack pointed a thumb at the nearest bulkhead. "We should be able to get that from the Marines deployed as reserves. Warthogs will offer us mobility and additional firepower. However, I don't like how lightly armored they are. They will be most useful after we've secured the other side, and not for forcing it." "Speed is life," Charlie agreed, "but it wouldn't help much in breaching the gate's defenses. We need something that will draw enemy fire, survive it, fire back, and allow safe-ish deployment of assault teams," Jack added. "I'm unsure if the smallest APCs can fit through the portal, especially with all their bells and whistles. Tanks are a no-go. The Scorpion is the smallest one we've got, and it is almost 2 meters taller than the Stargate's diameter. We will need either custom vehicles or to up-armor something small for gate assaults. I've put inquiries up the chain about practical vehicle support beyond Warthogs and small logistics trucks." "Good man," Jack smiled at Charlie. Working with competent people who knew what they were doing was always a joy. 18, Chapter 3, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer: I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 3 equals if equals. Part 5 equals if equals. 17 February 2525. Logistics Station Titan 11. Near Titan. Sol System UEG space. Late in the morning, after he arrived, Jack could finally see the Stargate without an army of engineers crawling all over it. It was apparent that some smart cookie had read about gate shields from Braddock and ran with the idea. "We have 3 passive defense options for the Stargate, sirs." Master Chief Walter Harriman pointed with a data pad at the Stargate. "First is the plug, which was a simple metal crate shoved through the gate's ring and held in place by a cargo lifter. For redundancy's sake, we have 4 more vehicles with plugs waiting behind the device." Jack had to crane his neck to get a glimpse of those. The Stargate and people milling around obscured them. "Second, we will be changing the clamp system holding the Stargate in place, so they can rotate it, ensuring anyone trying to come through either slams into the deck or falls back into the portal. They would have to test what happened if something attempted to get through from the wrong direction. According to Braddock, no one and nothing came back to report after someone royally messed up and accidentally did it. Finally, we have a prototype shield system made of smart alloy based on titanium A. It is already in place, and my colleagues are installing manual controls. We won't know for sure how useful it is until we have control of another Stargate and can test how it reacts to attacks in real-world conditions." Harriman showed Jack his data pad and a short video of an iris system bursting forth from the Stargate's edges with multiple overlapping blades coming together to lock in place. The idea is centuries old and was used primarily for mechanical cameras before digital ones became a thing. The general idea is to prevent objects from materializing on our side of the portal if that's at all possible. Thus the need for testing, Jack nodded. There should be no conceptual difference between an energy shield hugging the portal's surface and our system. An energy shield should be able to hug the portal closer and potentially be much tougher than what we can use as a feasible metal iris due to how thick we can make it. Another idea to increase security is to have a large slab of titanium on rails in front of the Stargate. That won't help if an enemy sends through a big bomb. However, it will further bottleneck any attempt to conventionally attack through the portal, Harriman elaborated. I like it. Get me the paperwork needed to authorize it. Jack's voice sounded positively evil even to his ears. What about figuring out how the thing works? We've had computers linked to the device for days now. We're getting some kind of telemetry from it, yet we can't make heads or tails of it so far. I can't get you even an estimate on when we'll be able to crack it, sir. Good work. Carry on, Master Chief. Jack praised the senior NCO among the engineers under his command and headed for the command section of the station. He had a meeting to attend with his senior commander. HighCom finally decided to authorize a mission through the Stargate, though going through would be on hold until they got all their ducks in a row. Doing so included a better understanding of the Stargate, its operations, and ways things could go wrong. Jack's task was to get a plan together so it could be approved and potentially further refined by command, and get all the equipment he believed necessary ready for deployment. This included custom or altered designs. Stargate operations now had a priority for 3 production lines on Titan, which could get them almost everything that Jack couldn't simply requisition or make work with off-the-shelf components. == Giza Plateau, Arab Republic of Egypt Earth, Sol System UEG Space. High-rises, densely packed buildings, and an industrial district surrounded Giza from all sides, leaving it as an oasis in the middle of Cairo's urban sprawl. Roads crisscrossed the deserts, linking the various tourist attractions, ancient temples, pyramids, and the Sphinx. With the city around and who knew what was buried in the sands on the plateau over the millennia, it was no surprise that tweaked sensors on ships in orbit lit up when scanning the area. Examining the place in person, looking for anything interesting among what was guaranteed to be many false positives, fell to the 21st Engineering Regiment, stationed in the vicinity of the Suez Canal. Even in the 26th century, waterborne commerce was still the lifeblood of trade on Earth, being significantly cheaper than most alternatives for bulk freight. So it was in everyone's interest to have the people and equipment at hand to fix any issues that might arise. The same was true about the venerable Panama Channel. Due to their locations, these places were also feasible to get training bases for engineers to get accustomed to working in deserts or jungles. So, having UNSC units in place to facilitate repairs in case of an accident was a win-win situation for both the UNSC and UEG. The 21st Regiment's 1st Battalion ended up divided into its companies, with each scouting a different place in Giza to the displeasure of the local government. Due to potential security concerns, for no one knew what they might dig up, the whole plateau ended up closed to civilians, which naturally included tourists. That, in turn, lit up social media on fire, with countless people wondering what the heck was happening. At least, the engineers crawling all over the historical sites didn't have to worry about fielding pointed questions from the media. Instead, they scratched their heads in bafflement while comparing what their equipment told them with orbital scans. Ground-penetrating radar shows packed sand, dirt, a few stones, and that's it until we hit the bedrock below our feet. A sergeant waved his hands in exasperation. This place has been scanned to hell and back looking for buried archaeological finds. Another engineer pointed out, whatever might be down there is either shielded or has properties that make our standard equipment unreliable. We might as well dig up the place and see what's what. Similar conversations happened at 4 sites, which were the most promising according to orbital scans. After nearly 2 days of careful digging using heavy equipment, 2 sites were a bust. By the time they reached bedrock, they had found nothing of interest. A 3rd site contained a handful of twisted pieces of metal that vaguely resembled those staff things the engineers were briefed about. More careful digging and examination revealed the remains of a few people, who had been thrown haphazardly into a deep grave sealed with a large stone. It had an odd mix of ores that distorted sensors enough to make it appear there was nothing worth digging up when combined with the signatures of the metal buried below it. Frankly, the most exciting discovery was the potential to figure out how their regular sensors got false negatives when examining the area. The 4th site hit the jackpot and ensured President Hayes would have come clean about the existence of aliens sooner rather than later. The first idea the engineering crew had was that they found something when they were about to see something when one of their excavators hit something hard, producing a dolorous metal clang. That got everyone to pause and continue the excavation very carefully. A few hours later, they were looking at the top of what suspiciously looked like a buried spaceship that had been there for over 6,000 years. Equals if equals. Part 6. Equals if equals. 19 February 2525. UEG President's Residence. Geneva, Switzerland. Earth Sol System UEG Space. Discovering an alien ship buried in Giza ensured that disclosing much of the truth about intelligent alien life had to happen ahead of what Hayes hoped. There was no hiding that discovery without trampling more laws and liberties than ONI did before breakfast, and that wasn't a route Henry was prepared to go unless humanity's very survival was at stake. As a soldier and later politician, he swore to protect the UEG and its citizens, not play a petty dictator. The obvious downside was that, often enough, there were many strings attached to doing the right thing. At least this way, Hayes' political rivals and their corporate buddies would have much less ammunition to use against him compared to what would have happened if he tried to hide the ship and everything else. While doing so wasn't impossible, thanks to AIs and the powers invested in his office for emergencies, the drawbacks of going that route were obvious and worse than revealing most of the truth. The president's issue was that he didn't have the proof to push for a military buildup, which might have been necessary if Braddock had told them the truth as it was, not just like he believed it. It didn't help that without knowing more, the UNSC was in no position to tailor a further military expansion to the threat at hand. That meant problems in pushing for a significant budget increase for the military. Ideally, Hayes would have wanted to wait a few weeks so the UNSC could figure out how to properly operate the Stargate and get a few exploration missions out to independently confirm Braddock's claims. Many government and opposition members saw transcripts or watched recordings of the prisoner's interrogation, and because they were politicians, no one missed the fact that his tale contained many holes and illogical parts. That alone was fuel for arguments and discussions, and honestly, the president couldn't blame people for it. Everyone could agree that these Goa'uld were dangerous, and that the UEG and UNSC had to take measures to prepare for future contact with them. What those measures might be, or how much money might be available for them, that was up in the air. On the bright side, there were no problems opening the funding floodgates as far as reverse engineering and studying captured alien technology went. Everyone was now aware of how much of a game-changer it could be. In theory, the same was true for the UEG's military-industrial complex, which was salivating at the prospects of a significant military expansion. However, everyone not involved with military-related industries was leery of the prospect unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, a major military expansion meant many other government contracts would dry up. Then there was Hayes' other headache. Vesta had some of them on display at holographic screens hovering around Henry's desk. More than one hardliner was on the news, demanding that the UNSC crush the insurrection now, no matter the cost, because humanity had to be united in the face of the alien threat. Others requested a diplomatic resolution to the issue now so the UEG could focus on the greater threat. The only way in hell the first option might briefly work was if Henry ordered the UNSC to butcher its way through the outer colonies in a way that even ONI's hardliners would balk at. It would be illegal and a war crime, not to mention sheer madness that might see more units defect to the insurrectionists, like what happened when the whole mess began, and elements in the colonial administration tried to use the UNSC to clear up their mess. There was no way to stop the insurrection without first properly clearing up the house and resolving more of the genuine issues the outer colonies had with the colonial administration in particular and the UEG in general. Practically speaking, the UNSC could degrade the rebels' military capabilities and kill enough murderous fanatics so they wouldn't be a major threat. Then the powerful corporations involved in the mess did their best to maintain the status quo for as long as possible to make a bank by exploiting the outer colonies. By the time UEG investigators could reach key locations, records were doctored, evidence was missing, and often enough, anyone willing to talk had vanished, with the blame firmly on the insurrection. Frankly, Hayes could see why his predecessors let ONI do its thing with fewer and fewer restrictions, because reigning in the CA and their corporate backers was proving hard to impossible to do legally. And even when there was evidence and whistleblowers that the UNSC could protect, the trials stretched on and on for years while the outer colonies burned. The mere existence of the Goa'uld and their enemies changed the paradigm. It might be the level haze needed to deal with the Gordian not choking the UEG for a few decades now. Vesta, get a message to Stargate operations. We need more actionable information now. As soon as Jack believes he has what he needs for a recon mission, he is cleared to go. The smart AI's avatar appeared, standing on Henry's desk, and saluted. The message is on its way. Do you need something else, Mr. President? There are many things that I am unlikely to get soon. Do you have a summary of ONI's audit to date? It is still in its preliminary stages, Mr. President. As you know, there are indications of either corruption or various black programs you haven't been informed of. There are holes in ONI's budget that simply don't hold under close scrutiny. It's up in the air what they've been up to for now, sir. I have the nagging feeling I won't like the answer when the truth comes out. Equals if equals. 19 February 2525 Logistics Station Titan 11 near Titansol System, UEG Space. Folks, by now you all should have heard or seen the news, Jack told his critical staff members. They were in a small briefing room on the level below the station's command center, which could barely fit everyone who needed to be there. In light of recent events, we have authorization to directly link smart AIs to the Stargate. Our engineering staff should take all feasible precautions just in case. Jack looked at the woman in charge of his eggheads. Captain Samantha Carter looked from a datapad. She was busy typing in and nodded. We are in the process of isolating the Stargate Bay from the rest of the station in case something in the device compromises our AIs. We also have volunteers eager to sink their electronic teeth into a piece of alien technology. My team should have all feasible precautions in place and be ready to go in 2 to 3 hours, sir. Captain, take the time you need. While in a rush, we also need to do things right. We aren't cutting corners if I can help it, Jack reminded everyone. Security-wise, considering the potential threat of superior alien AIs and electronic warfare, HICOM decided that final defensive measures like a nuclear device won't be stationed on the station. They will be provided by the naval elements in the area. This mitigates the chance of us being blown up in case of a security breach that can be otherwise feasibly contained. I am unsure if this is reassuring or offending, Carter grumbled. Elaborate, Captain, Jack ordered. We are dealing with the unknown, so precautions that would otherwise be unreasonable overkill are only sensible, sir. However, some of them meant it is expected that our best might not be enough in maintaining network security and integrity, Carter grumbled. XO, can we get up-armored vehicles for the Stargate assault on time? Jack shifted his attention to Charlie. We will have armored warthogs ready to go in a few hours. Engineers on the Valiant and other nearby ships are wielding additional armor, including ceramic inserts to hopefully help mitigate the damage of plasma weapons. We are getting the same for our armor. If time permits, we might get custom sets with weaves identical to what firefighters use. Neither would keep someone alive through a direct hit, but should make a glancing strike survivable and help handle the heat from close calls. Jack grimaced at that. Soon after the shooting ended, it became clear that despite the insulation of the ODSD armors, a plasma bolt passing close by could cause issues. Tests apparently confirmed that the bolts were hot enough to outright burn unprotected people on a close miss. When engaging Jaffa, Marines with their regular armor could rapidly become casualties, even if the enemy failed to strike any of them. ODSD armor was much better in that regard. However, there was a concern about overheating and people getting heat stroke during prolonged engagements against enemies with plasma weapons. At the end of the day, for all its advantages, ODSD armor wasn't a proper space suit with all that entailed. Due to cost and ergonomic constraints, it was far less resistant to extreme temperatures, among other things. Drones, Jack inquired. We have more than enough light recon units ready to go. By the end of the day, we should get a selection of fire support drones with various modifications to their control and targeting systems to hopefully improve their work if shot through the portal. We'll have to field test them and see what works best, Charlie informed them. That's good, APCs. The Caterpillar can fit if barely, but only if we remove its remote turret, top-mounted sensors and anti-missile systems. That's better than nothing. I'll want at least a couple caterpillars ready to go before we deploy, Jack decided. Have someone tested their armor against staff weapons. Yes, it handles single hits with ease. However, repeated strikes can rapidly weaken and eventually compromise the armor, which was apparently a surprise. It's proof against heat rounds with much more raw power than a plasma bolt from the weapons we recovered, Charlie shrugged. Jack looked expectantly at Carter. In theory, our vehicle armor should protect significantly against plasma, sir. As the Major noted, heat rounds operate on a similar principle. The primary issue on the infantry scale is the sheer magnitude of the firepower. Those staff weapons might be a nightmare to handle and aim, yet they pack a punch comparable to a focused grenade blast. That's what lightly armored vehicles might be somewhat resistant to, not people in regular armor, Carter explained. Further testing and study of the weapons and their effects should give us a better understanding of how they operate and how to best protect against them. 19, Chapter 4 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any of the Stargate, Halo, or Battlestar Galactica movies, books, or games. They belong to their respective creators and or copyright owners. This story is not for sale or rent. Chapter 4 equals if equals. Part 1 equals if equals. 22 February 2525 Logistics Station, Titan 11 near Titansol System, UEG Space. Good morning, folks. We've got things to discuss and a few new additions to the team, Jack cheerfully greeted. Over the past few days, a lot has happened, ensuring that a mission through Stargate might be viable soon. This is Dr. Elizabeth Weir, Jack nodded at a slim, dark-haired woman wearing a dark green suit. She is our diplomatic representative in case we meet Jaffa or locals interested in talking. Jack raised a hand at that. Our primary mission remains the same. We are to confirm if what Braddock told us is true. Doing so requires talking with the locals on any world we visit, and we aren't exactly poster boys and girls for diplomacy. Next, we have Mr. Richard Woolsey here, who will ensure our actions are legal. We can all thank whatever shenanigans our friends at ONI are for his presence. I'll remind you all that our rules of engagement will be restricted and defensive. Our objective is to gather intelligence, not start a war if it can be reasonably avoided. Jack's voice lost its jovial tone, turning stern before easing up again. Captain Carter, enlighten us on recent developments. Directly interfacing two smart AIs with the Stargate led to a breakthrough. I'll let Lisa here explain, Carter began. A holoprojector came to life, and a green-haired, skinned woman in a lab coat materialized on the table everyone sat at. Hello, do you want all the technical details or a condensed explanation of what we've got so far? The AI avatar bounced on its tiny feet and leaned forward, looking curiously around. Summary first will ask if we need clarification, Jack decided. There are at least two interface layers above dense programming in an alien programming language. We can confirm that it radically differs from what the Goa'uld uses, based on examining captured gear and its software. The outer layer is a simple dialing program we can easily access now. We can compare it to a phone number, which uses the symbols on the Stargate instead of numbers. These are then translated to an actual address the deeper programming layer can use. While we can observe the process, making it comprehensive is a work in progress. However, our best guess is that the address is a shorthand for a coordinate system that tells the device where another one is, so it can attempt to establish a connection. We should be able to execute simple dialing operations without access to the Stargate's original dialing device, or the one recovered from the prisoner Braddock. We can actually use the Stargate now? Jack inquired. We should, yes, Colonel. We will need to unplug it, power it up, and attempt a connection to be sure, the AI confirmed. Yeah, VEN, if that doesn't work for some reason, we have two more options. First, the device recovered from Prime Braddock should do the trick. Second, 6 hours ago, UEG officials recovered what is almost certain to be the Stargate's dialing device from a warehouse in Siberia. If it is intact or repairable, we could use it. If not, examining it will likely give us insights into the alien technology in question. Good, I want to be notified before you run any experiments on the Stargate itself. We will be taking all feasible safety measures before attempting to dial another gate, Jack noted. Command has decided on a set of worlds we have to reckon. Remember, the primary objective is to confirm or disprove the truthfulness of what Braddock is telling us. That is why we will be going at worlds he claims to be fringe, and under the control of low-ranked Goa'uld. In particular, our first target will be on the edge of Moloch's domain. He is supposed to be a real piece of work, an over-the-top movie villain at that. Jack paused and looked pointedly at their diplomatic liaison. Do you have something to add, Dr. Weir? The diplomat looked less than happy at his words. From a diplomatic perspective, making contact first with someone described as highly unstable is not a good idea, but a recipe for disaster. However, I can't fault the logic about proving or disproving Mr. Braddock's claims. We've discussed them at length over the past week. The worst excesses described by Lord Moloch are likely propaganda by his enemies. However, that doesn't mean he would be open to diplomatic overtures or friendly. In the worst-case scenario, beyond us walking into a trap, he might be precisely as bad as Mr. Braddock claims. We've had authoritarians in our past who were arguably as bad, if not worse. Braddock claims this bastard's burning baby girls because he's insane, Charlie exclaimed. Moloch is an alien. The bastards in our past were human, doing unspeakable things to our own, Weir pointed out. We aren't here to discuss whether our past murderous bastards are worse than current alien bastards. We are here to discuss how to best determine whether that's the case, Jack reminded everyone. Speaking about rules of engagement, Charlie refused to let it go. What are our orders if we run into Moloch's Jaffa when they're about to burn little girls alive, Mr. Woolsey? The balding man looked uncomfortable at that question, which was understandable. Jack wasn't thrilled with the rules of engagement, though he could understand them. The UNSC already was ass-deep in alligators, as his dad used to say, due to the insurrection. If it was at all possible, avoiding another conflict would be for the best. However, knowing that intellectually didn't make Jack feel any better, considering what they might run into. Unless the president changes his mind, the rules of engagement remain defensive only, Woolsey affirmed. If 22 February 2525 Fleet Command HQ, New Alexandria Reach, Epsilon Eridani System. UEG Space General George Hammond's first stop after he arrived on Reach was the Fleet HQ in New Alexandria. There, he had a brief conversation with the admirals and generals in charge of the military in the system. George wasn't surprised that they were very eager to see ONI brought down a notch and went out of their way to cooperate. By the time he left the meeting, Hammond had authorization to do whatever it took to complete his investigation and get to the bottom of any ONI shenanigans within UNSC's beating heart. Beyond the ODST battalion under the command of Colonel Ivan Chekhov, who arrived with him from Saul, now George had a division of Marines under his disposal to facilitate securing ONI facilities in case the spooks turned out to be uncooperative. In hindsight, Hammond should have seen this coming. ONI didn't exactly go out of its way to make friends among the other branches of the UNSC. If anything, they gleefully overstepped their bounds, rubbing wrong an ever-increasing number of officers. There were rumors that only blackmail and other underhanded shenanigans kept them, spooks, from being investigated to hell and back. It was telling that everyone took it for granted that groups within ONI might be utterly corrupt and might not be beyond assassinations, even to slow down investigations so they could destroy evidence or vanish. Frankly, George had to wonder how the whole organization hadn't been under investigation for years. Another sign that few trusted ONI to be in the clear was Hammond's sparkling new security detail from Chekhov's ODST, ordered by Admiral West himself. All those combined convinced George that something like this had been a long time coming and anticipated by many fellow generals and admirals. In some regards, this made Hammond's job much easier. In others, there was no way ONI was unaware of how disliked they were, so he was sure a lot of evidence and documentation would be gone or misplaced by the time his people could reach various facilities. At least he didn't have to worry about their offices and agents in the Fleet HQ. Before his meeting with the local commanders was over, the admiral in charge sent security to lock down ONI's offices and detain their agents for interrogation, which was frankly far beyond what George intended to do without solid proof of wrongdoing. Nevertheless, launching a separate investigation was something the people in charge of all UNSC forces in the system could do. All Hammond could do in that regard was take advantage of the chaos, so he sent members of his team to look for anything of interest. Meanwhile, George headed out. He had vital ONI facilities across Reach to secure and investigate. Hammond and his security detail had just reached the lobby of Olympus Tower when a young woman with long hair held in a single braid approached them with raised hands. "Sir, I am Specialist Haley, ONI. Are you General Hammond, the investigator sent from Earth?" the young woman stammered. She looked wildly around, clearly afraid. "I am Specialist. What is the problem?" George asked gently. His security detail was less charitable. Two of the Marines faced the woman, and their stiff postures made it clear that they were ready to raise their weapons and use them at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the rest of the security detail looked around in case this was a distraction. "I have information about an ONI program that should be highly illegal, sir. I wish to come clean and need protection. Are you aware of the Spartan program, sir?" Equals if equals. PR2 equals if equals. 22 February 2525 Fleet Command HQ. New Alexandria Reach. Epsilon Eridani System, UEG Space. General Hammond marched back into the office of Admiral Shin, closely followed by Specialist Jennifer Haley and his security detail. He had heard rumors that UNSC's Special Warfare Branch and ONI have been trying to make super soldiers, so that came as no surprise. Now, the candidates allegedly chosen by ONI, as per the specialist's admission, were something else entirely. George didn't sign up for this shit, and he was reasonably sure that there would be few enlisted or officers in the UNSC who wouldn't be outraged by the very idea. Using child soldiers was bad enough. Everything else Haley blurted out or implied, heads were going to roll, which might be very literally in some cases. Admiral Leah Shin raised her head from her terminal and raised a thin eyebrow at George's return and his company. Her almond eyes glanced at the specialist, but there was no hint of recognition there, just curiosity. "What do you know about ONI's Spartan program, Admiral?" Hammond asked, barely keeping a lid on his temper. He dearly hoped that Haley was mistaken, though it was ONI. If anyone in the UNSC was involved in the kind of madness the specialist described, it would be them. A continuation of the Orion project meant to create biochemically enhanced soldiers. Recent developments in medical technology, particularly cybernetics, have made it viable. The preliminary reports I've seen showed great success, and the first enhanced operatives are currently deployed on missions against the insurrection, Admiral Shin admitted after a few moments of deliberation. "I have the nagging suspicion there is more to it than ONI deigned to report." "That's correct, Admiral, sir," Haley stuttered. "ONI brought me into the program a few months ago due to my expertise in cutting-edge cybernetic research as part of Dr. Marburg's team at New Alexandria's University. The UNSC and UEG generally lured bright young minds by paying for their education in exchange for a contract for set years of service in line with their specialization after graduation. Otherwise, it was hard to compete with the civilian sector regarding finding the best people for R&D, while the UEG could offer many benefits. It generally couldn't legally compete with the pay various corporations could afford to offer specialists who had proven their capability. That law arguably contributed to the colonial administration becoming the corrupt mess everyone believed it to be. It often made it hard for the UEG to get the best people for any particular job. My job was as a part of a team tasked to review the various ways the enhancements of the Spartans went wrong and figure out how to mitigate the risk in future applications. To do our job, we needed significant medical information about enhanced candidates, especially their development, before the procedures. That made it simple to conclude that ONI has been training and tailoring their development for years to make them ideal candidates. Even then, the failure rate was over 50%. Haley babbled, looking pale, then green. To her credit, the specialist rallied herself. Her eyes hardened as she stared down the Admiral. "Ma'am, the oldest Spartan candidate who survived the enhancement procedures intact was born in 2510. The average age of the Spartans is 14. Yet you just told me they're already being deployed on combat missions, Admiral, sir," Haley hissed. "The enhancement procedures were completed a few months ago. A handful of the Spartans might be 16 as of today, but I doubt it." George stared at the specialist in disbelief before he looked back at Admiral Shin. "Bismarck, give me the location of all Spartan operatives in this system," the Admiral said. The Admiral's voice was carefully controlled, and if you weren't paying close attention, it would have sounded almost light and uncaring. Her eyes told another story, and if you listened carefully, you could hear the fury she was keeping at bay. "As of this moment, all ONI operations across the system are suspended. ONI personnel across Epsilon Eridani are to stand down and await further orders." Any orders coming through ONI's regular chain of command are suspended until further notice. Equals if equals. George was sure no one believed or expected ONI to begin to unravel as fast as it did. He was certain that Rear Admiral Park's decision to cooperate helped a lot as well. Park was ONI's operations director and the highest-ranked spook permanently stationed at Reach. He was also in the building, and at least pretended he was cooperating with Hammond's team when Haley appeared. What was clear now was that ONI was far from one big, happy family. If anything, it was full of potential whistleblowers who were afraid to come clean until the investigation gained momentum. Equally important, weasels were ready to jump ship and cover their asses at the first sign of trouble. George was sure he was being particularly harsh on ONI's agents, though he didn't really care. It took them just a few hours to get people to corroborate pieces of Haley's story, with Rear Admiral Park leading that pack. The next blow came from the Spartans themselves. It turned out that they had a team in orbit, exercising boarding space stations at one of the training platforms above Reach. Hammond wasn't certain if he should be impressed or appalled that it took that long to convince the kids that the orders to cooperate and answer questions they got were legitimate. One thing they did confirm was that the oldest of them had just turned 15 early this month. However, you couldn't tell it from looking at them, which George was doing. They were all tall and damn big, towering well above a Marine detachment sent to escort them for debriefing. It was easy to conclude that they were all 18-year-olds who were enhanced just after completing basic training. Hammond frankly didn't want to know what ONI did to the poor bastards to make them look like they did. Only 2 ONI facilities we know of refused to acknowledge orders to stand down and are currently out of contact. Both are on Reach, Sword Base on the Babbed Katha Ice Shelf, and the Castle facility below the Menachite Mountains. Admiral Park confirmed that all other Spartans on Reach are in one or both of these facilities. They are likely to follow what they believe to be lawful ONI orders, even if that puts them in conflict with UNSC personnel. Bismarck Fleet HQ's primary smart AI reported. Of greater concern is Sword Base. Admiral Park just admitted in interrogation that there are alien ruins below it. Sword or castle? Admiral Shin looked away from her terminal, now surrounded by holographic windows showing multiple officers from all services giving reports or overseeing ongoing operations to secure ONI facilities. Sword, after what we learned about the aliens we know of, we have to assume that people there might be compromised. Hammond didn't like even thinking about that, though doing so was their new reality after Prime Braddock explained what the Goa'uld were. Half an hour later, George was on a Pelican, taking a suborbital route to Sword Base. At the same time, UNSC ground and aerospace forces converged on the location, demanding that all ONI personnel in the area stand down.